But listen, what are you gonna do if I say to you, the true church isn't the papal church or whatever? The true church is Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. What's up, bro? Hey, fool. Unmute or whatever, dude. Hey, dude, like I went to Victory Church one time or whatever, and I seen the holy tamale in the sky, bro. And it converted me. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Hey, fool.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Unmute or whatever, dude.
I need 7 meters. Cringe core. Yo, I'm over here on the football. What's going on? Yo, let me talk to my boy Bruce. I ain't got no shoes. I'm on that football, baby. Yo, what you ever trying to get me some shoes? Let's take it out.
He played my phone.
Yo, that's right. Seven figures. I need 7 figures.
Yo, we got to do the booger whistle flute because we're talking Tantra tonight. Speaking of Tantra, your boy Stang just popped up. More like Stank. Stang can't handle toxic masculinities. By the way, we got another banger remix of Cholo Church coming from Dr. Evo. Shout out to Dr. Evo. Killing it as usual. Let's see. We got to do Mormon Space Wives. And then we're going to take calls and booger whistle flute. Because my beautiful wife, Jamie, will join me later as we take your calls, your challenges, your questions, any topic except tag. Otherwise, you're welcome to call in. Let's see. We got to do booger whistle flute. Where's it at? Booger whistle flute. I got a booger whistle flute. Booger flute. This is in honor of Hindu, Tantra, Buddhist nonsense tonight.
That booger whistle, baby.
Let's see. Marks and traits of the cult guru. They do not typically like you doing well. What?
They are persecuting me. They do not have spiritual eyes to see. Therefore, they must take down what they do not understand.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru. Who's
Yo, where
driving
you
around in a
atheists
freaking
at?
Rolls Royce.
Yo.
How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce?
Maybe we will do tag today. I don't know. Depends on who calls.
last night.
Can you give me the
Yes, the
atheist
master
hotline?
came down
I'm on the
to me.
banana phone. Let me talk to
They
Matt
said-
Dilla Monkey right now.
Swami, where to get Rolls Royce?
That's that booger whistle, baby.
They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires.
Guru Church. Yo,
That booger whistle, baby.
get yourself a church, bro. It's time for church. And then, of course, last but not least, we're going to end it with Mormon Space Wives remix. Yeah, boy. Yeah. What's wrong with going to Mormon church? If you could go to rap church, why can't you go to Mormon church? Space Wife church, science fiction.
Space wives.
Let's create lives.
Mormon space wives.
God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good.
Moments space flight. Moments space flight.
How do you not dance in this one?
Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Moment space wise. Moment space wise. Lost cool, I'll have intimacy with you.
Would like to have intimacy with you.
On the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear. Right there. Moment space wise.
Let's create
All right, let's stop there. What's up, man? Chris the Greek. What's on your mind today, son? Open topics, anything. I guess I have to, if I say anything, it's got to be tagged too. What's on your mind?
How you doing? This is Chris.
Yup, that's what I said. What's on your mind?
I think that most Western Europeans and Americans don't underestimate the threat of Islam. Like, my people have been fighting them since like 1071. You know what I mean? 1050. If the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, didn't hold off the Arabs and then reconquer areas and then hold off the Turks for another 400 years, I think at least like 50 to 70% of Europe will be Muslim and Arabic right now, and they let them in through the front door.
Yeah,
and they're paying for their stuff. It's so crazy. Like,
it's by design though. It's a technocratic plan by design.
It is.
Yeah,
It really
I mean, we've
is.
covered that.
It just
It's
doesn't
in.
make any sense. Like,
It makes perfect sense because it's a battle. It's a warfare to replace the European peoples, to then restructure the continents, especially in the West, into a new technocratic federation. That's the long-term plan.
yeah, but I mean, have you heard about what Turkey has been doing? They've been passing laws, their blue homeland laws, and all this shit. They're trying to start with Greece and Cyprus.
What's Turkey doing? Say it again.
Turkey is passing blue homeland laws, meaning like they have exclusive, territorial rights over Greek waters and damn near, 40% of the Aegean. I mean, people underestimate the threat. That's all I'm saying. I get it. Like, you don't got to be like pro-Israel or whatever, or Zionist, but people don't get it, man. They have no clue.
Yeah, well, I've been debating Muslims for almost a decade, so I do get it. And I've been talking about how both sides of this idiotic dialectic are wrong. I don't have to choose between Zionism and Hamas because they're both wrong. I don't have to choose between Qatar and Israel. I can choose none of them. And by the way, BB was always on good friendly relationship with Qatar, funding Qatar. So that's all Qatarded. It's literally Qatarded out. Dude, we're one of the few people on here actually saying both sides are bad. It's a false dialectic, and that Islam is the broom of Judaism. The Jews themselves say Islam is the broom of Judaism. So you got countless rabbis saying that. So not disagreeing with you, Chris. I totally agree. But I also want to make it very clear that we have been saying that they're both a problem for almost a decade. But people don't listen, and they immediately get hyped up on Twitter to a false dialectic. And then they come and talk to people like me or whatever, and they see me saying criticisms of one side and then assume that you're on the other side, right? Because we get called Muslim collaborator every day if we criticize Israel, and then we get called Zionist every day if we criticize Islam. So, and also people are getting more and more retarded by design. So
Yeah, they're destroying Europe by design. It's the Kalergi plan. I've been talking about the Kalergi plan before anybody was, because I read it in Tragedy and Hope and Anglo-American Establishment. You can watch my video from 10 years ago on Anglo-American Establishment by Quigley, where he says they adopted Lord Curtis and Count Kudenov Kalergi's plan. So I was doing and saying this stuff before Nick Fuentes, before Candace, before Tucker, before any of these people. You can go just listen to my old podcast where I talked about it. But of course, nobody listens. And then when it all becomes like mainstream Twitter language, nobody cares that you were way ahead of everybody else on this. So I know. Caco Genius, $50. Here's a new movie idea. Step Up Part 6. It's called Bless the Streets. There's a young gangster named Ruslan. He's given court-mandated church appearance for hustling illegal snacks he stole from vending machine. In the church, he creates a group with other kids like Janko and Bryce and Gray. They dance and to hip hop and spread the good news. It'll be a coming of age pro LGBT drama. That's actually a hit right there, dude. That's going to be on Pure Flix. That'll be streaming over there on Hallmark Channel, right? Ruslan finding himself, right? He said, I need to do it. I got to find myself, because apparently you can't do multiple things, right? You can't talk about geopolitics and do comedic stuff, right? You have to pick a thing. So I'm still trying to find myself. So when I do my Eat, Pray, Love journey, when I go down to India, I'm going to get on a banana phone. I'm going to call up some atheists to hook me up with the hottest of the gurus. And we all know gurus just touch butts. That's what they're up to. The Shiva Lingam, dude. So when I get down there, I don't think there's a lot of women gurus. So I guess I got to touch the butt of a man guru. So somebody hooked me up with a hot man guru. Who is that? Yo, I'm on the banana phone. Who? Yo, TJ Kirk. What's up, dude? Is this the banana that was in your butt? Can you get me the hottest, sexiest, Vivek Ramaswamy jammies down there in India, bro? Because I got to find myself. I got to do a Eat, Pray, Love vision quest, dude. Help me out. D-Gens, y'all got to help me out. By the way, that's relevant because when Jamie joins me, we will be going deep into the dark secrets, the dark lore of Tantra, Tibetan Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy, Tantrism, yoga. We're going to do a deep dive on yoga because Jamie's been reading extensive texts, both critical texts and texts from that religion. We'll be talking about the origins of Buddhism out of Hinduism, and then Tantric Buddhism as its own Tibetan flavor out of Tibet. The Dalai Lama, known admitted CIA operative for many years, as has been the several Dalai Lamas now. I think for a while have been working with intelligence for the last several decades. And that's because Tibet is a very important geostrategic location in regard to Eurasia and obviously China. So we'll talk about Free Tibet. We'll talk about the vindication. It was recently declassified again that Free Tibet was a CIA operation, as I said, forever and ever and ever. And I had people bitching at me in the comments forever about it. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. I will always just be wrong because I'm right. So if you're right a lot, it means that you're just always the worst person and the wrongest person. And then once again, I want to add to that. I would welcome all the Protestants to call in, but I'm kind of tired of this because it's not going anywhere. None of these Protestant goobers actually have any knowledge of anything. So I hope people are seeing this, that they're creating all the smoke and mirror to talk about bad online behavior. They do all the same bad online behavior, but none of them have an actual theological response. And that's what we've been saying forever, that it's over. They're done. There's no one who will step up and publicly formally debate their cause to defend their actual commitments because they don't have commitments. That was the critique of Ruslan, like Alex Horn said. Nobody was critiquing you just because you made money. It's because you are making money with no commitments. And is the making of the money the main goal? Because that's not the main goal. And then he tried to deflect and reframe it as, yo, you try to say I'm bad because I make money, you out for super chats, dude. Nobody was saying it's bad to ask for super chats. Nobody was saying that an online business or an entrepreneur is the problem. The problem is selling the gospel. And then every time he's been corrected on all these points, like churches selling baptism, he doesn't care. And he continues to reaffirm that we are working with the Muslims, which is actual literal slander. That's dangerous literal slander. Everybody take note of every time he says this too, by the way, because if this ever escalates, all that stuff will be very relevant for those escalations. Because that's delving over into the territory of like actual defamation and slander. To allege that we collude with and work with Muslims after 10 years of debating Muslims, and they know that that's not true. Also, Ruslan, if you notice, called for me to be canceled again. So this is like the third time he's called for cancellation. He tries to marshal all the priests and bishops of the Orthodox world as if they care what this retard says. Like they listened or, oh, we got to see, well, what's Ruslan's advice on how to handle ortho bros? Calling for people to be canceled. So like it's over. Like they don't have a debate. They don't have an argument. It's all shifted into pearl clutching and performative piety. And that's when you're done. It's so different than it was 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. You know, we used to have these blogs. There was a Calvinist blog that used to debate and argue with me all the time called Try a Blog. And it was run by this absolute, he was a total piece of garbage person. Steve, I don't forget his name, but he died right after the coup. So my assumption is stabbies. I don't know, but I'm not happy that the dude died, but he was a total piece of trash person. However, even being a piece of trash person, he continuously, I suspect, by the way, he was one of the Calvinists who sent me a threat to get me fired in 2007 and 8 for talking about Zionism on a blog. I don't know that, though, so I can't prove it, but, and this guy's already dead and gone, so nobody even remembers him, but, Try a Blog was always focused on the theology. So even back in 2007 and 8, when the Calvinists were being vicious and heated in their debating online, I would say even back then, 95% of it was the theology and the argumentation. I mean, you got massive blog posts of 10, 20 pages of writing, and then tens and 20 pages of comments going back and forth on the theology and the argumentation. That doesn't exist anymore. Now it's performative, public whining and bitching is all they have. I'm going to play this brief clip here because this really illustrates how flimsy and empty this all was when Andrew asks Mahler, what is the gospel?
Try this one more time.
All right, but don't
So
go off. Don't go off on the
say
side
that I
tangents and
wrote a
insult.
brand
All
new
right, bro?
Bible that
Uh-huh.
brought more people to claim that they had faith in Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, and more people followed that Bible. Am I doing
Mhm.
a good thing or a bad thing?
If they're believing in the gospel, that would be a good thing.
So according to these people, you could rewrite the whole Bible, just create a new Bible. And if it convinced people that Jesus is resurrected, you're preaching the gospel. So you understand that there's Aryan cults that believe in the resurrection. Muslims believe in the resurrection. By this idiot's argument, he doesn't have a problem with the Quran because the Quran is a rewritten Bible. So if the Quran brings more people to believe in Jesus' resurrection or Jesus' ascension or whatever, and Muslims believe in the resurrection, Muslims believe that Jesus will judge the world. You see how stupid this is? These people are absolute idiots. They don't know anything. And they're the most loud, pretentious, arrogant people on the internet. So there is no point in even debating them, right? There's no way JP Uncut is going to actually show up to do a formal debate with me. He will not. He's already running from several debates. And I want you to look at Look at Ruslan's numbers here. His Christian TMZ is not working. The only video that has any views is about Ortho Bros. 46,000 on this David Wood Andrew one here. He talks about Fuentes, he gets 5,000. Talks about Charlie Cork and gets 7,000. Talks about Queen Quandis gets 9,000. Talks about Fuentes gets 5,000. Ruslan's channel is garbage. It's Christian TMZ and it doesn't even get any views. Ruslan laughs when people apostatize. He thinks it's funny that young Don supposedly apostatized from Orthodox Church, which isn't even necessarily the case. He was in some other dude's cult, a restorationist cult. And for Ruslan, none of that matter. What matters is it a own on the Ortho Bros?
Who converted to this nonsense rabbi synagogue. No deconversion. I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
So Ruslan's laughing when young Don got circumcised and left Christianity because of this stupid messianic Judaizing. He thinks that's funny. Look at this. Listen to his demonic laugh that somebody apostatized from Christianity without any self-awareness that it's because they sent him to these synagogues that circumcised him. And yes, people don't even believe that that's real. No, that's actually, that's what happened. And they think it's funny, right? I mean, these people are just trash, dude. There is no point in, I mean, they're done. If they're not going to formally offer argumentation against the positions, then we've already won. It's over. Here's David Wood versus Jay Dyer. Guess what? Multiple times bigger. Here's Jay Dyer versus God Logic. Equal right now and way bigger. I'm bigger than him over the year. So this proves that I'm not out clout chasing it. Me versus Ruslan, way bigger. Me versus Gavin Ortland, 5 times bigger. Nobody's clout chasing these goobers. We don't need to. But we will confront the Roman Catholic, the Muslim, the atheist, and the Protestant and the evangelical. And we've consistently done that. Because as I said right here, churchless apologetics is like saying to a terminally ill man, hey, dude, get some medicine, bro. Gee, thanks. Where's the medicine that I get? Where do I go for the medicine? Oh, here's an instructional manual from a pharmaceutical company on medicines. Oh, thank you for the instructional on pharmaceuticals. Yes, have fun reading the diagnostics manual for the next 5 years. Good luck understanding it, by the way. Alexander, what's up? And no, we are not going to talk about Ruslan all day today.
Hey, Jay, how you doing today, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I don't want to change up the topic if you want to keep talking theology, but actually I was trying to get on a couple days ago, talk about the Liminal Space podcast.
Sure,
you did.
sure.
Yeah, I noticed you talked about like some entertainment that had liminal spaces in it and stuff like that. But one of the things that that you should probably look into more, because I know you played them before, but it's the original Halo game is rife with liminal space imagery.
That's a good point.
The whole Halo ring itself is the idea of a liminal space in the sense that you look up in the sky, you don't even see a horizon, you see a ring that kind of just goes on forever. Every piece of the underground that was built in the game by like the Forerunners is all just like never-ending labyrinths that lead to nowhere. Everything looks familiar. Everything's really empty, hollow. There's no life on the planet as well for the most part.
It's a good point. I haven't played Halo in so long that I've forgotten a lot of that.
Yeah, and also one of the things about that game is that the people who built the rings, and this is obviously just going off of the first 2 Halo games, because they changed up and they retconned some of the, story with the later ones. But the Forerunners who built the Halo rings were originally written to be ancient humans. So ancient humans eventually developed far enough and they became almost like a sterilized society. And they built these Halo rings as like a containment weapon facility. And also, like, one of the other cool things about the storyline is that if they kept that as the creators of the Halo rings were actually humans, the Covenant are actually fighting, like they worship the Halo rings and they worship the Forerunners as like their gods.
Mm-hmm.
So they're actually warring against God while worshiping God at the same time.
Huh.
And
It's like
so,
the
and
like
then
so
John,
so
you
like
know,
like
Master
the
Chief's
so
name
like
is
so they're like
John
so they're
1:7.
like Protestants.
Yeah, and then so
Or
and they're
Muslims.
called the Covenant, obviously, and then John's number is John 1:17, which is obviously the law came through Moses, but grace and truth come through Jesus Christ. So Master Chief is kind of a Christological figure in the game itself, and he's the one trying to discover this lost, you know, mythos of what happened behind the Halo rings. What's, because it's basically a forgotten past. And he's the one that's trying to bring about truth, while the covenant, the people who are keeping to the law, basically are the ones trying to destroy truth.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
And that they're actually anti-natalist, because, you know, the activation of the Halo rings in the games destroys all life in like 100,000 light years or something like that away. So
Yeah, I'm looking at the liminal spaces. Somebody made a video about it, but it's not. It's just them playing the game. It's not actually showing liminal spaces.
yeah, there's, like I said, and it's kind of weird the way Bungie designed all their old games, because they did this back in the day with, I don't know if you remember the game Marathon that was on Mac back in the day. There's a trilogy of those games, but they did, their game design focused heavily on using assets multiple times. So you would actually play through things backwards, like a lot of the levels in the original Halo, were you going through prior levels almost backwards.
Yeah.
So again, that added towards the sense of it being a liminal space, because everything's really familiar, because you're like, I've been here before, I've seen this. It's because you actually have. You're actually just playing something backwards or in a different order.
Yeah, that's really cool. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, there's a lot of great examples of this stuff that we haven't even really tapped into, because I kind of just did that liminal discussion on a whim, and a lot of people really enjoyed it. And I am looking forward to seeing the Backrooms movie this weekend at some point, probably. So, and I did, one of our clippers, by the way, did just clip the 1 hour discussion of the Backrooms right here. So if you go to the channel, you can watch the full, just liminal space philosophy discussion, which was in this live stream, longer live stream here. Ron, what's up, man? Appreciate that. About Halo, there's so many, and even when I was discussing that, I was like, actually, David Lynch's whole philosophy is his whole thing is liminal space. What's up, Ron?
Hey,
What's up?
hey, I had a question. I heard one of your older videos talking about like Nephilim within the Bible, and like the existence of them post-flood. I was wanting to know your thoughts on that.
I don't know what to think about that. I go back and forth, because I had a dude as a friend of ours that was a messianic dude on, Ken Ami, and he offered a bunch of arguments on a separate. So we did two different Nephilim streams, and he offered a bunch of arguments as to why there couldn't be Nephilim after the flood. So I'm kind of iffy on that. I don't have a set position, but I do think the deuterocanonical texts do confirm that the biblical idea of Genesis 6, because there's like 4 different deuterocanon texts that nobody ever talks about in regard to the Nephilims, because it talks about the Titans, and it speaks to them as actual aberrations and giants, right? So if we do take the deuterocanon seriously, then it doesn't it speaks contrary to the bloodline of Seth view, or the bloodline of Cain or whatever. So, but honestly, I don't know. As you get older, a lot more things become iffy. I don't know what to say about that. So people are also pointing out, as Cleve pointed out, that God Logic originally raised, I forget what the original number was for his lawsuit in regard to Muhammad Hijab, which we said, hey, yeah, that's fine. Actually, it makes sense to support God Logic against Muhammad Hijab, because, and the idiots over there don't even understand why I could agree with a Muslim on one point, but also agree with God Logic on another point. But now God Logic, even though when he supposedly, I haven't looked at the numbers, but supposedly he met his quota for the lawsuit, and then to own the Muslims, he reopened it and got $70,000. sorry, but that sounds again like grifting to me. So if you did this because you were trying to get enough money for a lawsuit, but then you're going to redo it to own the muzzies, and you still won't commit to a church, and you still won't give me an example of a churchless apologist in the first 1,000 years, and you're reopening your GoFundMe to own the muzzies. He raised 30,000 and now he's at 60,000. Right. I mean, if we did something like that, they would be all over our ass, right? They would be like, yo, the ortho bros is all grifters, dude. He met his quota and then he raised it, dude. Imagine how they would view this, right? It would be the end of the world. They would be talking about this for the next 10 years, right? So we got actual grifters versus people who do entertaining live streams, which is supposedly grifting according to Ruslan. But I want to remind you too, help support the grift over here. Call me Professor Grift. You can support the grift right here by getting signed copies of Esoteric Hollywood 1, 2, and 3, as well as the others. Now, many people were wondering, where are the red books? They have been on back order. I got an email 2 days ago that they have shipped from the warehouse. So they were on back order for about 2 or 3 weeks. But now the red books have shipped. That means they're shipped to me, not to you. They're shipped to me so that I can sign the red books if you guys want red books. And then you can get Jamie's books and other things there in the shop at Jay's Analysis, which is also in the show description. Remember too, we have my third Esoteric Hollywood book, Esoteric Hollywood 3, is now out. It's now available. You can get signed copies in the shop as well. Turbo Diesel, what's on your mind, man? By the way, the call-in link is the X space in the chat if you guys want to call in.
To the King Wigger?
Emperor of Wixantium, get that correct, please.
I'm sorry, Emperor of Wixantium. Listen, man, I'm currently in the town of very close to Mount Athos, and I was hoping to get your name, Christian name, and your wife's probably, and some other people's here maybe, so I can get them to the monks over there.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Daniel. She's Anastasia. And Anastasia, right? So Saint Daniel the Prophet Daniel, and Anastasia, the ancient Roman saint. Appreciate that, dog. Elijah, what's on your mind? Emperor of Wixantium. What's up, man?
What's up, Jay Dyer?
It's Jay Dor.
So I got a question about or not a question, just a statement about the liminal spaces.
Okay.
One of the things that I kind of thought was interesting about the liminal spaces was that I kind of think that the liminal spaces, because of the fact that they're so, unsettling, I find that to be a really interesting argument that could be in favor of the existence of God. And the reason why I would say that is because, we're all created in God's image, and so there's some sort of inherently metaphysical value to human beings. And so when you're in a space that is created by this image of God per se, but the fact that this place that was created by them is not inherently inhabited by them, it makes people inherently, unsettled. And it's very odd, very weird. It's kind of spiritually I guess degrading in a way. And so could you possibly say that could be an interesting argument for the existence of God, that liminal spaces are in fact unsettling?
I mean, it's in a roundabout way because it's a question of meaning, right? And liminal spaces tend to question meaning in an architectural way, and also in the sense of them being kind of labyrinths, right? So we're back to the mythology of Theseus and the Minotaur. And, the Middle Ages, they had a tendency to, especially in the West, they would even put into the architecture of the church, they would put labyrinths on the ground. And the purpose of the labyrinths on the ground in the church or in a cathedral or even in other spaces is to cause the person to remember and to think of this life as a kind of labyrinth to solve. Now, that can get overly Neoplatonic because you can fall into this idea that oh, this world is just a like series of mazes and labyrinths, and thus it's an illusion, and I have to, escape this reality to go back to the one because this reality is bad and lesser or whatever. That's not the Christian perspective. The Christian perspective is that there's multiple goods. So something being a lesser good doesn't make it evil. In Neoplatonism, the tendency is to think that if something is a lesser good, it is in some way or in some sense bad or evil. But you can have multiple goods, right? Just like it might be better in some circumstances to sacrifice marriage for service, but in other cases it might be better to good for you to be married. So the fact that one is a higher calling, it doesn't make the other one bad or evil. But most human beings, especially in terms of Greek dialectics, they had a tendency to think in either ors. All right, so we got pagans that want to argue. We got neo pagan Woden Odin types. What's up, dude? HT, unmute.
Hey, I got a simple two questions, really easy. Can you be pro-white and racist as a Christian, or is that an oxymoron by the Orthodox standard?
I don't know what racism even means. So to me, it seems like it's inconsistent. And I think if you look at the Russian church's recent statement, everybody should be supportive of their people and their people group. So I don't buy that there is I don't buy that there is a sin of racism.
Okay. Well, like I've seen pictures of like Russian Orthodox where if I was a pro-white person and one of the priests was marrying a white man to a black woman, I would go, that's disgusting, but the church can't really object, can they?
On what basis is it disgusting?
Race mixing is Jewish.
Well, how is it Jewish if you mean like rabbinic Judaism because they don't race mix? Or do you mean that it's Jewish in the sense of a dysgenics operation or something?
Or Kalergi plan, miscegenation, it's all kind of like pushed through the Jewish media.
Okay, but on what basis is it wrong?
Well, I mean, if you're saying that that it's okay to love my people, well, I don't want my people to disappear, and they would disappear if they continued mixing their genes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if there is there a moral reason why? Because there's not always a black and white situation of like right and wrong, right? There might be some situations where through economia, kings and queens have offered their children to other kings and other queens in history as part of alliances and deals and stuff like that, which could conceivably violate this principle. So what I'm asking is, in your worldview, is there a moral wrong or is it just a biological wrong?
I'd say it's both because I don't know where you guys are at with science, if you guys believe in science, but like if we got like 80 IQ blacks mixing with, average of 105 whites, and then they can't do they can't donate organs because of this. There's like scientific proof that it's like it goes against nature. And I see nothing but like the church, like they can't condemn any of that stuff. Like you could have a black person go marry a white person in your church, and if you spoke up, you'd probably be kicked out of the church, right?
Well, but what I said was there might be situations where that's allowed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it ought to be always done. So it seems like there's a false equivalence between something that might be done or tolerated versus something that ought to always be done, which is a weaponized way to replace people.
Can you speak out? Do you speak out against that in your church?
Well, it depends on exactly what you mean. Like I said, like I could speak out against the replacement of my people group, and I could have my own opinions about it. But what I want to know is like morally, you're saying it's morally wrong, and I'm asking like on what basis morally?
Well, I think if you look at like take America for example, race mixing was illegal at one point in this country. And they didn't view blacks as on a level; they viewed them as savages.
So what I'm asking is, how does that relate to it being morally wrong? The fact that something existed in American history.
Well, I mean, if your daughter wanted to date a chimpanzee, would it be morally wrong?
Well, that's a fallacy because that's not a human being. So I'm asking you, on what basis do you say? So are you going to say that black people they're not persons?
Yeah, there's like ghost DNA that show that they don't like line up with Asians, Europeans.
Okay, so what is the IQ genetic cutoff for who is and who isn't a human? Is it 81, 85?
Well,
So would you say a retarded? So would you say like a retarded person isn't a human being?
Yeah, I would say that dangerous undeveloped frontal cortex of black people. This is why we have all these criminal elements in America, like 70% of violent crimes by 15%. And that's not just a socioeconomic thing. That's in Europe. That's
okay. So what is the cutoff for who a human being is? What IQ level?
No, that's a good question. I would just say what are the fruits of I guess we've dumped
So
trillions
it's
of dollars.
subjective. So you don't have an actual position on what a human being is.
Somewhat. I mean, if you're practicing cannibalism in Africa and your people haven't built anything.
Okay, so you've listed a bunch of civilizational things, but how does that tell me ontologically who is and isn't a human being?
Well, I would say based on civilization, they haven't built a civilization.
No, I'm saying those are civilizational critiques. I know what you're saying. I'm well aware. I've read all this stuff since 2007. I know who Hans Eysenck is. I read all this. I know about genetics. I know about eugenics. I know about dysgenics. I know about race theory. I know all this stuff. I know about haplogroups. I know all this stuff. So what I'm asking you is, can you tell me what defines, is it objectively morally wrong in all cases? And what is the IQ cutoff for who is and isn't a human?
I would say that we'd have to go up to 90, and yeah, it's
Okay.
morally wrong, and it's scientific.
Okay, so people with Down syndrome, they're not human beings?
Yeah, I mean, they technically are, but they're retards. And I don't think you should reproduce.
Okay, so now it's, well, but you said that the black people aren't if it's under 90. So, and how do you know that it's 90? Isn't that just arbitrary?
I think that's what the standard was in America, that
Well,
80 was considered mildly.
So I can just
retarded.
appeal to
that's
America?
safe,
Okay, so can I just appeal to American standards right now? Would you buy that as an argument?
Well, let's do it for Europeans across the board, not just Americans.
You appeal to what America did at some point in the past, and you don't understand philosophically why that would be a problem logically.
Can I ask you a question?
So now you're not going to answer my challenge.
No, I just answered 4 questions in a row.
No.
And
Well, I answered your question, and now that we're at the point in the debate where there's a problem, you don't want to answer it. So why can't I just appeal to America's standards right now?
Pardon? Say that one.
Can I appeal to America's standards right now if you can arbitrarily appeal to American standards at some point in the past? That's why it's a bad argument.
I think what I'm asking you is
Okay, so you're not going to answer the questions. So, so he's not going to answer the challenge. So people think that they have these really solid arguments and these really cool, awesome positions. And then when you actually start drilling into it, it's just arbitrary. Well, America did this in the past. So I need a logical argument, a consistent philosophical argument as to why I'm supposed to follow America at that point in the past. I don't need you to just appeal to an arbitrary IQ level. I mean, you're laughing, but you're not giving good arguments. You're just giving assertion. Do you know the difference between an assertion and an argument? You know the difference between an assertion and an argument?
I'm sorry, you got cut off. I was asking you about if you had a white daughter, would you let
Do you
her
know
marry
the
a
difference
black
between
person?
an assertion and an argument?
Jay.
So you're not going to deal with the actual argument. You want to go back.
Jay.
So you're looking for a clip.
Can you be Christ-like and go back and forth with me politely? I mean, this is acting very
Christ-like.
purely one-sided.
No, that's called debating, right? So you understand that if you
But I get to ask a question back.
no, not until we finish the topic. So you
answered 3 questions.
no, you didn't. You made arguments that were arbitrary.
This is recorded.
They were arbitrary. Why am I supposed to follow argument? Why am I supposed to follow the American position from XYZ point in history?
I'm asking you to follow.
So you're not going to answer that challenge. Are you not going to answer that challenge?
I want you to answer from a Christian perspective.
I'm giving the Christian perspective, which is an internal. You don't have an ethic. You have no objective moral ethic.
So you don't want to answer this question because you wouldn't want your daughter to marry a black Christian.
Are you going to answer the challenge before we go to that?
Sure. What's the question?
Why should I follow American state positions on this at a certain point in the past as an argument that you gave, if I can just say to you, no, we should follow America's positions right now? That's why it's an arbitrary argument.
Well, you can follow whatever you'd like.
All right, so you're not that you don't understand why. Can you restate what my argument is? I don't even think you understand the argument.
It's a giant word salad.
Word salad. It's arbitrary. It's a fallacy. It's not word salad. I'm saying your argument is arbitrary.
What you're doing right now. This is a kike slave fallacy.
Oh, so that's all you have is ad hominem. So you act like a piece of shit automatically so that we won't continue this conversation. So you do that to get booted because you don't have an answer. Posh, what's up? If he can argue that we just follow America at XYZ point in the past in a debate, the other person can say, well, if you can be arbitrary, I can be arbitrary. So no, we just follow America's positions right now. And why America's positions? It's so retarded and low IQ. Why not China's positions? Why not? I mean, it's so like, those are not arguments. Those are assertions. And then he throws out the blasphemy and insults to obviously get booted because he can't answer it. Go ahead. Posh, what's up?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to appeal to the founding fathers for their definition.
Why the founding fathers? And which founding father? Didn't they disagree?
Basically all of Europe, except for the English specifically, and then the ancestral lands in Germany of the British. So the English, sorry, Anglia and Saxony and that part of Germany. Because they didn't consider the Irish, the Scottish, the French, the Nordics, the Italians, Slavs. They weren't white. So if you wanted, they had a different idea of ontology.
Yeah, I know. We can get into the haplogroups. I understand that. So, and I didn't even want to go in that direction because that's just going to be an endless spiral of purity spiraling as to who actually counts as white. I know all this stuff. I've read all this stuff for years. I've read Yaki. I've read Mind K. I've read David Duke. I've read all of those books. I know the arguments. I know the positions. I was arguing with JF and people on the alt-right 10 years ago. So none of this is new to me, but I want to know from these people, what's the worldview that we're supposed to have? I get it. You don't like this or that action that goes on in the world. So what's the solution here? Well, the morals come from America, 100 years ago. But why? Why America 100 years ago? Give us a logical, philosophical account or reason as to why that's the perfect time or the thing that we want to go to. And then we could follow with the point that Posh is making. But the stricter you go in that position, the less you have. Okay, so now, and these people have these debates. So like, if you're a Italian born below this city, you don't count as white. Oh, if you're a Slav in this Eastern country, you don't count as white. It's just it's retarded.
Yeah, they have no ability to go through any fuss, anytime something is fuzzy. But this is also part of ethnogenesis, Northern French and Southern French aren't identical genetically for obvious reasons, but they're still French. This isn't to say you can bring in 1 million people from wherever and declare that they're French, although that technically was the French idea of citizenship.
Yeah, exactly.
In revolutionary times and stuff. But that's revolutionary times. They are biological determinists, apparently.
I know, yeah. That's where I was going to go next, was biological determinism. So I was going to go to biological determinism next.
Right. So, but then you ask them, because they stop being that the moment something goes awry with their predictions. For example, the Nordics. So they were pagan and they were based Vikings, and they went, and used underhanded tactics to fight against Christians because, paganism doesn't have honor or anything. I'm not just throwing fuel to the fire, but then they became Christians, and then they even became Lutherans, and you had the Carolingians, right, who were famously, very, very tough soldiers. So the Nordics were based, and all of a sudden, they stopped being Christian in any sense. they became more atheist, and the Church of Sweden and Norway and stuff, that's just ridiculous. But all of a sudden, where's the biological essentialism, the determinism that makes them based in chat? All of a sudden, they say, oh, they've been subverted. Well, that doesn't work with biological essentialism. Now you're a social determinist.
Well, look, my position is that the attempt within the Darwinian ethos to classify the haplogroups in terms of Caucasoid and so forth, it's it's going to be somewhat arbitrary, but it also does overlap with the lineages of ethnoi from the Old Testament. So if you look at Genesis and you have if you have the table of nations, you could say, oh, okay, generally speaking, what we call Caucasoid people are probably the descendants of Japheth, right? So that makes sense.
Yes.
But let me finish. So, but in the biblical sense, there's not like a giant civilizational group of the white people, right? Because there's a lot of blurry, fuzzy edges around who makes it into that category, as we're saying with people like Serbs or with North versus South Italy, etc. So there's a lot of ambiguity. However, I do think that the fact that there's edges and ambiguity, it doesn't follow from that we can't say that there are, quote, ethnic realities or, quote, race realities. So if you mean by race, ethnicities, then there's nothing wrong with it. In other words, it's a biblical Genesis-based idea that there are ethnicities. Race is a more general category, which is oftentimes used interchangeably, depending upon who's using it, with ethnos or with the broader sort of haplogroups, right? However, I don't think that it's right for anybody to have their people groups destroyed. And you can even find older Greek Orthodox literature that speaks this way, where it's not, if the Turks poured a zillion Muslims into Greece and had them intermarry to get rid of the Greeks, which demographic warfare is a real thing, that's wrong. That's a form of genocide. But the response from most of these people is some form of biological determinism, wherein there are no ethics, there are no morals. It's all just Nietzschean will to power. And that's the sort of, Mein K approach to things. And in that book, for example, Slavs are lesser people, they're denigrated. And you notice how arbitrary it was. Oh, the only people who count as human beings are 90 and above. What? Like, who says who? But also Down syndrome people, they're halfway people. So it's all arbitrary. Right? There's no actual argumentation as to, because there's no metaphysics in this. This is an anti-metaphysics based position because it's based on biological determinism and not science, but actually scientism. So there's a lot of things going on here.
So they have the idea of white, but that is a very American phenomenon. Because you go to Europe, people are like, hey, how do you do, fellow white person?
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're a French, or yeah.
Yeah, you are from this part, between Slavic nations, there has always been tensions, but also the case with other nations. So you go to ethnos in the term of a nation, a cultural identity, as well as a genetic identity. But again, you can't have these hard divisions because they break your entire system of categorization. It's self-defeating. And as far as what counts, I think nationality counts much more because it's much richer in terms of culture, in terms of history. And you can make the same argument, basically, barring the IQ part, because I think that's just a cope. I think there's just a way they try to give some, objective credence to their argumentation. But you can make the same argument about mixing between the ethnicities of the same race. Because you're destroying a culture, basically. Because you have, someone who's Spanish and someone who's Swedish. Now you get the Swede Spaniard, and he marries someone who's an Irish and Greek. Well, that grandson is going to be Swedish, Spanish, Irish, and Greek. And that dilutes to nothing in terms of historic relevance or participation in the culture, because you're just going to pick one or pretend to follow all four, But, you know, and you can logically play this out until it's just, you know, a negative category of, well, he's Caucasoid, he's not something else, but you lose all the profundity.
Exactly. Well said, Posh. I think also too, this is a fallacy I see in terms of some of the argumentation about this. Sometimes people who are very hardline against ethnic realities, they will argue that, oh, well, because there's gray areas with, you know, people from different areas of Europe or whatever, or the Eastern Bloc countries in terms of what they're defining as white or whatever, because there's gray areas, there is therefore no such thing. Well, if you think about colors, right? I mean, if you have red, you can move red more and more in the direction of pink or violet, and they're on a kind of a spectrum. It doesn't follow from the fact that there's pink that there's not red. So in the same way, the fact that there might be groups of people, you know, in the Caucasus Mountains that are a little more Asiatic in their appearance or in their physiognomy versus people that are a little more, you know, Nordic or whatever in their appearance, it doesn't follow from that, oh, well, then we don't know. And there is no, you know, there are no ethnos, there are no ethnicities or people. If you believe the Bible, like Genesis 10 is very clear that clearly there's a table of nations and we all descend from these peoples. And obviously there's a difference between a Scottish person and a Aborigine, right? I mean, the idea that there's no difference between a Scottish person and an Aborigine unless they profess, you know, abstract civic nationalism, like that's just so super retarded. But it also doesn't follow from that you therefore just purity spiral into like that guy as an example. Human beings are only the ones with 90 IQ and above, and also Down syndromes are half human. I mean, it's just retarded. It's arbitrary. So they don't understand that. I know what you're arguing about, biology and genetics and determinism. I've read all these people. I've got the Galtons. I've read Hans Eysenck. I've read all these people. But there are deeper other questions that are not being answered or dealt with that aren't solved by just saying, oh, let's just not have quote race mixing. Okay, but where does that stop? Like, does that mean I can't marry a Serb?
Well, I'm not sure if you'd like to.
I'm flirting with you, dude. Posh, I'm trying to marry you is what's going on here.
Actually, I am coming out of the closet here.
A beautiful black woman, I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, you just heard it. Posh got exposed. He doesn't like sisters. He just doesn't want to see a slay queen. He sees a slay queen slaying, and he feels that envy deep down. You know what I'm saying? JR, what's up? Appreciate that, Posh. Great points. By the way, come back up if you want that. I mean, I wasn't booting you off. Feel free to come up.
I just wanted to point out one thing is the fallacy that the gentleman engaged in is the age-old one that we like to call the appeal to the powdered wig man fallacy.
That's a classic. Yeah. This comes from Chris back in the day on Hoaxbusters. Well, we all know that the pinnacle of Western civilization was the deism of Ben Franklin and his, you know, because he had a gilf fetish and was a Satanist, and Thomas Jefferson and his Jacobin philosophy and his Jesus-less Bible, right? That's got to be the peak of Western civilization is the founding fathers.
They had the magic powdered wigs,
yes,
and quilt pens and parchment paper. These are the things I appeal to when I go to a civilization that was fully intact.
We got to see. The real question is, what happened to the dust that's on the powdered wigs? Because the dust in the powdered wigs is what endued the founding documents with the power that they have. For those that don't know,
They sprinkled it on the Constitution.
They sprinkled it directly on the papers.
Yeah, directly on the papers, and that created the magicalness of those documents. But also, any subsequent administrations have tried to find the remaining magic powders, and that's what they're actually looking for.
You know what's funny? What's funny about his argument is exactly the argument that I heard from the Masonic scholar at the Washington Masonic Monument. They actually believe, kind of like Mormons, that like the founding documents, that was like the peak of civilization, and that the great architect of the universe, the, you know, all-seeing eye, deism, deity, is what providentially led America to be created as the non-religious Freemasonic Enlightenment utopia. That's the way it's described at the Masonic giant temple in DC. When you take their tour, they describe it this way. So, but wait a minute, hold on. But I thought Freemasonry is like peak Judaic. All those same people will critique Freemasonry as peak, you know, Judaism for Gentiles, and yet that guy's go-to for why we're supposed to, what position is actually just a bunch of like Masonic deists.
I guess I missed the best part.
Yeah, why did you leave right when the guy, you said these people were going to come debate, and then they come here and then you leave? So
yeah, well,
tactical evasions from FDA. You saw it here.
Yeah, that's right. You got me. God, it was a good round, boys. The magic powder. This will be Nick Cage's sequel to National Treasures.
As he steals the powdered wig dust.
FDA runs from the powdered wig argument because there is no response to it.
Oh, you just got called out, dude.
Oh man. Well, I know where the missing powder is. They store it in the head of Jeremy Bentham.
No, it's this black. Well, now it's held by this black woman. So in the UK, they got Slay Queen BIPOC judges like myself, and she got the wig dust right there. It used to be, you know, weird white women like this right here, and now it's the Slay Queens. So we coming up, y'all. But let's see, where's the dust? Can you still buy the dust for these?
Apparently, new grift right there, Jay. You got to sell counterfeit powder dust.
So apparently, it was a dust, and it was called hair powder, and it was part of grooming in the 1700s. And it says it was ground up starch, wheat, rice, flour, and chalk or clay, and sometimes it was scented. So this is basically like white people version of dreadlocks, basically what this is, although it's fake, you know what I'm saying? Listen, the founding fathers was getting their hair did. They was getting weaves before the black people was getting it. So they appropriated our culture. Black people appropriated powder wig culture. They didn't even know it. It says it was a messy affair too. It says they had to wear capes and shit to cover up because of the dust going everywhere. That's what it says right here. The trend died out, however, around 1800. So no more powdered wigs after 1800. So I guess you can make your own powdered wig dust though if you want to get it blessed. John, I got a question. If FDA blessed my own homemade rice flour hair powder, would it count? Could we write up a new founding document?
Yeah, we would have to. We'd have to get together.
Constitutional convention. Constitutional convention.
Yeah, that's the only way it's going to work. It has to be in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. Shit, we ought to have Nick Cage there too. He could be one of the Benjamin Gates would be one of the founding fathers.
At Independence Hall.
Yeah, see that right there? That's American history right here, y'all. By the way, if you want to call in, feel free, hit like and share. Now, we are somewhat limited since we're on YouTube, so some of these topics, if all of his other goons call in, it might get a little much for YouTube. But David, what's up, dude? Your boy David. Dave, what's going on, man? There is supposed to be a third national treasure, and I like FDA's idea. He's going to steal the powdered wig dust. David, do you want to mute or not? Last chance, David. All right. Bruce. William the Bruce. What's up, dog?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's on your mind?
So
it's like perfect dovetail into what I was going to talk to you about. You have the libertarian topic there, right? And so this kind of church fathers, fathers of the U.S., this kind of American experiment. Like I've been thinking about this as I've been thinking a lot about orthodoxy and normative authority and authority. It seems like the United States being founded by like this rebellious Protestant sort of sectarian groups effectively is baked into the cake, this kind of anti-authoritarian position. Does that make sense to you with regard to like the Protestant ethos?
Of course.
Baptist theology is so prevalent,
Absolutely.
just sort of individualism, that kind of thing in the U.S.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So then the other thing that I'm trying to wrestle with though, like, so you have like your Calvinist Reform folks that are like kind of, deterministic, right? They're no free will. And you have this sort of libertarian free will position. I'm trying to understand how like, the Arminian or even say like Orthodox free will doesn't lead to a libertarian ethos versus say like a monarchical deterministic ethos that would be one of the Reformed Fathers or say Westminster Divines.
They didn't believe in monarchism. What do you mean?
Well, there's like a streak of people that would have been pro monarchical, and then there's also like the Reconstructionist type that moved toward this theonomic
there's not. There's not.
position, right? Where
There's not.
At least a strong authoritative church with at the head of the country.
No, there's not. That's not true. I was in the Reconstructionist camp. I was a Calvinist. The Westminster Confession was developed out of debating and rejecting the monarchist arguments. That's why they're not Anglicans. And the Reconstructionists consistently have all argued for libertarian principles, whether it's Rushdoony or Gary North. None of them argued in any way consistent that there was a church. This is one of the reasons I left Reconstructionism, is because this was super inconsistent. And I still...
well, that's right. And I've heard Rushdoony even say, like, I'm more of a libertarian-minded guy, but, like, I don't see how that all comports with the theonomic,
It doesn't. That's why I left it. I left it 20-plus years ago because it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, and so then, like, how are they like working out the free will position in the world of orthodoxy and say monarchy or things like that? Like,
what does that have to do? But what does that have to do with structure of governance? I mean, the structure of the government. For example, there's no church fathers in the first 1,000 years that teach strict predestinarianism like Calvin, and yet they all acknowledge the emperor or the monarch. So why would there be any? There's no necessary connection between the Orthodox doctrine of synergy and free will. I mean, synergy is what developed the Symphonia position of the double-headed Byzantine eagle.
Yeah, so I was reading like some of that work you had recommended to me of the Russian statesman, and so I'm trying to understand how that how church and state really come together in the Orthodox position, and how it doesn't how you don't have Americans sort of adopting more libertarianism in their paradigm if they are Orthodox.
Well, just simply that libertarianism is premised on a strict minimalist view of the state. And the position of orthodoxy historically is that the state has a duty to God and to the church, and that's not a libertarian position. So in libertarianism and in Protestantism and evangelicalism, although they've been inconsistent on this, it's not just a question of an establishment church or anti-establishmentarianism. It's also a question of whether or not there is in the Orthodox tradition and in divine revelation a teaching and a tradition about the role of the state. And most Protestants just believe default that there is no coherent position. We got to reconstruct that out of the scriptures, hence Reconstructionists, right? Yeah. We don't have to reconstruct it because it's already there. It's already the Byzantine model. That was what was the norm for the entire, from Constantine to, the fall of Byzantium. That's the norm. And even into Russia, that's the norm. So it's foreign to even to the Enlightenment and libertarianism, because libertarianism is an Enlightenment anti-state negative liberty position. So it's premised on putting first and foremost the idea of commerce and praxis and human action versus divine revelation. So orthodoxy doesn't begin with commerce and freedom of human action. Its starting point is divine revelation, Trinity, Christology, and ecclesiology, and then that informs the doctrine of the state. So
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. I think that's a good clarification. Is there not like the sort of Kuiperian sovereign sphere argument within the Orthodox world? I mean, I don't really hear that talked about very much there. You know, this sort of sovereign spheres of church, state, and family or household.
No, that's has nothing to do with Abraham Kuyper. It has to do with the classical tradition that the church has a sphere that, I mean, the state can't come in and tell the church to ban icons or to not do the Eucharist, right? But the church can't, like, the church doesn't determine, like, you know, what the death penalty is for offenders against the state. That's the role of the state. So, and the church can't come into your house and say, you must sell me your property for the church. Like, yeah, of course there's spheres of authority. That's actually all out of the Christian tradition. It's not Abraham Kuyper.
Yeah, so they would definitely like affirm that sort of basic tenet of sort of sovereign spheres.
That's why the eagle has two heads. If you look at the papist, if you look at the medieval papal position as it develops, it moves from even the Austro-Hungarian Catholic Empire had the double-headed eagle as well, but then eventually it becomes the papal triple crown. Well, the triple crown is a violation of the older Christian symbol of the two heads, because the two heads of the eagle are church and state working in symphonia. It's the same body of people, but there's two roles, right? Church deals with the eternal spiritual world. The state deals with the temporal historical world. But there is a Christian doctrine of the state. That's what's antithetical to all post-Enlightenment philosophy. That's why people in America can't conceive of the things that we argue about, and what we argue for is because it's antithetical to the very idea of Protestant Evangelical Baptist America, that there is a Christian doctrine of the state and that the state has a duty to the one true God, not any God, not the Masonic generic God, but to the Trinity.
Yeah, sure. And so then would, let's say, a proper kingdom in the Orthodox sphere would be a kingdom that affirms the Trinitarian God of the Bible, not some random.
It would be the
God position.
Yeah, look up the history of all the Orthodox kingdoms, like the Serbs who went to battle against the Muslims for the defense of the Christian people. I mean, the Crusades themselves, even though there was a lot of corruption and papal nonsense, I mean, the whole idea of the Crusades is the same basic idea, the defense of Christian civilization and Christian lands. Yeah, you had papal abuses, and you had French kings that just wanted to get rich and all that. Sure. But the idea is still, I mean, that's going to be in any warfare, right? Any warfare will have, evil troops looting and doing bad things, right? Well, we don't say, oh, well, then I guess the war was never just because you had a troop that did a bad thing. That's just retarded. Like, people just don't, everyone thinks about things like their children. Everybody thinks of religion, and this is largely due to Protestant evangelical megachurch sickness. Everyone thinks of the religious world as Sunday school. I mean, you have puppet church for adults. That's what Randy Ball's church is. So it's like a bunch of children trying to think through vast, complex historical issues like Byzantium and the death penalty and just war, or is there no just war, right? All this stuff has already been kind of worked out in history, but everybody's retarded. They're all just a bunch of kids. So that's what we're dealing with. James, what's up? But I appreciate your call. Yeah. In fact, the very question that you raised there is why I left Reconstructionism. I did go into trad Catholicism because I thought that was like I didn't know enough about Orthodoxy at the time, but the basic idea that I had when I became Roman Catholic was, well, there ought to be a Christian doctrine of the state. And it looks like, the Roman Catholic Church has always said you got to be, when it's a majority baptized Catholic country, you should have Catholic principles in government, right? That was my thinking when I was a trad cat, and that's still true. That's why I'm a Orthodox to this day. What's up, man? James?
Hey, Jay, Father Ananias, God bless. Christ is risen. Well, Christ is ascended, actually. Yeah, thank God. I got a question. So maybe this is for Father Ananias. I noticed that in some of the prayers that we have during, I think it's during Orthros, where the clergy venerate the icon of the Theotokos. And if you would give me the space, Jay, I'll just say it, because I think Father Ananias will probably get where I'm going and trying to ask about it. It says, "Open unto us the doors of thy loving kindness, O most blessed Mother of God, as we set our hope in thee, let us not be confounded, but through thee may we be delivered from all adversities, for thou art the salvation of the race of Christians. When we or this
It's just the old. It's the usage of a lot of people in Old English times, or it's just a generic word that just means a group. So I mean, the church fathers, when they're translating into English, could you make me a couple espresso shots? Thank you. I mean, the church fathers, when they're translated into English, they use this language a lot, like the race of Christians, right? So it's just talking about them as a group, and it's a generic use of the term. So it has nothing to do with modern racial biological determinism.
Okay, so and I think the reason, and maybe you'll clarify or you'll correct me, but I think prior to becoming Orthodox, obviously I'm black, right? So I would come and most of life thinking in racial divisions, right? Separation, segmentation. But then as I looked at the church, I thought it as a unified body. I was like, oh, when I heard that prayer, I'm like, oh, so we are called the nation of the kingdom of heaven is separated. It's a new kingdom. And so our race is now, we are realigned in the spirit. So by baptism, we are changed. Yes, at the natural state, our physical bodies may still represent, Greek or et cetera, but our spiritual representation changes on earth. That was kind of what I was thinking, but it sounds like
all this means is
a group of people.
Well, your race doesn't change, because if you look at icons, and you look at, say, Moses the Black, he's still a black dude. He didn't become a gray floating blob, because the whole idea of the resurrection is that we retain who we are, even though we will be transfigured. There will be a change in our whole physiognomy. We don't lose our history, and so a lot of this has to do with erasing who you were and who we are in terms of our history. And anytime Orthodoxy goes into a culture, it lifts up the good parts of the existing natural qualities or virtues that are there, right? So it doesn't have to wipe everything away. A lot of modern NGO-based fake churchianity, however, is a weaponized tool to go into other countries and to remake them and destroy them in the image of Americanism. And that's what we've been talking about forever and ever, about the Cold War stuff. The churches a lot of them got co-opted in the Cold War to be essentially NGOs and forms of soft power for Americanism. And they do engage in this sort of just nonsensical absurdities. But if you look in the book of Revelation, when John sees into heaven, he sees people out of every tribe, tongue, and nation. He doesn't say we're all one, quote, race, and we lost all of our past. And again, we can show this by the Galatians 3 text, which is always misused. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female. Oh, is Paul a trans advocate? So when you become a Christian, and by the way, there are actual people who, like at Fordham, argue, yes, this is actually a trans advocate position. That's how crazy this stuff is. And it's not even like, it's odd. If you read the Bible, even within its own holistic context, there's no point at which ethnicity or ethnoi goes away. It just can't be an idol, but it's not bad in itself. And it's the entire project of globalization and the globalists to erase your people group and your history.
By the way, this comes up too with politics. People get frustrated with politics. Most of it's fake and gray. We all know that. And so it's really easy for people to fall into the extremes that my kingdom's not of this earth, and you don't engage, and nation states don't matter, and we're all one. It's the same issue in politics. And as Jade pointed out, when priests are criticizing people's politics and stuff like that, they're not saying not to be politically engaged or proud of your nation or something like that. They're saying not put the first things first. Like, don't make the second, third, fourth things idols above. But how many times have we seen that? Like, it's just, well, it's all, fake and gray, and I'm Orthodox, and I'm going to just pray, and none of this stuff matters. It's like, well, you're an idiot. That's what it's called. So it's the same with this. Like, yeah, it's not dissolving real identities and boundaries and stuff. And what that really means is, in terms of dignity and salvation, we're all one, while still keeping one's history and people and whether, and then it's also nation too. We're not going to have one world, because what's the other thing, like one world government? That's what I always say too. Like, well, what's your options? International socialism, right? One world government, or like a nation state, like. And that's why Jay is saying all this stuff's all funded to dissolve those things.
Grabthar Jack, what's up, dude? Grabthar, what's up? Do you want to talk or not? Unmute, last chance. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
Hey, I got a friend of mine who's been a pretty good source, got me into theology, long story short. But for whatever reason, he seems to be really stuck up on the Sabbath. And I don't really know how to, or I'm not even equipped to challenge him on that stuff because I'm so new at this.
Okay, so so basically, if you look in the book of Acts, they're worshiping on the first day of the week. They're coming together for the breaking of bread, which is the Eucharist. You can look at the fact that the Hebrews 4 is very important because Christ fulfilled the Sabbath in terms of the Old Testament Sabbath when he rested. When he rested in the tomb, that's the fulfillment of the Sabbath. And then when he resurrected, there's a new eternal Sabbath. That is the eternal state that Christ brought at the first advent. In the Orthodox Church on the Saturday Vespers, we still honor the Saturday, seventh day. But it's more proper to go with the day of resurrection because John is in the Spirit on the Lord's Day. That's when he sees into heaven and sees the heavenly liturgical worship because Christ fulfilled the meaning of the Sabbath. So Sabbatarians and SDA don't understand typology. They don't understand the significance of Christ's resurrection being the true, real Sabbath, even according to Hebrews 4. And so they're stuck in Judaizing. And the more we go through this, the more I realize that all of Protestantism is really just a bunch of Judaizing heresy at every level. And that's, by the way, why God Logic and IP and AP and all these people are in the TPUSA, Zio evangelical sphere. And that's why they send people to synagogues, to Messianic synagogues. It all makes sense to me now. Because all of Protestantism is this. Fumentari, what's up?
Hi, Jay. So back on the question about like paganism and stuff, and the we was talking about like ethnicity and stuff. In the commandments, does it say like about adultery? I saw on Twitter someone talking about this, like adultery could be considered like adultering the blood. Is that something that could be the case?
I don't think so. I've never heard of that. Adultery? You mean like if I marry outside of my people group, am I committing adultery with my blood?
Yeah, like you don't adulter the blood. I don't know. I think it might have been a Catholic who was saying it, so it's probably a bunch of BS. But also, I'm banned on YouTube, so can you please unban me? I don't know why I am.
Well, I might have hit the wrong person, but what's your handle?
Fumentari is the same.
Same. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay.
Mm-hmm. Meth enjoyer. Here we go. We know it's going to be.
It's Isaac, my buddy.
Hey, how we doing today?
Good.
Hey, long time no see, man. I'm gonna come and get you, man. Bring you back.
Bro, listen. I'm not built for 7 months worth of winter. I actually really like the PNW, but I'm glad to speak to you. I caught the last end of what you guys were saying about Protestantism and Zionism, the whole sphere, but which maybe we could talk about a little later. But I'm just more curious in terms of Islam, and I'm more interested in the historicity stuff. Like, what is like, and correct me, and I want to tell you my take, and I want you guys to tell me if I'm wrong about this. My understanding is that, generally speaking, the narrative is that there is a reason to believe that the basic narrative around Muhammad, who he is, where he's from, when he was born, and when he died, is basically true. I mean, obviously the theological stuff and the claims that he made about, obviously they're false, but in terms of like his actual existence, but I've also heard stuff that possibly that maybe he was born earlier, like 100 years earlier than they claimed, or that he might not even have been born in Mecca. He was possibly born in like Petra or some other city in what we call southern Jordan, northern Arabia. I mean, do you guys know anything about this, or have you? What do you think?
I don't know. There's a lot of there's a handful of YouTube evangelical types that are using this line of argument. I don't. I mean, maybe it's true. I don't know if it's that effective, but I don't know enough about it. I'm not a historian when it comes to Islam. I'm just focused on sort of the theological contradictions and that kind of stuff. So, and with these kinds of debates, it's always really. I'm not saying they're not useful or that they don't matter, but like it's kind of like the Jesus never existed line of argument, right? No, none of the Christians are really going to find that very compelling, unless they're just super low tier and don't know anything about extra Christian sources about this kind of stuff. So I don't think you're gonna, because this kind of a debate requires all this like PhD paper level historical investigation, and Muslims are not going to do that, man. I've been debating Muslims for 10 years. They don't care about that. It's like 80, 90 IQ people who believe, I mean, it's even doing the like Trinitarian debates is almost a disservice because it gives the impression that there's this like high tier Islamic metaphysic, and maybe there's a few of those in the Middle Ages, but that's not what Islam is, man. Truffles, what's up? Truffles, what's on your mind? I'm mute.
Oh, hello, Jay. I actually didn't expect to get up here yet. So I'm having trouble rectifying the stuff about the Eucharist. It's a little confusing to my small retard brain.
Rectifying what, though?
I understand it's not in Orthodoxy. I understand it's not entirely symbolic, but it is still partially symbolic, correct?
I guess if you mean that, like it to the eyes, it presents bread and wine, but in reality, it's the real thing. I mean, you could say in that sense, but for Orthodoxy, and actually for the ancient and medieval world, symbols were not viewed as we view symbols in the post-Enlightenment world. We view symbols as abstracted and divorced from any kind of metaphysical ontological reality. And the ancient medieval world didn't view, quote, symbols that way. So, it's like we call sometimes the creed is called the symbol. Well, that doesn't mean that it's symbolic and we don't believe the creed. It's just a way to speak of the doctrine or the belief. So in that sense, it's, quote, symbolic. But for Orthodoxy, icons are symbols, but they're symbols of reality. They're not just abstracted. They're actually reality. And they're grounded in history, right? Icons have the things about the person in history because we're not Neoplatonists. We don't erase history. Neoplatonists do.
By the way, etymologically, symbolic comes from symbios, which
Mm-hmm.
means the bringing of two things together.
Mm-hmm.
So, as Jade said, in antiquity, we don't have this kind of modern notion that
Go ahead, FTA. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and TT, you go ahead and yeah.
that symbolic is detached or just kind of metaphorical or spiritualized or something like that. And antiquity, symbios means real. It just means, like, for example, with the Eucharist, the two things being brought together is the divine and the sensible too. Like the right, it's really God right there. It's not simply an abstraction or a metaphor or spiritualized. It's literally God, and you are seeing the bread and the wine as well too. So two things being brought together, very much like example that, and I think St. Maximus uses this word too, the great symbios, the great sign is Christ. He's actually a symbios of God and man. And we wouldn't say, oh, well, that's just a metaphor. It's like, no, it's actually ontologically and metaphysically united in hypostasis. Right there, that you point at it.
I have a talk that would be relevant for this on icons, how icons are real. It's the philosophy of icons talk. I know you're talking about the Eucharist, but the principle applies. So everything in regard to our sacramentology, it's all just derived from Christology. So all the principles of the hypostatic union flesh out to impact and determine our ecclesiology, our sacramentology, etc., and our idea of iconography too.
Understandable. Appreciate it, you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, I do have lectures through the entirety of John, including a podcast on John 6, where we get into sort of Eucharistic arguments. Spenny, what's up? One of the things that helped me as a Protestant too was when Matitix was debating Bonson, and we need to do a review of the Matitix Bonson debate, because when I was a Calvinist, it was Jerry Matitix who hit me to the liturgical aspects of Hebrews 13 and that whole paragraph where Paul's talking about we have an altar and we give a Eucharistia thanks. When I was Protestant, I never even thought about that. I was like, wait a minute, why is Paul saying there's an altar, and why is he using the word Eucharist there in that context? I never thought about that, right? Because if you're Protestant, you think that the continuation of the application of Christ's sacrifice is blasphemous, right? Because it's once for all. It's once for all. So you're going back to the Old Testament. Well, then why is Paul still using the word altar? And then when it's funny when you ask Protestants, they'll like, oh, it's spiritual. So Protestants literalize when it's spiritual, and they spiritualize when it's literal. So they have a consistent problem with that. Spenny, what's up? Lil Duce says, says, hold on a second. Are you going to play the 007? I tried to play it yesterday. I couldn't get the chat to come up on the screen. So there was no point in me playing it if I couldn't see you guys' chat. So, I mean, I toggled the display chat button on and it still wouldn't come up. So I got to figure out how to make that work. I see a lot of people saying it's woke. I've only finished the first part, which is like the training course for 007. And I do have a couple BIPOC handlers. So if that's what it means to be woke, I might still play it. But Bond always had a woman handler. I mean, he serves the queen, right? So, I mean, that's kind of a matriarchy. But Spenny, what's up?
Hey, Jay, how you doing? Thank you for having me up.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you about, I've been formulating a new argument for the Eucharist based on needgod.net. I want to know what you thought about it.
Based on that dude? How is that dude a basis for argument?
The retard argument, where I will cite where Jesus says, "This is my body," and then proceed to just say, well, you don't believe Jesus, so I believe Jesus, and I'm scared for your salvation. I think you should believe God. That's about it. I just keep repeating that over and over.
It probably would work with that tier of people. That's a very low tier group over there, so that would probably play pretty well. So it sounds like, by the way, I meant to mention this about AI. It sounds like because Sam Altman said they want to make AI a utility that you buy, like your water services or your, sanitation services. You'll have AI services that you pay for. And then I noticed Larry Fink talking about trillions of dollars for AI data centers. Watch this.
Americans to think about growing with the United States. We will have far than enough money to invest in this infrastructure. But as the governor was talking about, the need for electrons is growing every day. Some of these, if we're going to be the leader in technology, which we are, if we are going to be the leader in AI, which we presently are, it's just going to require trillions of dollars of investments. And if we don't invest in it, China will be the global leader in this. And so to me, it's not whether This is a must. And if you think about how that translates, it translates into a more dynamic economy. We need the United States economy to grow at over 2%. We need the U.S. economy to grow at 3%.
Are you guys saying you can't hear the clip at all? Or you can't, or he's like low or something? Looks like it's the actual clip is actually a pretty low volume clip, so that might be what it is. But let me make sure that I've got all this set right. Okay.
You can hear it on X.
Can you guys in the chat hear Larry Fink, or is it too low?
Especially with the growing deficits the federal government has. And so much of this money, not just the projects, is going to be coming from the private sector, from savings accounts, from pension accounts, from insurance companies, and on and on and on.
So they want this to become the next utility. That's what Altman was saying. And that's why he's saying there will be trillions of dollars put into this. And that's why the data centers are going up everywhere. I'm still not clear exactly on what its major use is supposed to be. Yes, I know we've been hearing forever for the last several years, it's going to replace the clerk. It's going to replace this person, that. I get it. And maybe it will. But, and even if there's AI data centers everywhere, I mean, I'm still not understanding how a glorified search engine is going to like, so this makes me think, could there be an Enron angle to this? Because a lot of the same people involved in Enron are also kind of involved in the background of this stuff, which Lord Voldemort mentioned that the other day, which makes me think maybe there's a giant like scam bubble going on. I'm not saying that AI won't have a role in our lives in the future or whatever, and maybe it will get dystopian. I'm just still not understanding. I had a guy on who worked in AI. I went on his podcast like 2 months ago, and he went deep into explaining what all it was going to replace. And I just still am not understanding what it's supposed to be doing at that level. Like how, I mean, unless they're just preparing some sort of giant smart city gulag that's run by AI data centers, like what is AI going to do in Memphis, Tennessee, where they just built this giant AI data center that Memphis requires this much AI? You see what I'm saying?
Data storage and data grabbing.
But they already have that. That's what I don't understand why AI is. Maybe AI is the cover for more of that. But the problem is, so back when
That's what I think.
Okay, back when I worked at AT&T, when I was just a low level like sales dude at like a Verizon, right? But I was at AT&T, and we had to do training at the giant hub in Nashville, right? So they have this giant hub in Nashville, and on the bottom floor, it's like a former Microsoft facility, or I forget what it is, but it's just this huge, like boring business complex, right? With Business Corp, where they make businesses complex, right? And then you go for the training, and then there's all these underground servers. And the whole giant complex has a giant, it's not an underground base, it's just a basement that is all servers. And they were saying that this was back in like 2011, I want to say 2012. They were saying then, oh, this is all of the internet traffic and data for the Bible Belt, basically. So they already have like giant data facilities. Maybe this is a way to do more of that. But I'm still just not understanding like what actual function AI is supposed to serve beyond, I mean, retarded internet videos. Like what? Giving you like shitty answers to every question you ask, and then contradicting itself like 5 minutes later. Like what awesome service is this actually supposed to do that we're being told? And that's what makes me think, is this like the Enron or like the .com bubble where it was all hyped up and a bunch of money was stolen and lost in, trading and options and all that. And then down the road, yeah, it eventually gets integrated like the internet did, right? So if you remember when the internet popped off, it was called the .com boom, where everybody thought, oh, it's here. The internet's going to be in every area of our life. We're going to do all of our shopping online. And so there was this huge inflated stock market trading bubble, and the actual infrastructure wasn't there to actually do all of this and all of our shopping online like we do now, right? So people were correct that Amazon and these kinds of entities would take over, they would rule, but they were way too early. And I don't know, but I'm just wondering, like, is because all I see in my feed now is everyone fussing about the data centers. And by the way, AT&T, AT&T was doing this back in the Cold War. They were spying on people and had set up basically surveillance hubs for all communications a long time ago. Bell Labs was what helped pioneer that with the CIA. That's in John Marx's book, by the way. So none of this stuff is like, none of this is really new. This is all old. But now it's just being sort of normalized and becoming omnipresent. But there's so much smoke and mirror around AI. It's hard to figure out what's actually going on and what's the smoke and mirror. John, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with they want to integrate a lot of your information online.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to take a lot more data centers to be able to do all that.
Okay.
So, like, you know, all of the things that you're looking at and connect, you know, eventually lead to like digital ID.
Probably.
I don't know how fast that would come up, but even they might even have to do like, and I was thinking about this not too long ago, was they might even have to do like stealth digital ID. Because people are so like openly opposed to it.
Uh-huh.
It's like they might integrate it in the background, and then it's something that's been going on for like 10 years and you didn't even know. And then they're like, oh, hey, by the way, we've been integrating all of your information online. And now 10 years later, we're just going to put this on a digital chip or credit card or whatever.
Panoptic says, Jay, you're behind. AI can become an automated surveillance and identifying people and entities. I'm not behind. I wrote about that 15 years ago. I know all about that. And I know that's what they want to eventually do. But what I'm saying is the infrastructure is not there yet for that. Yeah, maybe the data center is supposed to be the infrastructure for that. But even with the data centers, like, okay, so you got a giant data center and everybody's got phones. I mean, you're already in a panopticon. All of this is already like accessible to centralized entities. So I don't really understand what just repeating the fact that it's going to be a panopticon. I know that, man. I've been reading about that for 2 decades, but I mean, I know what Bentham said. I know what Auguste Comte said. I'm aware of that. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I know about all that. By the way, this was an interesting graphic. This is supposed to depict Islam in Spain, I think, right? And then Spain eventually responds. That's into France, right? And then the point of the graphic being that it's not the case that Islam has to win. The problem with this graphic, though, is that this was back like in the Middle Ages when you had people who fought and died and lived a life of kind of battle, right? Spain and Portugal. And people were a lot more virile at that time. So I'm not sure that you're going to get Europeans being like, you know, medieval Spain to fend off, because these countries have all been socialized into Fabian socialism, right? I mean, the whole EU was, by the way, an OSS project. And we encountered that in the Ratio book, which nobody talks about because everybody thinks, oh, dude, tiny mustache man created the EU. No, he didn't. That's total bullshit. It's literally Bill Donovan, the European Economic Community, OECD, the European Steel Conglomerate, and the OSS that created it. It's the European project of the OSS. And they're working model was Fabian socialism, not capitalism, not Austrian economics, not Marxism, Fabian socialism, reformed Marxism, which is Marxism combined with monopoly capital. Okay. And that's not national socialism. It's none of those. It's international Fabian socialism, which is amenable to the Fortune 100. That's why the Fortune 100, 500 push Fabian socialist Marxist ideas, but they're not Marxist. This is what nobody can figure out, even still, even though it's all in the books and even though we talk about it nonstop. And people think that we're fighting some medieval battle. It's not a medieval battle, dude. We're not going to have crusades again. We're in 6th generational warfare. That's not, kings and princes and stuff. That shit doesn't exist anymore. And the kings and princes that do exist are creeper Epstein butt buddies. Guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so by funding the grift. According to Ruslan, you funding the grift right here. The guy with Rap Church is calling us a grift. There is the link right there to support the stream. And my beautiful wife, Jamie, will be coming on here in a bit. In maybe an hour or two, or no, maybe pretty soon. Jamie, are you coming on? And we will be covering the dark secrets of Tantra, because Jamie has gone deep into some interesting texts, and I thought that would be a really fun show. Let's take some calls as quick as we can before Jamie gets ready to come in here. Who disagrees? You go to the headline. Go ahead, John.
Could I say one more thing?
You say whatever you want. Sure, say whatever you want.
So I think what they want to do is they, like you were saying, like we already live in an octagon where it's easily accessible for them to see whatever you're doing online or where you've been all day.
Go ahead.
But they want that to be accessible to everybody, like, the Black Mirror social credit score.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I just wonder, that also I think would require a lot of infrastructure that's still not there yet, but maybe the infrastructure is there and I don't know. Maybe like everybody's phone is part of the infrastructure, part of the back door somehow, and we don't know. Or and I'm saying that because I'm not talking about being in downtown LA, but like there's 20 cities I could go to right now in the middle of Tennessee, in the middle of nowhere, and they don't have anything like this. There's not any of this infrastructure. So, okay, so maybe the AI can hack into a street light camera, but okay, so who's going to come arrest me? The robots? Are they going to have an infrastructure at the local police to arrest me for jaywalking? Because it's just, I'm not seeing where in the world all of this architecture is yet rolled out. Now it could be, again, maybe they're just going to, I don't know, maybe there'll be a giant economic collapse and they'll say you got to get on the UBI, or who knows, another war.
Or maybe it functions like in the Fifth Element. Remember how like the cops don't even really know what's going on?
Oh, they just arrest you because it says to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
good point.
That could be our potential future too.
Great point. I forgot about that part of Fifth Element. Hey, Jamie, are you coming?
Yeah, it's like a functioning, dysfunctional dystopia.
Who disagrees? You go to the headline before beautiful Jamie comes on to discuss the secrets of Tantra and Tantric Buddhism and the epidemic of yoga chicks on Instagram and the takeover of yoga in the West. I'll be wearing my yogurt pants so you can all see my thick birthing thighs that I got. I attained those thick thighs just for y'all to help birth some new BIPOC babies to beat everybody in the battle. I'm joking, by the way. Joseph, you disagree? What's up? Did y'all see this manosphere, so-called manosphere? I don't even know what this is, but this dude charges $100,000 a year for getting screamed at, I guess, at his men's meeting. We got to watch this because, by the way, you're going to notice how similar this fake manosphere crap is to evangelical churches. Joseph, You got on mute, man. What's up?
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's up?
Okay, so Gavin Orland dropped a small video today where he was just kind of talking while he was outside, and he was mentioning this point, and I kind of agree with him. Maybe you can enlighten me. The claim that a lot of Protestants are making is that only recently have Eastern Orthodox Christians started saying things like, yeah, we know the church is the exclusive ark, but that doesn't mean God can't save people outside in like a non-normative means. And he's saying that throughout history, the church is very clear that they are basically saying that your eschatological position is anathema if you're not living within the church. So what do you have to say about that?
No, that's fully in line with what we're saying, right? So in other words, if you persevere into the end outside of the mystical body, you are outside of the ark. But I mean, Paul himself said, who are we to judge those without? So he's confusing us judging a person's eternal destiny with judging the public confession of the heterodox group that they're in, right? So for example, the anathemas of the Seventh Ecumenical Council about icons, those aren't directed directly at your Baptist grandmother. So in the Orthodox conception, this is what he's missing, what he's not understanding, is that heresy is not merely being ignorant. To whom much is given, much is required. The patristic definition of what a heretic or a schismatic is to obstinately and knowingly oppose the truth. Now, you can have a sin of ignorance where you willfully are ignorant, and you still have to give an account for that. But merely being ignorant of a thing is not the same thing in terms of the culpability for obstinately opposing the positions. So James White is a heretic. Why? Because he has obstinately opposed the Orthodox Catholic position for decades. Gavin Ortland is a heretic because he obstinately, knowingly opposes and lies about the things that are presented to him to recast it to prove his butt buddy church, which he's actually in a butt buddy church, by the way. They just had a giant scandal. So that's why we don't immediately just say, oh, if you've not been baptized into the Orthodox Church, you're automatically damned. And again, remember, these people think of, quote, salvation as a one-time act where you pray the sinner's prayer or you confess Jesus with your mouth. That's not what salvation is in the Orthodox conception. So we have a different conception of salvation. And thus, for us to say that we can warn you that you're outside of the ark, it still doesn't give us the position or the place to say, I know your eternal destiny, because I don't know your eternal destiny. But if you're not inside the ark, you will suffer a shipwreck, right? And there are examples where there have been people who, Cornelius has his prayer heard before he's in the church. So God can hear a person's prayer. There are graces outside of the church, or else no one would ever come to the church. You can't come to the church without grace, right? So the prayers for an unbaptized infant, for example, are different than the prayers for those inside the church. And we pray for our dead relatives, even those that have died outside the church. Why would we do that there'd be no point of that if they're automatically damned? But we don't know that. So people are confusing the humble position of not knowing things and admitting that we don't know those things because we're not told those things in Orthodoxy versus where you have strong statements in the church fathers about obstinate heretics, right? Your grandmother might not be an obstinate heretic. And that's why we are rougher and more aggressive with obstinate heretics as the church fathers were. They were much more obstinate and much more aggressive with people like Arius or Nestorius, who were massive heresy arcs. That's why Ruslan is much worse than a Baptist grandmother. Ruslan is out here literally directing people to get circumcised at these fake ass churches. And then when people apostatize, he laughs about it. He doesn't give a shit. He's a total phony, obviously. All right. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. That's a foot fart. You're going to go crazy thinking I'm just sitting here farting because I'm sweating like crazy. It's a sweaty foot fart. The air is on. It just gets hot as hell in here when you sit. And we are going to shift gears a little bit to talk about, thank you guys on the call in. You guys might not want to wait. So you guys can come back over here on the live stream. What? Okay. I'll play this clip while Jamie goes and gets a pillow. I thought this was funny. This was some sort of red pill mano toxic masculinity person. And I'm saying that in a joke sense. Like, obviously a lot of this shit's gay as hell from the left, But then because the left and feminism is so dominant, you get these sort of crazy level weirdo grifter dudes that create almost like churches or cults. But notice how similar this is to like an evangelical church. Watch this.
Along the way, go side draw, go side draw, go side.
I don't know what that song is, so I'm not gonna play the song. But like, so you pay $1,000 to go see, and he's got like a Las Vegas. The background is like a Ferris wheel. And he's got smoke machines and dudes screaming, and dudes all acting and looking tough. Here's the thing about this kind of stuff is that it's so performative, right? It's like the evangelical church, which makes the religion into an external performative action. I mean, masculinity can have an external action if you are called to war or you work some sort of, masculine day job where you're digging ditches. And sure, all that stuff is part of masculinity. But what's weird about this stuff is this is so performative and like not even real. It's like shitty entertainment, right? Just like the evangelical churches are. And you've got all these dudes wearing a shirt with this dude's name on it. Elliot. Who the hell's Elliot, dude? Elliot. And look at this dude right here. Like it's all there's even women here. And then what Elliot screams at you to be a man, and then he's got a row of paid tough dudes.
When are they gonna rip phone books?
They're not even as cool as the strong boys, dude. This shit is like the strong boys in the churches, right? The strong boy ministry. What are they called? The Bible. They don't rip Bibles in half, do they? they rip encyclopedias in half. What are they called? Evangelical. What are they called?
Strong boys.
Muscle boys. The muscle boys. Evangelical muscle boys rip phone books.
There he is.
Power team. I couldn't think of the power team, dude. The power team is cooler than these dudes. The power team will rip a whole phone book. And this dude's just running around screaming at people with dude's wearing his name on their shirt. This is just weird, dude. This is so gay. And then he's up there with his girlfriend. And then he just screams at you. Dude, rip a phone book at least. The Christian strong boys can rip a phone book in half.
Let's see him do it.
In fact, he could do like 10 in a row. Look at this. Watch this.
Ooh,
Boom. Look at that.
right in half.
I was going to say he ought to rip a Bible in half, but then that wouldn't work, would it? That would be blasphemous. Oh, wait. What? Is he ripping Bibles in half? He could rip the Urantia book in half. That's all right.
He's ripping phone books for Jesus.
Yeah.
What is this?
This is why you should say the sinner's prayer. Don't you want to pray the sinner's prayer? Look at what that dude did to a phone book.
If you don't rip phone books, you might be going to hell.
If you don't pray the sinner's prayer, he'll rip you in half, dude. Come on down to the altar. We've got strong boys here. They can rip a phone book in half, perhaps even a Bible, but we won't do that. If you come down to the altar, I'll give you a hot cheese pizza. Say the sinner's prayer. Let football into your heart. Let the strong boys into your heart. By the way, the reason that we're calling it the strong boys is because we were watching The Righteous Gemstones, and in season 3 or whatever, they had the evangelical power team. And Jamie and I were trying to remember what the name of this was. Because if you're in the Baptist church, you saw this. We grew up Baptist. Evangelicals, like, that, right? These guys come for youth group, and then they rip the Bible in half, and we could not remember the name of it. And they're called the power team. But the power team is cooler than these weirdo dudes, right? Look at that dude. That dude's doing full Jean-Claude Van Damme right there. He just did a full-on blood sport, literally. Watch this. It's blood sports. I mean, it's Van Damme blood sports. What I'm trying to say. Boom, dude. Look at that. And then he does a little dance. What's this dude doing with balloons? Dude, he's huffing nitrous, bro.
He's doing whippets there on.
Why is it going so fast? What are you doing? So just blowing up balloons to pop them? I don't understand this part of the power thing.
Capacity maxing.
Oh, lung capacity. I was like, what the heck is this?
They're
dude?
lung maxing right now.
Yeah. And then the power too. Look at that dude's fat. How many? Yes. Oh, they're competing to see who can rip. That's Ibarra's papacy book he's ripping in half there. He's like, this book is boring as hell, dude. It's just copy paste. Anyway, would you rather go see the Strong Boys or Elliot to scream at you about what a man is?
Strong Boy.
It's just so performative, dude. And everything that you see Elliot doing here could have just as easily been an evangelical megachurch pastor. It reminds me also, remember when Bill Gates is running up there and they're all doing the Microsoft, remember that? The meme? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-mm. You've seen it a million times. Jamie never knows any reference that I'm coming up with. And then like, you'll get it like an hour later. You'll realize what I was talking about. Everybody made fun of this for when the Microsoft CEOs were doing their dance and Bill Gates is dancing, right? This is to hype you up, right?
That's how I dance.
Are you getting hyped up or not?
Yeah.
Start me up. Look at Bill Gates dancing, dude. This went viral before there were viral videos. This is like one of the first viral. I'm serious. It's one of the first viral videos. This is like Star Wars kid era viral videos. Okay. All right. Jamie has done a tremendous amount of research lately on the bizarre realm of tantric Buddhist philosophy, history, and yoga. And so she's going to give us a deep dive here. We're going to get deep into this. Guys, you can still support the stream, of course, with super chats. Super chats are done through Streamlabs or natively through YouTube if you'd like. And I will give you the link right here if you want to support us. Of course, I will be splitting some of these super chats with Jamie as well. And we got to be careful. I don't think we'll get anything too
Did you
tantric yoga history. We got to have some stuff in the background here.
Did you play the booger whistle song?
I did earlier. Do you want me to play it again?
At the end.
Would you like to have tantra with this man here?
No.
Is this the guy who's going to instruct us on tantra?
He's gonna heal you with his magic.
I think
lingam.
This dude is just trying to get laid. That's my philosophy. No. So, and I think that's going to be a theme that we have with a lot of the gurus is gurus are just trying to touch butts, right?
Well, that's why I called it Gurus Gone Wild a couple months ago when me and Courtney did that show.
Let me pull up Booger Whistle because I'm sure we're going to play it at some point. So where do you want to start? Because there's a lot of information here and there's a lot of, we got to blow our noses here so we don't have booger whistles. Marks and traits of the cult guru. They do not typically like you doing well. What?
They are persecuting me. They do not have spiritual eyes to see. Therefore, they must take down what they do not understand.
That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. Do the Bill Gates. Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru who's driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce. What? How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce?
What? I had vision last night. The ascended masters came down to me. They says, Swami, you are to get Rolls Royce.
That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. All right. That is the introduction to the new segment where we cover Tantra, yoga. We're going to get into all of it, why it came into the West, how it influenced us to be where we are, why it's useful to the global elite, and the dangers, spiritually speaking, ideologically speaking, to Tantra, yoga, and whatnot. And you called it twisted yoga.
No, that's the name of the
documentary.
we
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. We did it. I forgot. We got to do this documentary, or we got to talk about the documentary. Bivolaru. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Bivolaru. Is that where you want to start? Or do you want to get
Let's
into
start
your
talking
next?
about that.
Okay. Well, let me pull up the videos on that
Okay.
guy. So, if you don't know, as a perfect test case example, there was a famous Romanian grifter man named Bivolaru, and he created a tantric cult that's like a almost sort of trafficking, mind control-y type of thing. And the documentary that we watched was called Twisted Yoga.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the trailer for this documentary. Now, we didn't just watch documentary. Jamie's also read several books recently on this topic, and one of those is one that I read, not the entirety of because it's a very long book, but many years ago I found a book by the Tremondis, Victor and his wife Victoria Tremondi, on the left-hand path and tantric Buddhism and the Dalai Lama. It's a very fascinating text. It's a good apologetic for this type of stuff, because most people in the West, obviously, like the Instagram chicks, like they don't get into the deep philosophy. They just want to be spiritual or whatever. So for them, it's just sort of a fad or a phase or a thing to, I don't go to church, but I'm spiritual, not religious. And this is everywhere, right? And it's been everywhere since the 60s counterculture revolution, because a lot of that was underpinned with transcendental meditation, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the Beatles. They all introduced a lot of that to the West. But we're going to start with the documentary that was a lot of fun, called Twisted Yoga. It was not my favorite documentary. We had a lot of people in the chat recommending that we watch it. It's okay. I feel like there are better documentaries. There's some really funny parts in it, though, when this guy ends up going on Romanian national TV and trying to defend himself. That was the funniest part. Do you remember when he starts doing magical breathing because he thinks that he can release energy to the audience watching it and they will receive his love? And the dude looks like the most, like the grossest, just like Coomer man you've ever seen. He looks like he runs a prawn shop. Like
That's what they are.
Yeah, I know, but we're gonna get to that. I'm just saying, like, you could look at this dude and tell he's gross.
Yeah.
But all of these yoga chicks are like duped by this guy, which is bizarre to me. But it's a Apple TV documentary. I feel like they could have done it all in one. I don't think it needed to be like 3 45-minute segments. They could have just done one. It would have been better in my view. But the last one is the best one. If you do want to watch this, I recommend the third installment, which is just mainly about Bivolaru himself. So let's get into this. Twisted Yoga. Tell us about the story.
What's crazy about this is that it's not just one guy. It's an entire international federation of yoga schools called Atman.
Right. So this guy went kind of under the radar because all of the networked schools didn't list him as connected to it, but he was kind of in the background running it, which, yes, in my mind, this does raise the possibility of organized crime or intelligence agencies or foreign funding. And we actually will get to that, because as I'm watching this, like, my suspicions kind of were confirmed, because Bivolaru came to prominence during Romania transitioning out of communism and into more of a Western, neoliberal mindset. And that's going to be very relevant to the story.
Yeah, he came to be famous for teaching yoga in Romania during the communist regime.
Right. So when they had Ceausescu in there, Ceausescu and the Soviets banned yoga as well as all the other sort of religious, mainline church practices that you would think of. Everybody knows that they banned Christianity, but they also banned yoga, which I didn't even know that. But it actually doesn't surprise me, because, I mean, if you're an atheist, like, you would obviously not be for Tantric Buddhism either, but that's relevant because ironically, and I'm not pro-Soviet or communist, but ironically, the Ceausescu's Secret Service had giant files on this dude, and they already knew he was a scammer. So even though like Soviets could figure out this dude is a scammer. By the way, to the people asking in the chat, yes, we've already done several cults like this. We did Teal Swan's documentary on her. Teal Swan, I feel like you're not in alignment with me right now.
Ugh.
I feel like you're disagreeing with me right now. We did Teal Swan's documentary. We did Osho with Tristan, Wild Wild Country years ago. We did the Holy Hell. We did Kumare, and we did the Father Yod family cult.
And Gwen Shamblin.
Oh, we did Gwen Shamblin cult. So for a lot of the people asking in the chat, many of those we have done. We might revisit some of them because we're going to revisit, by the way, Eyes Wide Shut next, but it's fun to go back 10 years after you've kind of covered some of this stuff and see what your appraisal is a decade later. So, all right, so we're in Romania. We got the Soviets. They don't like this dude because he's a weirdo. He's a creeper. According to the Soviet records, he tried to creep on a young girl, like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, when he was like 16 or something. So they already kind of had, you see the files there, like they already had confidential files on him as they called him I think they said it was like criminally insane or criminal proclivities or something.
Yeah. Oh, and I didn't know France had its own cult division of
Oh, so
law enforcement.
there's an Interpol dude in the documentary who works in Interpol's cult section because, of course, obviously cults oftentimes tie into organized crime.
Mm-hmm. So was on the trail of this tantric master too, and so the documentary is like a couple people's testimonies, 3 or 4 people who went through the whole school of his, and then they were
one dude and like 5 women, right?
Well,
and
yeah.
all of the women, by the way, it's interesting. You notice the pattern is that almost all the ones in this documentary are European or British, and they're
Australian.
I thought some of them were British chicks.
And
Are
some
they
of them
Australian?
were Australian,
Okay.
yeah.
And then there's one dude he seems like he might be a little Skittles, but the women are all like party animals who find partying empty, and then because they're looking for spirituality, they go into this yoga. So that's a consistent pattern with all these chicks.
And they want to meet God through sex, pretty much.
Oh yeah, all of these women were like, I'm gonna meet God, but like through sex or whatever.
Yeah. So they are deemed worthy, the women, and allowed to go into the higher degrees, which is basically just joining this beauty pageant in Romania.
Yeah,
Right?
this was funny. I didn't realize that he was kind of doing the pageant scheme, right? Where he creates Miss Shakti.
Yes.
So he creates a pageant to be Miss Shakti. And guess what you have to do to win being Miss Shakti? Well, you got to show Bivalaru the goods.
Yeah.
Right?
But even before that, so when they're messaging these holy men, quote unquote, to see if they're good enough to go to the higher degrees, the holy men are like, show bobs and vagines.
You must show your bobs and vagines.
Yeah, they just want nudes.
Please show bobs and vagines to see if you're Miss Shaktis.
So this whole thing is a funnel into a PRN collection, into a pageant, into a SEXTRAFF.
For this goober.
For this goober in Romania. And there's this giant pageant every year called the Miss Shakti, and the Romanian coast turns into freaking Panama City with all of these gurus.
Oh, a bunch of gurus come.
Yeah.
See, I missed this part of the documentary.
So it's like Yogi's Gone Wild down there in Romania on spring break, and they have this giant pageant called the Miss Shakti, where it's literally just a beauty pageant.
Okay. For example, here is a 2014 Instagram yoga chick who won Miss Shakti. Here's the Miss Shakti pageant right here. Okay. Every one of these chicks looks the exact same too, by the way. Like they all look like this chick that won it, right? Like this kind of girl. Like you would see her like outside of a Fish concert or something, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that this chick might be a weed smoker. What do you think? Do you think she smokes weed or whatever?
Pass it.
But again, every one of these people, it's always the same story that they are party girls who are damaged and unfulfilled, and then they run off to a yoga retreat center. But the thing is, remember, Bivolaru doesn't publicize himself on any of the websites, so it's like an inner core criminal thing that's protected by innocuous sounding yoga retreat meditation centers. But it will get pretty insane with like hardcore, like mind control, almost like MK Ultra type stuff going on. Go ahead.
Well, when they get to this villa, so when the Shakti queens go to this meditation healing center retreat where they're supposed to get healed by his magic lingam, they make you swear on a Bible not to reveal anything that goes on. So they make you sign all of these NDAs and all of these contracts before they go and take nude photos of you. And you have to answer all of these questions on camera. And they said that all of these people are like walking around naked all the time. And so he's got this global harem of women from around the world, and they call the pageant the Transfiguration.
Well, here's Miss Shakti 2024. Do you want to see who she is?
Yeah.
She, again, it keeps being girls from Denmark. So Denmark chicks, like, y'all got to get your act together. She's bathing in the bliss here of the Indian poop water river. What do you mean? It's holy poop.
Ew. No.
It is. What are you talking
I'll
about?
never go in the Ganges. That's disgusting.
She's bathing in it, dude. It's mystical. You don't understand. Okay. This year's color theme is green.
They are not fit.
It's a lot of mids. It's a lot of mids going on here.
5
Okay.
2s equals a 10.
Yeah, well, you could go with Will Smith logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 5s, that's the 10. Well, they didn't even show the girl, but this is supposed to be her here, I guess. Miss Shakti. Miss Singapore. Okay, well, there's not a lot of videos of Miss Shakti, but there is this one up here. So, okay, what else is going on with Bivolaru?
Well, so the whole point of this is they call it the Transfiguration, which sounds Christian kind of. And it's about inviting in the goddess Kali and emptying yourself and letting her in. So we talk. Oh, there's Kate Winslet and holy smoke.
I know.
Talk about that.
We got to talk about this, and do not watch it. Do not watch this movie. You have been warned.
She's way too pretty to be messing around with yoga and Harvey Keitel.
Go ahead.
Anyways, so this all leads to obviously pee drinking and a giant orgy.
ORGY. Remember, we're on YouTube here, and well, the more that we say the naughty words, because we have to be children over here. We can't say big words.
Yeah.
We have to speak like children.
This will all make sense when we explain the history of Tantra, but this is just what's going on in Romania on the surface, that you can get to these places by joining the Atman Yoga.
But it's not just Romania. This guy had set up his studios in Australia, the UK. I don't know if there's an American one, Denmark. So it's all throughout European countries. But the weirdest part is that he came to prominence during the transition, again, out of communism in Romania under Ceausescu and whatnot into the liberal free market, neoliberalism. And while that might be good in the sense of now there can be Orthodox churches again, it also opens a floodgate for every freaking cult, right? So all the cults can then flood into the Eastern Bloc countries, which were previously Soviet. And the problem with that is many of the cults also have an organized crime and intelligence espionage component to them, which we have highlighted a million times over. However, when I watched Holy Smoke, which I didn't really know what I was getting into. This is an old, I think it's a 2001 or 2 Harvey Keitel, Kate Winslet movie. And you think that this will be a cult deprogramming movie, right? I thought, what as I'm watching this, oh, this is going to be interesting because it's kind of an independent film. It's a little bit satirical. She is an Australian chick who gets swept up into the, you know, spirituality of yoga and Eastern culture. She goes to an ashram in India and meets a guru and decides she wants to marry the guru and live in the ashram, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her parents find out about this and they're in a tizzy because they're just normies and they don't know what to do. So they hire Harvey Keitel, who's a cult deprogrammer, and his job is to sequester her in a cabin for 3 days and use his deprogramming techniques to bring her back to sanity. And supposedly he's been very successful. However, we find out that Harvey Keitel, although he may be successful at his deprogramming, he also just wants to bang the chicks.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially he's doing the same thing as the guru, right? So the film is sort of making the critique that all of the things that you think you want to save people from in terms of the guru ashram cult, you're going to be doing the same thing in America. So you're all just hypocrites, right? Because Harvey Keitel initially is like, I can out smart this chick. She's just some dumb yoga girl. But actually, ironically, she becomes who's the evil goddess? Shakti?
Kali.
Kali. She becomes an incarnation almost of Kali and taps into her, and this is not my interpretation, actually comes up at the end of the film. She taps into her like mystical goddess powers and actually outsmarts and mentally mind F's Harvey Keitel, the cult deprogrammer, right? Meanwhile, you think, oh, she's going to be trapped by Harvey Keitel. She, arranges the stones into a SOS signal for somebody to save her from the deprogramming. And I'm going to go ahead and spoil it because it's really not worth watching. It might sound interesting. It's gross because they really want us to see Harvey Keitel doing it with Kate Winslet. I don't want to see that. It was gross. And long story short, Harvey Keitel goes insane. And he becomes convinced that actually she was right all along. And he basically goes on this sort of desert walk and he's going to kill himself. He's just walking out in the middle of the desert in the outback. And he passes out and she rescues him and puts him in the back of a truck because he's about to die from exposure and starvation and whatnot. And then he sees her transfigured as Shiva, right? Or Shakti. She becomes so
Shiva's the main.
So she ends up being right all along, and all the dumb Westerners are stupid because we're not spiritual and we don't get it or whatever. So it's a bad message and it's a gross movie in the sense of I don't think anybody wants to see Harvey Keitel humping Kate Winslet, but it also has a pretty subversive message, but it was really bizarre.
Yeah.
Because it's an independent film. It's not like a big studio film.
Well, so the power of Kundalini Shakti Kali is stronger than Western logic and family
patriarchy.
and
And
patriarchy.
patriarchy, yes.
Yeah. So this is
But here's what's funny that we're going to learn from Jamie. Guess what? Turns out the goddess spirituality of these Eastern religions actually hates the feminine.
exactly
And that's what the yoga Instagram chicks don't know.
right. So all of these Buddhist religions, these Eastern mysticism, Hindu, Bon, Tantra, Tibet, are extremely turbo misogynist, to the point where it's Jesse Lee Peterson level.
It's beyond that.
Delusion. Oh, it's beyond that. So women.
Well, Jesse Lee Peterson thinks women are the gates of hell. No, women are not the gates of hell. Women, in the sense of the new Eve, Mary is the gate of salvation. And she's called that in our liturgical text. So
Right.
the Theotokos is the answer to a lot of this delusion and the proper correction to the feminine temptation to, supplant the man and to be like a man. And it's also a rebuke to the man who, in the garden, his sin was to not be a guardian and a steward and to be lazy. So Adam was slothful and let the serpent tempt and deceive Eve, but Adam has more responsibility because Adam knowingly transgressed, whereas as Paul says, the woman was deceived.
Mhm.
So both parties in the fall share culpability, but the man is who didn't live up to his stewardship responsibilities. And thus, in the fall, God says to the woman, you will attempt to try to be the man.
Mhm.
And the man will try to be lazy and fall back. So there's always this temptation since the fall. But these Eastern religions don't believe that. There is no fall. They just look at the world as it is, which is fallen, and then they deify the principles within the existing fallen world as if that's all a manifestation of Atman or Brahman or the deity.
Mhm.
So everything becomes relativized, right? Because there's no good and evil, because what you're calling evil is also a manifestation of God in this world, because this world is God. So all the manifestations of what happened are the many deities, which are also a manifestation of the one deity.
Yes.
So evil is just another side of what the overall God is doing.
Yes, and so Buddhism specifically, the world is evil and creation is evil, just like Gnosticism. And the only way to escape this samsara, or the cycle of the wheel of reincarnation and suffering, is nirvana, which is obliterating yourself
Mm-hmm.
and becoming merged into some kind of blob of God, right? Called
Yes.
Adi Buddha.
And by the way, that's what in the Perennial Philosophy by Aldous Huxley, Huxley said all of these Eastern philosophies would be the perfect mind control operation on the West, so that they could be forced into a collectivist blob for the Brave New World.
Exactly. Because Gnosticism, Buddhism, and these Eastern religions, so we did Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future.
Yes.
On my channel,
Right.
and we did this Dark Side of the Dalai Lama. That one's free, and another one's free called E.T. Phone Om. And so what we're talking about is like Buddhist theology, Hindu theology is it's a sort of undoing of creation, or trying to undo creation. Okay, so in Genesis, God is making distinctions between things in reality, right? He's separating
Yes.
light from darkness. He's separating man from women. He's
Setting up
separating
boundaries.
the stars and the earth. And yes, he's making boundaries and distinctions, because that's how you have creation, right? And that's how you have something to love. Like, you can't say, I love you, unless there's an I and a you, right? And the love in between. So what
dude, but I did DMT and like there is no I in you. There's only one, bro.
So what Eastern mysticism is attempting to do is to break down and dissolve all of these boundaries, so
yes.
that reality is nothingness, right? There is no creation, there is no distinctions, there is no persons, right? So this is kind of what we're up against when you're talking about all is one, and like Dr. Bronner's scrawling screeds right on the bottle.
I've never actually read a Dr. Bronner's bottle.
Yeah.
But everybody laughs about like the screed on there. What kind of stuff is on there?
It's just like word salad, all is one, eternal
Oh, he really
love.
puts that on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so this also goes into Aleister Crowley and Pan. So Pan is the all, the blob, the Antichrist, or the dissolving of all of these boundaries that were meant to
Yeah,
have.
people don't understand that Crowley made this Eastern idea fundamental to his magical system, right? And there's many Crowleyans and people that comment on this that say, for example, the ethos of the Crowleyan system is to equalize all actions. Why would that be? Well, in the Crowleyan system, if you equalize all actions in the world, there's not really good and evil. It's all relative to the position of the magus. So the magician, as he says in Magic and Theory and Practice, he's the one that determines by his will good and evil. So if everything is relativized and equal, whoever arises as the strongest magus is the determiner of good and evil, right? So there's kind of a Nietzschean element there of the Ubermensch, but he's just applying it to the magician, right? And that's why, for example, Michael Aquino, of course, he says about himself, I'm the magician of the new ages. I will speak the new word of the new aeon, right? And all of these goobers, like every cult leader like this guy, they think themselves like they're God, right? They think that they're God. They can determine good and evil. And to do that, you equalize all actions. But isn't that ironic? Because that's exactly what the serpent said in Genesis to Adam and Eve. He said, God is tricking you. You will determine good and evil. You will be the magician and the god that determines what's right and what's wrong. And that's exactly what happened with Biba Laru.
Yeah, so Buddhism is an attempt, all of these really, is an attempt to undo creation and destroy your own soul that God created to be immortal, right? And this is what they think is the highest level of...
It's also an erasing of history. And you weren't in here yet, but already in this stream, it came up earlier when we were talking about back rooms and the fact that you don't have in history. And then when we talked about the project of globalization requires the erasure of distinct people groups and the erasure of history and your history. If you think about it, all of the lies that underlie modernity, globalization, homogenization, and even the trans movement is a erasing of the past and history. History must be erased. Even Mao understood this when he did his youth revolution. Mao convinced the youth to erase all of the Chinese past, because then there is nothing that roots you or grounds you. You can create and determine a new future. So there is this communist element to it, right? The Jacobins had day zero, year zero. No, totally, you got to get rid of the calendar, because the calendar was a Christian liturgical calendar. Well, the French Revolution atheists said, oh, we're going to have whole new months. We're going to have civic holidays, no more Christian holidays. That's an erasing of the past. And it's no different in the Eastern religions, because the past is an illusion. This life is a trap, a dream, Maya, illusion, etc., that you have to meditate out of.
Right. So that is where the whole misogynist part comes in, because Buddha's mother was called Maya.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that she meditated on an elephant and she became pregnant with Buddha, and he was born out of her hip, so that he was not tainted by the vajayjay, right? Like going through.
Oh, I didn't know that. So he had to be outside of the vagina because he would be tainted by the vajayjay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So that's the lore. And then he decides after a night of ORGY, this is like the story.
The story of the Buddha,
yeah.
Right? And if you haven't watched the Jamie still hasn't seen it, but the Keanu Reeves Buddha movie is so bad it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, what if we're all one? Oh, I don't like orgies anymore.
You said the word.
Orgies. But I said it as Keanu. It won't count.
Okay.
So I'm just quoting Keanu.
So as the story goes,
this movie is
he
so
was
bad.
a prince and had everything handed to him as a prince. And after
Did he have Jane Fonda? I mean Bridget Fonda, excuse me.
No,
right.
and he woke up from a night of partying and he saw all the women around that they were, no longer desirable. He had, what is that called? Post-nut clarity.
Oh, I didn't know that was a word.
Okay.
That's an interesting word.
Yes. And he decides that all of this is evil and I'm going to go off on my path and abandon my wife and newborn child. And
but that's holy.
So he gets all these ideas that matter is evil, earth is evil, and all of this comes through women, and so they are the portal of evil. So this is the foundation of Buddhism and all of these enlightenment.
And remember, you're actually correct to point out Jesse Lee Peterson, because there's some sort of Vedantic something going on with JLP as well. Because if you guys remember when he went on the Sam Hyde show, and it was just bizarre. He kept insisting to Sam that you have never done anything bad in your life. And Sam's like, pretty sure I have. And he's like, no, you have never sinned. You that was an illusion. You have not done anything ever evil in your life. It's like, why is it an illusion? Because it was predestined. It was like, what? So there's some sort of Vedantic idea also going on in JLP's worldview, such that women are the gates of hell, which is a Buddhist teaching, and that this world is in some ways like a determined dream that you're not responsible for.
Well, and this is also where we get the idea of matrix and escaping the matrix, because a matrix means womb or mother.
Yeah, it's even in Neoplatonic philosophy, the world is it's called the matrix.
So taking the red pill, escaping the matrix.
That's in the Hermes Trismegistus book from
Right.
the Renaissance era.
This is Buddhist philosophy, and so the West views this as like they don't know all of this background history about how much they hate women, right, and use them. We're gonna get to that in a second, how gross it's gonna be, but they see it.
Could it be that all the dudes look like this and they just can't get chicks?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna have to up your game. You gotta looks max, right? And these dorky chunky Buddhist monks, man, they're just not looks maxers, right? You're trying to pull up on a 90s era Bridget Fonda, and you're looking like you're looking like a cheeseburger. You ain't gonna get a 90s Bridget Fonda looking like the Dalai Lama, dude. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when you talk to people about Buddhism or yoga or Tantra or Hindu, they always just think it's some kind of like non-violent, rational, it's about mindfulness, breathing, compassion, blah, blah, blah. But it's not. It's literally using people like batteries and discarding them when you're done. So a lot of, I was going to say the Dalai Lama was in the files. Right?
Exactly.
Let's just start there. Okay. So
Yeah,
J.E. himself.
Buddy with Jeff Stein McGaffrey, meetings with Jeff Stein McGaffrey. Everybody saw him, like Theo Vaughn said, slurping on kids.
And they had the list of the books that Epstein had been ordering on Tantra, on Kabbalah, on sex magic, Dalai Lama.
Look, Chris Isaac was in this. I didn't remember that.
Oh, dude.
Dolly did a bad thing. Dolly did a bad thing.
So this is something that Epstein was very interested in using because Tantra is literally black magic, okay? So Dalai Lama used Hollywood as his sort of diplomacy because not a lot of people know about Tibet, okay? This is a freaking crazy place. They used to not let any foreigners in whatsoever until maybe like the 50s. Like the communists had to invade. But what was going on here in Tibet was this giant kingdom of mind control and RAPE, SEX,
It's a sex cult.
just the worst black magic,
It's a sex
disgusting
cult,
stuff you could ever
And this is
imagine.
where Crowley got a bunch of stuff.
Yes. And so you have the outer Tibetan stuff, and then you have the inner, like you always do. You have the secret inner
The
circle.
secret
and what-
teaching,
right.
which is about butts always, and then the external profane teaching.
Yeah. And you have people thinking that Tibetan monks are just like these peaceful dudes who like to play with sand and shit. So, but
Why are you dissing a Zen garden, dude? Why are you
um,
dissing the Zen garden?
in Tibetan temples, there is a secret room where the public can't go, and it is usually forbidden to women. So it's filled with like weapons, stuffed animal skins, and this is where you get the images of these terrifying like demons and wrathful deities. Yeah, there you go. He's slurping on kids.
And then here's Jeff Stein getting an email. Oh, I'm going to bring the Ukrainian youths. I'm going to the Dalai Lama event with him. Birthdays, party, and lo and behold, slurping, gross,
Yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah.
But I wanted to find, there was an RT clip. Oh, I'm searching keep going. I'm searching the wrong thing.
Well, I was just gonna say, so the religion is not about peace. It's actually about power and how much power that you can suck off of other people sexually, and specifically male power. And they talk about the sacrifice of the feminine principle is the central mystery of the Tantric Buddhism school. So there's
all of these
Buddhism and then there's Tantra.
So
it's
all
a
of
different,
right.
Uh-huh.
So there's historic Buddhism,
Yeah.
which tends to be kind of atheistic.
Uh-huh.
And then there's Tibetan Buddhism, which is Buddhism kind of mixed with the indigenous, but it's also the indigenous
Bon.
Himalayan people's religion of animism.
It's called Bon.
So they have a whole bunch of gods and demons and all that, which isn't really in the older Buddhism.
Right. So this specific flavor of Buddhism, but they also say that this is the manifestation of the entire thing. Does that make sense?
What is?
The Tantra is the peak of Buddhism, or where it was always going to go.
Mm.
Okay, so the Tantra is the revelation of...
Oh, they are claiming that this is the real
Yeah.
pinnacle of Buddhism.
Right.
Okay.
And for the Dalai Lama and for Tibet, you cannot separate ritual magic and politics. So they're literally like a magical
So it's a kind of a
state.
theocracy.
Yeah, and the Dalai Lama is the god king of this entire place.
Interesting. And what's the name of that city nobody can go to?
Lhasa,
Uh,
Tibet.
LASA?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you probably have seen this, which pretty amazing architecturally speaking, this temple here. Probably everybody has seen this or a picture of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Potala Palace in Lhasa, right? So this is where reportedly no Western or is it Tibetan, or you have to be a Buddhist, or just
Tibetan.
nobody?
Well, it has they probably
Nobody
give
could-
tours now, but like
Okay.
historically
Nobody could go there.
even if you were just sojourning through the mountains of Tibet, they would kill you.
Yeah. Now, one reason for this also, which I'm sure there is the religious component, but for those that don't know, this has been a classic spy hub location. So spies have constantly gone to Tibet. Even the Tsar, for example, sent spies to Tibet who were disguised as Tibetan monks, Buddhist monks. Tiny Mustache Man made alliances with the Dalai Lama in his day. Why? Why would so many people be interested in? Well, guess what? This is a very important geostrategic location when it comes to Eurasia and China.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very important for the West, just like the Ukraine, for example. If the West can control Ukraine, that's a major bulwark in regard to Russia and Eurasia. Brzezinski called Ukraine, the breadbasket of the world. And likewise, Afghanistan, Brzezinski calls that the gateway to Eurasia. Likewise, Tibet, if you can control it, it's a major geopolitical pivot against China. That's why there was all of this drama back in the 80s and 90s with even Hollywood jumping on to promote free Tibet. And if you guys remember, when we watched Twin Peaks, this comes up all the time in Twin Peaks because Agent Dale Cooper is a huge supporter of free Tibet. He brings it up all the time, right? And he finds Tibetan mysticism very fascinating. Obviously, a lot of that is also David Lynch's influence. He's always thought Zen and Eastern philosophies and Tibetan Buddhism were interesting. You have tulpas are a big part of the Twin Peaks ethos. But what a lot of people don't know is that it's based on an actual program declassified in phases over the years. And I think recently RT reported on more recent declassifications. For 2 decades of the Tibetan unrest, CIA was paying Dalai Lama $180,000 every year since the 1960s as part of the covert U.S. strategy putting pressure on China. And it's all declassified. It's well known. I read about this 15 years ago, or 10, 12 years ago, maybe 15 in F. William Ingdahl. And I looked it up. I found out that it was true. And ever since I've talked about it, everyone acts like this is still some retarded made up conspiracy. You're just idiots. Like, you guys don't know how geopolitics actually works. I've been reading about it for most of my adult life. This is the norm. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay. It's part of the Cold War strategy against the Soviets and against China. And even before that, even Tiny Mustache Man understood the geostrategic importance of this area. That's why he would send people like Himmler on these fact-finding esoteric missions, which I'm not saying that Himmler wasn't partly doing that, but it was also for espionage. Even Madame Blavatsky went into the Himalayas on espionage missions for spying, for reconnaissance, for whatever. But also some of these people really do believe the mysticism too. So you have to understand it's all the above.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Let's see, where were we at? So, yeah, the sacrifice of the feminine principle specifically, they
So here
basically
you-
have figured out what.
You can see here, like, this is a gigantic border
Yeah.
with China,
Yeah.
right? This is why it matters, obviously. Go ahead.
So what they have scientifically figured out how to do is manipulate erotic love, not for partnership. Now this is Tantra or romance, but to accumulate universal, what they call androcentric power. And so we already talked about the Buddha's mother, who gave birth through her hip. They interpret her death, they say, not as a tragedy, but as a theological necessity, like we've been talking about. Eliminate the woman. And this is very androgynous. So most of these demonic, like, big entities are going to be an androgynous sort of being. And Adi Buddha is one of those things. And so Maya is nature, which is bad to them. The physical world, it represents illusion. And then so for the spirit to triumph, the mother has to be removed from the picture, and enlightenment requires the destruction and transcendence of the feminine, or what they think of as the natural world. So the creation to them.
It's just like the Gnostics.
Yeah, creation is feminine. It has to be obliterated.
Yeah, because it's a prison world. It's an evil. Evil is in this world.
Yeah.
Evil is a metaphysical problem, not a moral problem.
And so also this goes all the way towards, like, just the female body, right? So the Buddhists would view the body with disgust, and monks were instructed to, like, meditate on the decomposition of
You know what's funny?
human corpses.
When the manosphere first started popping off, and it began as men's rights type stuff, divorce court critiques and whatnot, you got this next phase which popped off. I want to say around 2010, 11, 12, 13, where men going their own way started pushing a kind of more hardline anti-woman approach, which dealt with actually moving into pro-homoerotic stuff. You have, for example, Jack Donovan, who himself is openly a Crowleyan Skittles dude. And he was early on pushing a lot of the MGTOW stuff due to I would say probably influence. I mean, I know that guy's influenced by, like, pagan stuff, but if there was also a lot of people pushing Schopenhauer, because Schopenhauer, it seems, was also under a lot of these Buddhist influences. And I think some people even argued that Husserl, Heidegger, and even Hegel had some of these Far Eastern influences, but particularly with Schopenhauer, was the most depressed when it came to the status of women. And, you know, Schopenhauer notoriously has, like, the most, anti-woman philosophy. Some of it's actually kind of funny, but here's the problem. It bridges over into the Buddhist ideas of actually women are the source of all evil. Women are and then you get the next level of, there were MGTOW dudes actually pushing gay stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, actually, wouldn't it be better to just be with a dude than to deal with the problems of the woman?
Mm-hmm.
And there was even, I remember one time somebody sent me a book by a MGTOW dude. It was like an online, self-published book. And it was about how men's bodies are much prettier than the women's bodies, and that nature evolved the woman's body to be, like, goofy because they don't run right and they can't throw baseballs and basketballs right.
Well,
So
that's kind of how the Greeks.
I'm like, have you ever watched the WNBA? I'm joking.
Well, in the Hellenistic period, they would have said the same thing. Men's bodies are for art,
Yeah, and they were
and
gay.
for sculpture,
and there was
women-
the
yeah.
Greeks were a bunch, not all the Greeks, but there was a lot of homoerotic stuff in the Greek culture.
Right. Well, in Islam, they kind of have the same idea. Men are for pleasure and women are for children. So, anyways, back to Buddhism.
But
So
what
they-
I'm saying is, like, if you're a gay dude, and gay dudes are very evangelical about their gayness, they want to convert more gay dudes.
Exactly.
And so if you can get all of the incel dudes into butt stuff, well, that's a new crop. That's a new butt market for you to touch butts with.
Yeah, women are just competition to these guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, where were we? Okay, so the female body, gross. Women cannot achieve full enlightenment in Buddhism because you are a woman. So in their hierarchy of reincarnation, if you're good as a woman, you might be able to be reincarnated as a man and then become enlightened. But in this lifetime, if you're a woman, there's no way for you.
I remember when we did the tour of the Sistine Chapel. Well, we went through the Sistine Chapel, but we also went to a separate tour in Nashville, which was a recreated version of it. Mm-hmm. And there was a whole lecture on it. And there was, I don't know if this is true, but there's a lot of speculation that Michelangelo was gay. And that's why you have all of the naked dudes everywhere.
Well, speaking of Greece, so a little bit of Buddhism has taken from the tales of Zeus, how Zeus swallowed wisdom, the female wisdom, and she had a baby inside of him and then sprouted out of his head, and that was Athena. So there's another sort of weird birth that doesn't involve women. And this is a theme that is running through Tantra, like getting around the purpose of women. And they say the male method of Tantra eats, manipulates, and appropriates the female wisdom. The yogi unites with a woman to absorb her energy, which they call gynergy, which they cannot produce on their own, and so they need to eat it from the women.
Well, if women are gates of hell and evil, why are you trying to get their energy?
Well, because
wouldn't they have evil energy?
There is a polarity of energy that a man does not have, and they recognize this, and they have to draw it out from the women.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if women are evil, why would you want their energy? Wouldn't they have evil energy?
It doesn't have to make sense.
I know it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You got that from me.
he needs the fuel. He needs this gynergy,
We
this
need that
feminine
gynergy,
energy,
dude.
because he's only a man and he lacks that specific, vitality. So the woman is basically a battery that is to be used up, sucked out like a Capri Sun.
And this is in Tantric
Yeah.
Buddhism. Okay.
And the person is discarded after they're drained. So once you win Miss Shakti and you've had your Tantra ritual with the master, then he's sucked out your energy and you are no longer of any use to him. So these specific tantras, like we can get into, the details, but they have a preference for young girls. Okay, so this isn't something between two consenting adults.
That culture.
In Tantra, yeah, what they're looking for starts at 8 years old.
Yikes.
Okay. Ideally between 12 and 16. And the youth represents pure untapped energy. So they say older women are described as demons, as jackal-faced, as having bad energy, bad aura.
Your love is like bad energy. Yes. Bad energy is what I want.
Or just that they have been drained already and they are no longer have that vitality they're looking for. So it's so crazy. They say relationships with women are like a booster rocket used to bust out of the atmosphere and then dumped when empty. Gurus, yogis, lamas, and teachers are actually grand sorcerers who can become higher than the Buddha if they get enough juice.
This is all just this is a religion concocted by ugly dudes who were super horny and couldn't get laid, and so they came up with all this mystical mumbo jumbo to touch butts.
Well, what's so crazy is
and they had to manipulate young people because older women and older adults wouldn't fall for this, so that's why they have to manipulate the youth.
Part of this is retaining your semen. So a huge part of this is not letting go of the vitality.
Oh, I forgot. That's another point.
So they are having SCX with the girls, but not finishing because they think that through their
using the juice.
That's what I said.
That's funny. Yeah. Pauly Shore's in the house.
Yeah. So they think that they can suck the energy back up into their self.
Their kundalini.
Yeah, so instead of depositing something into the woman like a normal person, they think that their pee-pee is like a hose that you can like vacuum out her essence and bring it back into your
Yeah,
balls.
we just showed the Dalai Lama slurping on the kid a minute
Right.
ago.
And they think that this travels up the spine and into their pineal gland and makes them magical.
So they're
again.
getting magic power from touching butts and being creepers.
Well, not only that, because it has to do with all of the bodily fluids.
All right, now remember to be
Okay.
careful since we're on YouTube, but I wanted to mention as well, right? RT had a bunch of good reports on this, which the CIA formed, for example, a 14,000 strong Tibetan separatist army, triggering the Indo-China War. The Dalai Lama lamented that while the guerrillas were believed the U.S. was sincerely supporting them in their secessionist crusade, actually the agency was only concerned with creating a proxy force that would be a problem for Beijing, obviously, right? And then you'll notice as well, this was back in the days when the SS was also trying to court the Dalai Lama, and I think they did actually make alliances for in several cases with the Dalai Lama back at that time.
There's a whole movie about that with Brad Pitt.
Yeah, you watched this movie. I've never seen this, but you watched the one with Brad Pitt. What's it called? 7 Years to Bet, or the other one?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the story of a German soldier who, but I think in that movie he wasn't a spy. He just ended up.
He was part of the SS, but he was like a celebrity mountain climber. He was a,
And he just accidentally ended up in Tibet, right? He wasn't spying.
He was arrested when the war broke out and held at a POW camp in India, and he escaped into Tibet, and that's where he sort of, by perchance, met the Dalai Lama.
And is this based on a real story?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was it a crappy movie? A good
it
movie?
was
I've never seen
kind
it.
of crappy. It was a little cheesy. But yeah, so they say the Tantric way is the most recent phase of Buddhism and viewed as the supreme and comprehensive doctrine of the entire system. So that's kind of where they're at with people be like, well, Buddhism isn't just Tantra. Well, they think that this is the culmination of the teaching.
Well, interesting, this came out back in the 90s when Hollywood was pushing the Free Tibet movement, right? And remember, David Lynch was involved. Uma Thurman's dad, by the way, is one of we've mentioned this many times, only Americans believed to be a Lama. Right? Only, I forget his exact title, but basically no other Americans have this title. Robert Thurman, he's like the most famous American Buddhist scholar, right? And you'll note that he was author, academic, wrote many books on Tibetan Buddhism. He is the J. Tsongkhapa Professor of Tibetan Studies at Columbia, so he's probably deeply connected to, what you would think, Columbia University. He is the first chair of Buddhist studies in the West. He's the co-founder of Tibet House, which is an NGO in New York, I think. And then he's also I want to read this part where he's got some special honor that no other Westerner has ever gotten. In 1986, the Dalai Lama created Tibet House together with him and Richard Gere. So again, famous Hollywood Buddhists that are promoting Free Tibet during this time, obviously with the CIA support. This is the CIA's Free Tibet program, and that's older than the 1980s, right? So you'll notice here, the first program was called ST Circus, and this was the training of the guerrillas in Saipan. Then there was ST Barnum. This was the airlifting of CIA agents into Tibet. And then there was ST Bailey. So you'll notice that the tie-in of geopolitics, the CIA, and Hollywood is all right here in the Free Tibet program that nobody even talks about. In fact, Gyalo Tundup is the second oldest brother to the Dalai Lama, and he is a known asset of the CIA. STD, Bailey, was a classified propaganda campaign to support the Tibetan resistance. And I wanted to find out what his exact title was. Okay, here it is. Recognition. I don't know. He's got some title of that nobody else has. Like he's like the only Western person who can be called a Lama or something like that. Long story short. But yeah, so that's Uma Thurman's dad, who is chief American Buddhist. Go ahead.
Where do you want to go?
Where are we at next? You were going to talk about some of the fluids.
Okay, well, first of all, they're taught to dread women and fear them, and like we said, the goal is to escape women. The feminine is inferior, despicable, and women especially must be freed from their physical body so that she can become a man in her next incarnation. So this leads to a lot of female infanticide. So in places like India, places like China, they are having a crisis of wives because there's not enough girls. I mean, they have like 100 million more men in their population than women because female babies are discarded because of the belief that they may be born again as a man, right?
Wow.
So this has this fundamentally negative.
How come the Instagram yoga chicks in their inspirational little memes that they put up, they don't talk about any of this?
Exactly. Like if you love women and you think you're a feminist, like why are you in yoga pants and like voting for Islamic stuff? So it's really crazy. So yeah, they have this very low opinion of, the equation of female with evil is crystallized in the tale of the daughters of Mara. So this is a Buddhist story. And they try to tempt the Buddha, and Mara corresponds to the devil of European Christianity. So Mara, the devil in Buddhism is literally a woman, right? And Buddha calls women's bodies.
Would you say Mara is like a 6 or like a 7? Is she like is she 2 5s as a 10?
She's a Garuda face demon.
Oh, she ain't a hottie? She's not a baddie?
No. So,
we got to see what this chick looks like. Hold on.
Buddha calls women's bodies a swamp of garbage and wandering latrines.
Yo.
He said he would rather chat with demons
she ain't
and
looking
murderers.
good. She's not looking good at all, dude.
Yeah.
She's looking chopped, as the kids say.
There you go.
This bitch chopped, dude.
That is the woman devil.
And she's creation? What is she?
The daughters of Mara tried to tempt Buddha in this story. And Mara corresponds to the devil of Christianity, and the offspring are lecherous witches.
Oh, so Mary is Mara to these people.
Right.
Wow.
And he said he would rather talk with demons and murderers than with women. He stated that women have the character of sharks, and that nirvana is the final stage when you are a man going your own way, basically, trying to get away from women.
Well, actually, a lot of the MGTOW incel dudes will actually say that.
Yeah. So the final stage of not being, which we were talking about, is antithetical to creation, and women stand in the way of this.
If women give being in birth, then they must be the gates of hell, because non-being is the solution to being.
Yeah.
I mean, this is obvious. It's so obviously demonic, dude. It's like anti-human, anti-natalist, demonic religion.
So the entire image of women in this religion is developed as the antithesis of morality, and monks are encouraged to meditate on, first, a beautiful woman's body being transformed into a diseased, dying one that eventually becomes a rotting corpse to fight.
Mara do got some big old knockers. It looks like the right knocker is larger than the left knocker. So.
Well, that happens.
Does that mean you're under the influence of Mara?
No, it's just like the right one sometimes looks better because if you're right-handed, you're using that pectoral muscle better.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyways, female aspirants of Buddha are taught to hate their impure body like a jail. So this is Gnostic, right?
Oh, yeah.
So women are supposed to hate their body like a jail in which she is imprisoned. Then there are Buddhist nuns, but they are supposed to be in subordination to all men. And gender is this karmic category, and men who lead a sinful life are reincarnated as women. So it can go both ways.
What counts as a sinful life to these people?
Good question.
Not following the path or
Yeah,
whatever.
I don't know, because
Yeah, I mean, isn't it funny that like the entities in these religions, they look like demons? I mean,
well, he looks
Well,
like a DMT demon.
somebody had a meme, and it was like, bro, I saw this entity here in my DMT vision. It was so spiritual, and it's like, you mean you saw a demon? Like when they described it, it was like obviously a demon, but they couldn't say it was a demon because
Yeah.
it would mean that they're interacting with demons.
It literally looks
Bro,
like
I did DMT, and I saw this gigantic corpse that was trying to eat me with fangs.
yeah, with fangs and a tongue. Ugh.
It was so spiritual, bro.
So yeah, if you're a woman, you're supposed to hate your own body. So this is not what they're teaching you in
Well, all
yoga class.
of the fallen religions locate evil in creation.
Mhm.
They make evil a metaphysical reality as part of the created world, which is a commonality amongst all false religions,
So the ultimate goal
or many of them.
is transgenderism,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
And asexuality is glorified, and monks are to liberate the mother archetype from its natural attributes of creation and birth. So in Western Buddhism, they say it's not uncommon for the masters to sleep with the female pupils in order to spiritually assist them, like I always say, heal you with my magic lingam, up to the thousands. So they think that
I mean, this looks like a lot of boys that just can't find a girlfriend. I mean, look at these dudes all looking like, you know, I mean, CZ from Binance, he's a billionaire, so he can get a girlfriend, but I just don't think these boys can get a girlfriend. So they're like, yes, this religion
the
makes
point
sense.
of life is to not get a girlfriend and to save all of your
I'm saying that's a
yeah.
convenient excuse when you're fugly. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So this Tantra thing, they call it the diamond path, right? Or the way of the magic formula. This is literally the left-hand path that you would talk about in black magic, right? The use of sex to attain enlightenment. And let's see.
Guys, if you want to send your super chats, we will be answering super chats here in a sec. So here, shout out to all them players and them, you know, Chads in the chat.
Okay.
We're all good looking Chads over here. We ain't gotta worry with this, you know.
So it's called the diamond path because they talk about the diamond scepter, which use your imagination. It's a
Your
hard,
weenus?
yes,
A weenus.
your weenus, and it's called the Vajrayana, and it appears to reconcile the contempt for women with the teaching that erotic encounters between man and woman harbor the secrets of the universe. So here's where we get the twisted yoga and the gurus and saying, I can enlighten you if we do this Tantra ritual. And so they say there's an exaltation of women up into a point where women are considered heaven. So if you're going to talk to a Tantra and you're like, this is very misogynist, they're going to say, oh no, we worship women as a goddess. But they're not going to tell you the whole thing is that you're supposed to kill this goddess on your path to, enlightenment. So both tantric partners see each other as god and goddess by joining the diamond scepter and the lotus. You can use your imagination on that. Everything is ritualized and worked up in order to achieve something higher, and sex is considered the prima materia that can be distilled into a medium upon which gods may be grown. So now we're like making our own little chia pet gods in our mind. With it's
Would it look like Ruslan's hair?
it's so crazy. So what was I gonna say?
Well, let me point this out. This is interesting. This guy RJ Morneau, he does a lot of book posting, and he's always tying together these interesting connections. And if you guys remember, FDA mentioned, this is an interesting connection I didn't know about. FDA has mentioned many times the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, which was a SoCal LA group of hippies that had interesting ties, it appears, to intelligence stuff, probably like Tim Leary type stuff. And they were passing out, you know, LSD in big quantities in the 1960s to mind F all the boomers. And it turns out that one of the guys who left it in 1969 was then linked to a French group of LSD proponents that brought in a guy named Ron Stark. Ron Stark supplied Orange Sunshine LSD across 4 continents with his ties to the CIA, the Japanese Yakuza, and the Tibetan fighters that we just mentioned earlier, loyal to the Dalai Lama. The Brotherhood of Love was backed by Billy Hitchcock, who ran one of the largest LSD operations in history. Hitchcock funded the chemists Tim Scully and Nick Sand to build a lab that would produce 10 million doses of Orange Sunshine in 6 months. This was then distributed through the Brotherhood through Tim Leary's promotion. There you go. Wow, that's crazy. I'll give you guys this link here. What book is he reading from, I wonder? And there is, by the way, a documentary that FDA has been saying we need to watch for forever on the Brotherhood of Eternal Love. I got to find that. It's on YouTube, I think. But I don't know. I wonder what book he's reading from here. Let's see if he says. The book is called Acid, The Secret History of LSD by David Black. Well, I'm going to have to get that book, dude. That's crazy. Okay, we're not going to watch 7 Years in Tibet. Little Buddha is... Everybody should watch Little Buddha because it's so bad. And it's actually pretty funny. With Keanu Reeves as the Buddha.
Whoa.
Or is it called Orange Sunshine? Yes. This is it right here. Orange Sunshine 2016. LSD and the Brotherhood of Eternal Love. This ties in Leary, CIA, Southern California. And we need to watch that because I keep forgetting to do it. FDA has been saying to watch it for like forever. Okay. I'll put it in the chat for you guys here. So I didn't realize this would tie into Free Tibet, but all this stuff always is connected through Intel and Hollywood type stuff. Mm-hmm. It's always connected.
Yeah.
Where are we at now? Now, what about the ingesting and eating of all kinds of gross things? Because I know that's part of this.
So in these rituals, like in that documentary, she said they were literally in the ORGY drinking PEE. In Tantra, every fluid is relished. They say excrement, mucus, vomit, eye boogers, whatever. I'm serious. And it's a very slave master dynamic.
Okay.
They are into the cross-dressing and they are into the Kama Sutra.
Wait, now why are they into that? Because the woman's bad. Why would we want to dress like a woman?
Because you need her vitality.
Well, I just draw from my bipod E-diva
because
status.
they think that they can transmute the bad and take the good, and they think of themselves like a scrub brush, scouring pad. Okay. Like you can remove something bad and you don't retain the badness of it. Does that make sense?
By the way,
they can transmute your evil energy.
Yes. There's another movie, Empty Man. Empty Man is about all this. Mm. And this movie got bombed. I've always thought it was really good. I thought this was a really interesting, bizarre movie about indirectly about the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I did a breakdown of it and of Timothy Leary's version of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And now I'm remembering doing this. Now I remember why this ties into MK Ultra, because Leary says in his version of the Tibetan Book of the Dead that this is a guide for the person who's going to guide people in their acid trip, because he says the acid trip mirrors the journey of the person who's dying and going into the afterworld in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And he says if you master the Tibetan Book of the Dead as a LSD guide, you can create disciples through leading them through their acid trip through the pattern of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. In other words, you're a handler to the people that you're giving the mind control to.
So I wouldn't be
or the LSD to.
surprised if the techniques that they figured out in the concentration camps, the NAZI got this from the Tibetans.
Well, they were studying this too.
Yeah. that then became Project Paperclip, and then all of the MK Ultra and Umbrella programs under that, Project Monarch, mind control, torture, all of this, I feel like this came from Tibet through the
Also,
NAZIs.
Well, yeah, and then the CIA just took over all of those intelligence networks when OSS
Yeah.
took over Galen, Org, and all that.
Yeah.
So here is me and Kotel too, by the way, covering the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
You look cute.
And then here is that was the other link was me covering Empty Man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember watching this, or did you fall asleep?
I fell asleep on that.
Oh, you got to watch this because that's all what you're saying here.
Okay.
The whole movie is about a tulpa. Go ahead.
So erotic love. So they do use the hexagram a lot in their rituals.
And what does it mean to them?
The upward triangle is the man, or the weenus, as you would call it. And
It's the joining of the two.
Yes, the
Okay.
downward facing
Sure.
triangle is the woman of
Right.
the lotus. Okay, so it's all centered on this erotic love, which they feel is the great life force.
Mhm.
But they do not want to use it for the natural procreative purpose, because that would be bringing into existence beings that were just meant to suffer, according to them. Right?
Mm.
So they use the male-female cosmology for the union of their principles and the creation of themselves as a god. So apotheosis basically is their goal, and then obliteration after that. So everything masculine, what?
Go ahead.
They call everything masculine Vajra, and they symbolize this by a thunderbolt, a lightning bolt. Okay. And the Vajayjay is the gateway to reincarnation, which the Tantric strives to close, because the yoni thrusts the human into the realm of suffering and illusion. But if it is healed by the mystic sexual act, it is a transcendental function as a host of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. What was I going to say about that? Oh, so they call women mudras.
And what does that mean?
Well, we talk about mudras a lot as hand gestures, right? In magic. So when you see this, are we on camera, or this.
I do this to get a Bugatti.
Yeah.
I got a Bugatti.
This is one. This is one. This is the yoni, actually.
Well,
So-
all of the when you see the Hindu dancing girls, they're always doing these poses which are intended to like invoke the deities.
Yeah. So mudra means a seal. And they call the woman the seal because she's supposed to keep him from climaxing. A Tantra lady will help him retain his vital essence and seal off the thing that's supposed to give life.
So cock blocking.
Yeah, basically. Coon blocking.
Coon blocking.
Because you can use your cock a little bit, but you're not supposed to discharge it.
Well, what is the like? When do they decide that that's appropriate? Don't know.
Oh, usually they just don't. That is the goal, to not coon.
But you said sometimes you can.
Inexperienced people will by accident.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But the good mudra woman will help him seal it off, right? It's just so crazy. And they also...
See, all of these nerds thought they were going to get laid, and then it's like, actually, you can never finish.
Yeah.
So,
How
man.
frustrating is that, right? Because the point is to walk around with a, your hard Vajra, your diamond scepter.
Okay.
To be hard all the time.
So just Viagra, basically.
And they do have an element of worshiping light, plays a very significant role in Tantra.
Light?
So, light, yeah.
Okay.
Talking about like photism, sparks, lamps, candles, balls of light, rainbows, pillars of fire, flashing lights. All of this has to
The
do
holy light
with,
bulb.
Yeah, meditation,
Okay.
which also goes
So
into
you're forever
Kabbalah.
you're forever edging,
Yeah.
as the
Yeah.
audience is
Yeah.
saying. Okay.
Let's
So
see.
it's a Gunnar religion of forever edging.
Well, this is so weird because, I've been reading all of these books about Mesopotamia, right? In the beginning of
right.
civilization. So the very first ritual that you would have seen in history would is called the sacred marriage.
And all these chicks are getting into this religion because I want to meet God through like sex or whatever, and then it's like, yeah, but you're not getting laid.
So the sacred marriage was how kings were given their legitimacy to rule by having relations
With a deity.
the goddess
Right.
Inanna,
Mhm.
basically at the beginning. And then you have the sacred marriage in Greece. You have it in Western Rosicrucianism, right? The Hieros Gamos. Tantras also call this union the sacred marriage. So like this is probably one of the oldest black magic rituals that you could be doing, right?
I just reminded myself too, who's a good friend of the Dalai Lama? Well, the papacy.
Mm-hmm.
The Pope has long been friends with the Dalai Lama. They've had meetings. I think they had, there was a video where they exchanged gifts. Is it, let's see if I can find that. I think it was in my, remember it was Francis. Francis went to Tibet, I want to say. Let's see. See if we can find that. This will be an old one. The thing about the bookmarks is that they seem to go away after a certain time, so they might not even be in here anymore.
So the tantric master, he thinks that he can birth like a female can in his imagination.
So he's creating like, oh, here, look at this. Pope Francis, in his meeting with the Buddhists, let's see. He's praying with the Buddhists. Check this out. So there's Francis praying with the people that teach this demonic religion.
Yeah, so they think that males can give birth in the spirit world. And every tantric practices what they call deity yoga, in which the self is imagined as a divinity who has borrowed a human body in order to appear to the world. So they think that they are a god, and their pupils are obliged to worship them as omnipotent super beings. They must completely surrender to their master, their teacher. I'm sure if you've ever met like a devout Buddhist, they've got those stupid pictures in their house and like flowers all around their stupid yoga.
All of the girls had pictures of Bivalaru and at their bed, at the end of their bed.
Yeah, so you have all these votives to your guru. And
like here it is. So this is this like dude's got full serial killer drip going on.
Yeah.
And all of these yoga chicks have a picture of this dude literally at the end of their bed. So you go to bed thinking of this guy.
Him and his serial killer glasses.
He's literally like running a giant organized crime syndicate. He's straight up freaking Dahmer.
Mm-hmm.
He's like Romanian Dahmer with his drip.
Yeah.
And then chicks are like, yes, put a picture of him at the end of my bed because he's spiritual or whatever.
It's so crazy.
I want to have sex with like the grossest Romanian guy ever.
And what they teach is like you and your teacher are one now.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And so like we said, the male tantra master, he requires this substance called gynergy, this elixir, wheezing the juice that can't be found in himself. And all of this is designed to rob women of their energy and render it useful to the man.
We got to see Bivalaru. You got to see the clip of him on Romanian TV, though. That's so funny.
It says the key is to transform himself into an androgynous supernatural being where the masculine exercises absolute control over the feminine, and the ability to give birth is acquired through the theft of the female energy, which transforms to the guru into a mother or a super mother who can herself produce gods. And they say that being pregnant is a common metaphor to describe a tantric master's productive capabilities.
I thought you could put the so I don't know if we can get the language to be English.
Mesajele care vor fi transmise.
Oh my god.
So this is Bivolaro when he first got in trouble. This is like 2002 or 3. Because he got arrested a long time ago. He's still on trial, by the way, right? So this is when he went on Romanian TV, and the journalist guy is like, "Are you running a call? What is this?" And then he goes, "No, I'll show you that I just have." It's a lot of David Icke type speak too. I'm not saying David Icke's as bad as this guy. I'm just saying that a lot of what this guy says is literally shit David Icke says, like infinite consciousness, having an experience of reality.
Yeah.
Right. This guy says the exact same bunch of nonsense, but watch this is his magic breathing technique for Romania to accept his vibes of love. That's actually what he says.
Well, they think that, mention breath, they think that they can steal your breath.
Right.
And they think they can possess you with demons by breathing on you. So that
Well, you know this dude has like onion breath. I mean, look at that dude.
Oh yeah.
Mă opresc și
Here's his magical breathing spell. He actually did this on national TV.
să fac această...
Bun, un minut, da?
Da, un minut.
He's going full frog mode. They're turning the frogs gay, dude. Maybe his spirit ritual here turned the frogs gay. He's riveting, dude. He's a reptilian, dude. He looks like he's doing something else to himself.
That's what you do when you're trying to flirt with me.
Yes, I go. I ribbit.
I say, yeah, man.
I ribbit with her. Is it working?
It's working.
Jamie's falling for this dude. He's rolling his eyes
Oh,
back.
I think it's working.
What a creep, dude. Gross.
He's so cute. Yeah, baby.
Look at him. His eyes are rolling back. He just keeps doing it for like a minute. He's like, okay, I'm back now. All right. He's like, now you all love me. You're welcome.
Good job.
This is riveting TV, they're saying. He's doing a frog. Riveting. Get it? Riveting.
I get it.
It's riveting.
I get it.
You didn't get it?
Yes, I
That was
did.
funny.
Look at the frogs in the chat.
So,
Someone says,
what do you guys, is this guy a legit mystic, or do you think he's a con man? What do you guys think?
Do you think I could go to Romania?
But what I don't understand is like, how does any yoga chick get so lacking in discernment that you don't see that dude is a scammer? It's like,
That's
anyway.
what the whole channel's about. Pointing out scammers. We'll never go broke because there's so many of them.
An infinity of scammers.
Yes.
Brother, what are you talking about infinity of scammers? That
So-
is racist.
What happens to these girls?
In the documentary.
No, in
In what?
the Tantra.
Oh, in the religion.
Yeah.
What happened to the girls in the documentary too?
Well, I
Kinda.
mean, this has been
Kinda.
happening for thousands of years in Tibet, and foreigners were not allowed to witness this because why? Because they are slurping on kids
They're
and hurting
creepers.
people.
They're creepers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, let's see. We talked about the seal. Oh, it says the almighty sorcerer can enslave women against their will or sleep with a married man via possessing her husband. So that's kind of like what he was trying to do.
Right.
So they think that they can go inside other guys and sleep with their women.
Wait, they can go inside of a man, like
Yeah.
astrally project into them? And
Yeah.
Okay.
And sleep with their wife.
Guys, don't go inside of me to sleep with Jamie. I
Okay.
will be mad at you if you do that.
So here's where it gets kind of bad. Like I said, they go for the 8-year-old virgin first, called a Kumari, the 12-year-old called a Salika, the 16-year-old called a Siddha, the 20-year-old is a Balika, and the 25-year-old is too old. She is burned fat of prajna.
This is the Leonardo DiCaprio religion.
Exactly.
He must have read about this.
It says if a girl is too small for, oh, this is too bad.
Let's not get too
Yeah.
X-rated because
That's so gross.
YouTube will flag all that.
So you're supposed to ply them with honey and sweets if they don't want to.
Yeah.
If you know.
So learning to be the creeper in the van offering candy to the kids.
Right. So on a numerological basis, 12 to 16-year-olds are preferred. The rituals are not to be performed with women over 20 as it will backfire, they said, and absorb the occult forces of the guru. So I mean, these gurus aren't very, I mean, he's obviously not like a legit Tibetan monk. That's why he was like letting all of these old ladies in his cult or whatever.
Right, I was gonna say his cult is all like middle-aged yoga chicks that are like burned out.
But for the strict Tibetan Tantra, like in Lhasa or whatever,
Like here.
it would be 20 years old is the cutoff, right? And then after that, the women 21 to 30 are called goddesses of wrath. They're associated with being black, fat, and greedy. Black as in like...
Excuse me?
Well, you know how in Hindu blackness, like they worship whiteness, right?
Oh,
so
okay.
like the darker you are, the worse you are.
Okay.
In India, not here.
Okay.
31-year-olds to 38 are arrogant and considered manifestations of evil spirits. 39 to 46 are unlimited demons, dogs, jackal face, tiger gullet,
Dang, dude.
Garuda mug. That was my favorite.
They do got some pretty sick burns.
Yeah.
Boom roasted.
They are considered human beasts to be crushed and monsters, right?
Whoa.
So this is all your, middle-aged.
This is so
women.
spiritual. I just can't wait to talk about all this on my Instagram
Right?
live stream.
Let's go to yoga.
My intentional community will be discussing what was the cut down?
Garuda face?
We'll be discussing Garuda face bitches at my intentional community next week. We'll be meditating on Garuda face bitches.
Pull up Garuda so you know it.
Oh, is this one of the demons?
Well, Garuda is a god in
G
or like some kind of spirit. Yeah, Garuda, yeah. It's also an airline. It's a semi-divine deity, yeah.
Oh, so like a
Garuda face.
a bird bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bitch look like a bird, dude.
You a tiger gullet Garuda
Tiger
mug.
gullet Garuda mug, bitch.
So
But
normally
you do get 1 point for sick burns.
a girl victim would be delivered to the yogi by his own pupil. They say one should offer his own sister, daughter, or wife to the guru. The yogi will make her agreeable with alcohol and is forced if she refuses. If she will not, she's considered an inferior lotus. Look at him.
Yeah.
Garuda face.
Exactly.
So after
Wait,
that,
can women are monks only men?
there's Buddhist
There
nuns.
are Buddhist nuns.
Yeah, and I'm about to do a book about a Tibetan Buddhist lady who became one of the highest ranking.
Is that the one that became Orthodox or somebody else?
No.
Okay.
But if you did want an ex-Buddhist woman who became Orthodox, that's in my members section. The show's called You Are Mine by Sister Anastasia.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that was a really good one. So after the ritual...
Well, what do the women monks do? If aren't they like
They serve as SCX slaves to all of this disgusting...
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I thought hold on. So the Buddhist monks don't have sex though, do they?
They stick it in.
The monks?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were celibate.
Well, you want to go over the ritual?
Not really.
Oh. Because, okay, so...
I mean, what's the TLDR of the ritual?
Let me find it.
Yo, these
Because
chicks
a lot
looking
of this
rough,
stuff
dude.
overlaps with Gnosticism, like we were saying, the
Dude.
Sophia wisdom.
These girls look like the boys. We need to just all these Buddhist monks need to find a girlfriend amongst the other Buddhist chicks, and then they would be a lot happier.
Right. Okay, so here,
And then you got these hideous white women trying to be like this. Ugh.
after the ritual, the woman is of no more use to the tantric than the husk of a shelled peanut and is now the object of contempt and disdain. That's the post-nut clarity that Buddha holds for all normal women as symbols of supreme illusion. To the general public, the Lama leads a life of celibacy, and who does what with whom is kept secret. Women who do not keep the vow of silence will suffer grave consequences. Once the master has drunk the guy energy, they are used up or ran through.
Here's a whole women awakening Tibetan women project, and it's like,
Oh, great.
do they not talk about? They don't talk about what you're talking about. Look, here's this chick. She's like a leader.
Great.
How could you be a?
Why do they always look so gross?
How could you be a Buddhist nun and a Taoist priestess and a Hindu master all at once? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Anyway, so after they use them, they're ran through, they toss them away.
Uh-huh.
Sex abuse of Western women by Tibetan lamas is well documented. I have a whole spreadsheet.
Dude, this is just the religion for elderly lesbians.
No, right? And check it out.
This is just the elderly lesbian religion here.
Courtney Turner has this on her website, but there's a whole freaking table of high-ranking Tibetan lamas and their abuse scandals that are documented and prosecuted.
Yeah, that's in the Tremonti book too,
Yeah.
I think. There's the first one that's halfway decent looking. She just needs long hair. Look.
I know.
She could be pretty if she had long hair.
So these are like the Gnostic Sophias that they are trying to envelop into their androgynous what's it called? Apotheosis. They believe in sex on the astral plane with elemental spirits, with demonesses and spirits of the dead. The yogi is their spiritual father. Oh, okay. So
look, these boomer women from the 60s counterculture, they're Tibetan monks now. These women, nuns. Jackie Glass is now Ani Rinchen Khandro. This woman here, Zina Rashevsky, is Changchub. Who's this chick?
And look,
Barka Modern.
Whoa, dude! It's always like a kind of a model or what?
These are these are 5 models.
Oh, that
that became whatever this is. Ugh.
So they make up fantasy ladies in their head, called Inanna Mudras, and the yogi can have all of these fantasy ladies in his harem. They are supposed to be made of pure spirit, but he can have sex with them. Right.
But he doesn't finish.
I know.
Okay. So who produces the children? Just the plebs, the normies?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is for monks.
Okay.
Let's see.
Tilda Swinton.
Let's get to the ritual.
Tilda Swinton has full-on Tibetan Buddhist nun vibe as Tilda Swinton.
The yogi transforms the female into a nothing, and she no longer exists.
Bishop Tilda Swinton.
A yogini without a self.
Yeah, she's because she played that character in Doctor Strange. She's like one of these weirdo women.
Yes. Oh, it says here a master can also eat souls, like we were talking about. The demons nourish themselves on the life fluids of ritually slaughtered humans. Sometimes the yogi will consume his partner's period blood in a type of communion.
You know what?
What?
Look, she's actually pretty when she's young with long hair as a woman. She actually looks like a woman. Go ahead.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to keep going?
Yeah. Well, we got a lot of super chats, so are you going to do your show or do you want me to read the super chats?
A lot of this is based on the law of inversion where everything good is bad, gross is good, good is gross. Every passion,
we should hold on. We should highlight that because we talk about inversion all the time for 10 years, and people don't realize that's actually a religious practice. Could you explain what their conception of inversion is?
Okay, so every type of passion or sin that is normally considered taboo by Buddhist standards is flipped in the Tantra or the Vajrayana with the goal of transforming it into its opposite, they say. So this is very Crowleyan. On the diamond path, the excess is a part of life, like you said, transcending good and evil.
Right.
Evil can only be driven out by evil, they think. So they think that sin purges sin. Every ritual is designed to catapult the initiated into a state beyond good and evil. Right?
So you have to sin to beat sin.
Yes. In order to keep hidden from the public all the offensive things implicated in the Tantra text, they make use of so-called twilight language. This is where you get like the word lotus for vajayjay or whatever, like code words.
Yeah, people don't realize it's the term that Michael Hoffman was always twilight language is actually a Tibetan Buddhist. It's Sandabayasa.
Yes. So
which is speaking in code usually about sexual stuff.
Right. So sperm would be known as enlightenment consciousness. So when you hear that, it's just jizz. And menstrual blood is like the sun, and the male seed is ritually consumed, And they say because women are considered the greatest obstacle on the masculine path to enlightenment, according to the Tantric law of inversion, they are, for the adept, the most important touchstone on the path of initiation. So, women are gross to them, but they need them to overcome.
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot, in The Beach, it's Tilda Swinton that runs the Tantra cult.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yep. And she was sleeping with everybody in
Exactly.
the tribe and triangulating all the men against each other, right?
Correct.
So yeah. So yogis, they want to transgress all the taboos, adultery, incest. There's hardly a tantra that does not encourage.
What about does murder come up?
I'm not sure on.
You know what's interesting?
Yes, yes, it does.
This is also the principles of LaVey's Satanic Bible, that you just do the opposite of the Ten Commandments.
Right. It does come up because one of their things is that since we're all one and we're all a blob and everything has to be egalitarian, that if a person is born with special gifts or talents, they are encouraged to unalive themselves so that everybody else can eat them and get some of that.
You mean cannibalism?
Yeah.
In the Tibetan Buddhist tradition?
Yeah. Okay, I don't. Let me.
So
see
you
if I can
mean
find
like
that.
I would have to eat Keanu's
Like, okay,
bunions?
so-
I eat Keanu Reeves' bunions, like they're doing.
Yes.
Whoa. I want you to eat my bunion. What does it taste like? Jamie. Whoa. I need a gun.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
It's like he has like 3 lines in John Wick.
blasting through this, they
I
encourage
need a
everything gross, including sex with your own mother, daughter, sister,
Oh,
aunt.
gross.
Eating and drinking impure substances plays a central role. Elephant, horse, dog, beef, human are consumed. Human meat is called maha mamsa.
Maharaja. The Maharaja Apenko.
Maha mamsa, the great flesh. And this reminds me of old Jeffrey's beef jerky.
We're full thuggy right now. This
Yeah.
is full thuggy, dude. This is
So-
like that line in Temple of Doom, right?
Yeah, this is Epstein jerky stuff.
Temple of Doom, thuggy.
Temple of Coon.
Yes, that's my joke. She took that by the way. Temple of Goon.
So
Look at this. You got to admit though, he do got some drip.
that's Keanu?
Yes, he's
He
playing the
doesn't
Buddha.
even look like him.
Well, he's got makeup
Okay, well,
on.
I
Dude. He's
wanna
got
watch
some.
this
He's
then.
got some drip. Look,
I want to watch it.
this is like half of the movie is the story of the Buddha,
Oh, okay, okay.
and it's him like he's in the pleasure palace, and his
Uh-huh.
dad's keeping him from the world. Remember?
Uh-huh.
And then he's like, and then he goes out and he meditates. He's an ascetic, and he's underneath a tree, and a serpent comes up and enlightens him, and then he looks over at a dude playing a sitar on the ocean on the river,
Uh-huh.
and he realizes that if you tighten it too tight, it'll break, and if it's too loose, it doesn't make music.
Uh-huh.
So he says it's got to be the middle perfect path,
Right.
and then he comes up with Buddhism, because Hinduism is extreme.
Right.
You have extreme asceticism.
Mhm.
He's like, no, it must be the middle path.
Okay. Let's see. Did he?
Yo, he's looking like a straight theater kid right there with that. Look
Whoa,
at that.
I want to watch this now.
It's so bad, it's funny. You should watch it.
Whoa. Well, don't you think that's weird that he was Buddha and he was in the Matrix? Which, trying to escape. Okay, so
I mean, I know he's Hawaiian, but does he have a religion? Is he Buddhist?
I don't know.
Let's see.
Eating the beef jerky. The offerings that the initiate must swallow include excrement, urine, saliva, plaque from teeth,
Okay, so
lipstick,
he's never stated what his religion is. So go ahead.
vomit, bidet water. He must drink her menstrual blood out of a skull bowl. The urine and excrement of higher lamas. What?
This is straight up thuggy. Remember the black sleep of Kali?
Mhm.
This is what they give Indy.
Yeah, I know.
Kali Ma protects us. We are her
So-
children.
What did I just say?
How do we went full Mola Ram?
Oh, the urine and excrement of higher lamas is sought after medicine. A dominant necrophiliac strain in Tibetan culture cannot be overlooked. Due to the law of inversion, killing is seen as an honorable deed to deliver the world from undesirable people. There you go.
So here's your Buddhist enlightenment. It's literally Indiana Jones undergoing the black sleep of Kali Ma, right? Oh, it's so cool, man. Spiritual enlightenment, bro. And then he's mind control. Remember, after this, he comes out of it, and he's the slave of Molaram.
Mm-hmm. So in the Vajra, the diamond scepter or thunderbolt or phallus, the androcentric control of the world is what this is symbolizing and represents the superiority of the masculine spirit over feminine nature.
Dr. Jones!
You were caught. A loyal priest hid the last 2 stones down here in the catacombs.
Took the stones from here.
They took the stones from here. Do not redeem the stones. Do not redeem the stones. Yo.
Yeah.
Do you want to put a pause on it here because your show's going to start and then I'm going to read the super chats?
Yeah. I guess that's enough gross stuff for today.
Yeah, it's getting a little gross, dude.
But yeah.
I mean, as long as we can tie in Molaram, I'm happy. He's like one of my favorite movie villains.
Kalima.
He's one of my favorite movie villains.
So Kali fights their Buddhist god over time. So a lot of this has to do with the wheels of time, Doctor Strange and all
So
that.
we're full Robert Jordan fantasy level.
Literally, they think that you can become part of Adi Buddha or the body of Buddha, like we become the body of Christ. They think that they can become something called the Adi Buddha through RAPE women.
Wow. So of course it involves all of the like worst practices to become enlightened.
If you want the details of the actual initiation ritual, that's in my member section. And I think we talked a little bit about that in Guru's Gone Wild with Courtney.
And
one thing I want to say, the last thing before the super chats, and then everybody needs to go watch the Collins Brothers show that's premiering right now. And Lam, so Crowley's demon called Lam that he contacted through the Elemental working, and it is the prototype gray alien. Lam, right? It is supposed to be the ghost of a dead Tibetan Lama. So this all ties together. Gray aliens, Buddhism, Tibetan Tantra, sex magic, Crowley, all of this. Yeah. So Lam means the way or the path.
Mm-hmm.
And he's supposed to be a some kind of like ascended Tibetan Lama.
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Right.
Thank you. Great show. Let me get through the super chats and then I'll tell everybody to go to your channel.
Okay. Oh, because Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future talks about mysticism and UFOs. So that's like the perfect segue into exactly what we're talking about.
And
Lam the Eggman was good.
Right. This is over here on Jamie's channel.
E.T. Phone Home is free. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
All of the rest of the ones with a picture are members, but yeah.
Guru's Going Wild right here.
That one's free.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You want to do super chat?
I thought you were going to go do your show.
What if they have a question for me?
Well, there's like a million from 4 hours ago.
Oh.
So you're going to be sitting there for 2 hours if you want to do it.
I will do both.
Okay. Well, can you give me a little break here because I need to scoot over in the middle because I'm hurting from sitting here like this. If there's a super chat for you, I will hearken to you. How's that? Guys, thank you so much. We will be supporting Jamie as well with these super chats. And if she has a super chat question, I will bring her back.
Collins Brothers is on right now.
I'm trying to hurry through it so they can go watch you. All right. Cheese Click says, you're the most underrated rapper ever. I completely agree. Completely agree. I kind of want to watch this too. This documentary looks awesome. Let's put this in for later. Oh, wait, we already did. Guys, remember we also have a show sponsor, which is chalk.com. Use the promo code J60Life to get 60% off all those great Chalk products right over here at chalk.com. And we'll read the super chats. We've got Mark says for $5, you my BIPOC e-girl. But when is Ruslan opening up his OF? Ooh, gross. You have to go ask him that. We don't keep up with him. SLID $5. What's up, Jay? I'm relatively new to your channel. Well, I've been seeing you super chat for a while because you got the longest creeper handle. Not creeper, but like creepy, weird. You're like an AI or something, like a bunch of digits. Are you muting yourself on accident? Sometimes I'm just doing it on accident because I can't always see what I'm pushing on the microphone. It always cracks me up. Or is it a gag or you just retarded? And it has to do with like 30 times per live stream. Because if I play a clip, I have to mute it the way the audio is set up. And then sometimes when I hit it, it doesn't unmute. So Iron Giant $5. Apparently, it is actually a regular practice for Eastern Catholics in Lebanon to ask for the intercession of Muslim imams, and they even make fake icons of them. Yeah, that's very bizarre. I saw that on Twitter today. I have never heard of that. I thought that was so bizarre. It came up in my feed today, and it was like it was some Eastern Catholic person talking about how they had prayed to, I forgot which Orthodox person it was, like an Orthodox person, and then Ali, or was it Muhammad? I'm like, what? I mean, what? That level of just, I don't even know what to say to that, dude. Let's just do a little bit of a Keanu face for the super chats here, because he's full theater kid right here.
Do you like? Whoa. Do you like my mascara?
Jamie says for $10, is TJ Kirk actually still a thing? That's a good question. I don't even know if TJ Kirk still does YouTube stuff. It's funny to see that whole era dead though. Into the fray. So is he a Crowleyan now? Looks like he wrote a sex robot novel. So he's just full like weirdo gooner now.
So I went and wrote me a goddamn book.
Apparently, yes, this dude is still a thing. And he doesn't even get as many views as we get. So he's got 1 million subs, and he's writing gooner sci-fi fiction about humping robots in space or some shit. So about exactly what you would expect a career atheist to do. What else is he talking about?
My name's TJ Kirk, and I'm a fat fuck.
So still high tier quality content coming out of the atheist sphere over here. Still killing it. Getting 10,000 views just about nothing. So basically he does nothing still. And that's about enough of that. Yuck. Gross, dude. Ugh. Let's go back to Keanu looking beautiful over here with his mascara. Cameron, $10. As Wiggas and Kangs, we got to monetize to the max. I feel you, bro. I feel you, bro. Yo, we just trying to get paid, son. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, clip that Ruse line. That's proof. Carlos says for $30. Carlos. Eventually, the David Wood anti-Islamianity cult will accuse you of being together working with Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis. Mark my word. They already did. What do you mean? They've already tried that. They will do it because it would be a knockout case and you would win in court. It would be funny if that went to court. Lund, $5. I have 3 questions. Have you considered the Schizo Ground Zero Morning of the Magicians? I don't know what that is. Schizo Ground Zero Morning of the Magicians. Is that something to do with... Is that a Pinchon novel? You could ask Tristan that. Tristan's been reading all the Pinchon stuff lately. I tried Inherent Vice, and I was kind of into it, and then I lost interest. So, are you familiar with Ola Tunander? No, I'm not. Thank you. Your show is interesting. Thank you, dude. Maybe we need to get Tristan on here to talk pinch on, because he's full pinch on mode now. Like he's like full schizo pinch on mode. He's all about it. One of my longtime best friends, Ben, is also a super pinch on fan. Bingo Shapiro, $10. Jay, do you know of any good churches in LA? The one that you like the best. Josh Moonby, $10. Jay, I have a lot of recent anti-Orthodox stuff that is everywhere. It seems suspiciously organized. That could definitely be. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but could there be federal influence? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And perhaps even more likely than Fed influence would be foreign interest and foreign funding influence. I think that's a lot more likely than FBI or something like that. I mean, you could have anybody, right? There could be different. You could have a foreign NGO funding. You could have American NGOs, Israeli NGOs. They could all put money into anti-Islamianity to then tell those guys, okay, go after these ortho bros. Six of Spades, $20. This is for your grift. I love the stream. Yo, lazy. Appreciate that. Ryan, $5. This is for your grift, bro. All I got from all of your information was that I was a slow boy who became a fast boy. What a ripoff. Yeah, exactly. You got informed and educated with the best infotainment podcast on the internet. I will say, I do think now we have the best infotainment podcast. Who's got a better infotainment podcast that gives you all of the above, right? Like there's a lot of podcasts that are funny, but they're not really giving you education and infotainment. They're just giving you boring facts and whatever. Okay, that has a place. That's good. But what about all of it together? What if you could get educated on shit that no one else is talking about? Who else is doing Tantra expose streams, as well as talking about the CIA Tibet program, as well as talking about Jeff McCaffrey, as well as talking about theology and politics? Nobody's doing this, dude. We're a diamond scepter in the rough. Jamie's in there laughing. World Eyes, $10. I would love to see a series with you and Jamie talking about Christian movies. We did, actually. Well, we did one called Wholesome December, where we found the best old wholesome movies. So I think we had Rublev. We had, let's see what was in that podcast. I don't even remember. But I see you were specifically mentioning these sort of evangelical. Here it is right here. Wholesome Hollywood. We did this almost 5 years ago. And I see you're asking for more like mainline evangelical type stuff. But the thing is, with the mainline evangelical stuff, what do you mean no sound? Just refresh it, yo. I had to refresh my screen. Something froze up here. Hit refresh. Can you hear me? Everything good? Looks like we're good. Oh, I know something's weird with it. Like the internet has dipped out a couple times today. I think it just briefly dipped out. So I think that's what it is. Give me just 1 second. I'm starting to get a headache. That's partly why I wear these sunglasses. Is that if you stare at these screens for like 5 hours in the dark, like you start to get a headache. So this helps out. Look how young I looked. I mean, I still look the same. I just had more hair, dude. What are you talking about? I'm actually thinner than I was there, though. So you mentioned Christian movies. Noah is not a Christian movie. Darren Aronofsky's Noah is a Kabbalistic movie. So it's not Christian. And The Chosen, I've never watched The Chosen. It just looked like it was going to be cringe. I heard it was like Mormons produced it or something. So I was like, that ain't going to be no good. I just typically find modern evangelical entertainment to be cringe, dude. It's as cringe as evangelical music is. So what movies did we do on this? Let's see. If you're going to watch an old movie, I'd rather watch like an old 1940s black and white movie than a Christian evangelical movie. I mean, there could be a good one. There's a few every now and then. Let's see what good Christian films have been. There've been a couple. I mean, I liked, Narnia movies were okay. They were wholesome. I don't think pacifism is Christian, so I don't know why. I mean, I like Mel Gibson, but I don't really get why people are all about that pacifist movie. That's not Christian. What was it called? Hacksaw Ridge. Here's Trent Horn covering Christian films. Prince of Egypt was okay, I guess. They're just almost all like cringe, dude. Evangelicals don't have aesthetics. They're iconoclastic. So for them, beauty must come from the surrounding secular culture. So they just appropriate secular culture because they don't have a liturgical tradition. And that's why it's all just cringe. I don't even see Christian movies. Let's see what does Trent Horn thinks? What does he think? Let's see. Charlton Heston, Ben-Hur. I would agree with that one. Oh, he doesn't like it. Why does he not like that?
Look it up. It's awful. Now, what makes the 1959 version a great film for non-Christians to watch is how it beautifully portrays the Christian message of grace through the redemptive story of Ben-Hur, a slave who learns better than life sets, gives it.
Anyway, I think Ben-Hur's a great movie. Don't care about promoting Roman Catholic saints, so not going to care about Francis of Assisi movie. Charlie Brown Christmas, don't care about that. Prince of Egypt is an okay animated film. Signs, it's quasi-Christian. I like it. It's a good Shyamalan, Mel Gibson thing. Yeah, Disney, Narnia stuff's okay. No, don't care about that one. Les Miserables is not a Christian film. It is written by a French revolutionary, Victor Hugo. It's a Jacobin film. Pacifism is not Christian, so of course Trent Horn is going to promote. I think Trent Horn actually thinks pacifism is Christian, which is retarded, but there's just not many good Christian films. So Tara Jackson, $2. Betty White, what does that mean? Reginald, $10. Eliminal spade nasty. Eliminal spade nasty. Ryan, $20. If you were going to grift max, what would your creative output look like? Would you do documentaries, films, and TV shows, or would you do more courses and books? Would you have a wigger party? Well, first of all, if I was grift maxing, I wouldn't piss off all of those channels. Why would I risk the engagement and being on all of those people's channels that I've been on if I'm only grift maxing? Wouldn't I just have the lowest common denominator ecumenist message to try to reach the biggest audience? What else would I do if I was grift maxing? Well, people don't really care about documentaries and movies anymore. I guess I would just be like doing ecumenist content. I don't know. Not a Mossad agent, $10. I went to a monastery. I saw the Hawaiian Averon icon. Thank you, Jay. Your knowledge helped me become Orthodox. 2 years ago, what I said, all icons are idols. That's great. Ryan, $2. Dude sounds like his ancestors were horse thieves. He's talking about that was 3 hours ago. Jaylon, $20. Have you seen or reviewed Prophecy with Viggo Mortensen? Prophecy. There's that bad Christopher Walken. Wow. The Prophecy with Christopher Walken is terrible. If you're looking for bad movies. I'm trying to remember. Is this the one with does this have Demi Moore and she's supposed to give birth to the Antichrist and Eric Stoltz? Or something crazy like that. But it's like the most crazy, jacked up, weird eschatology. I might be thinking of another one. I think Prophecy with. There's another one with Demi Moore where she's giving birth to the Antichrist. And by the way, I remember this in this movie. She actually goes to this Jewish dude who's a Kabbalist. And she asked the Kabbalist Jewish guy about end times Antichrist, which doesn't make any sense. And it has the dude in Dune as the Antichrist, I think. Seventh Sign, that's it. This movie, oh yeah, Michael Bihn's in it. He was just on Jamie Kennedy's podcast the other day. This is a crazy ass, retarded, Kabbalistic weirdo movie. It's incredible. It's terrible, but it's so terrible, it's actually kind of fascinating. But yeah, Demi Moore is the mother of Antichrist. So I don't know what is Prophecy with Viggo Mortensen. Oh, I've never heard of this. Or no, it's the same one with Christopher Walken. It's that one. I didn't know Viggo was in that. It's been so long since I watched it. That's crazy. We ought to do an analysis. We should do Antichrist films, but like the bad ones. The worst Antichrist films. That would be a fun analysis to do. Ryan says, homeboy put aspirin in his eyes. This is from earlier. David, Jay, I'm from Romania. I've been following you for a long time. There's a new wave of neo-Protestants invading Romania from the United States. I know. If there are mass conversions to Orthodoxy in your country, here, unfortunately, it's the opposite. Yeah, I'm aware. FDA has been amongst the Romanians for a long time. And he was talking about the Pentecostal charismatic invasion of Romania, which I'm sure America and the State Department and the CIA pushes. One shot. Posh sounds like he has a 180 IQ, but he fought in World War II. Slumfo Monculus, $10. Perhaps the reason liminal space is instill terror is due to the impossibility of actual infinities as opposed to potentiality in creation. That's an interesting angle. I like that. Also, did he argue that cannibals are inhuman for eating other humans? Isn't that a contradiction? Yeah, you mean the pagan dude that called in was like, black people, if they practice cannibalism, are eating humans. But then he said that the people they're eating aren't even human. So yeah. Lisan Al Gaib, $5. Do a video about Saint Irene of Athens, the empress who converted, or who convened Nicaea too. There's a debate whether she's a saint or not. Yeah, I don't know much about her life herself. That's a good question. Guap, $5. I left the Roman Catholic SSPX group last week. I'm now becoming Orthodox thanks to you, Jay. Hey, Guap. Many years to you, dog. You get one free evil Viggo Mortensen. Daniel, $5. Thank you. Little Mr. Pay Piggy. Ooh! He says, Jay, here's $5. Make you holla. I had a conversation with Orthodox, and they brought up 2 Timothy 2, understanding that Paul wrote to Timothy about pastors, but would it also apply to the whole congregation? Yeah, but not in the same way, right? I mean, the congregation participates in the liturgical offering, but not in the same role as the priest. So when you go to Orthodox Church, everyone is participating in the Eucharistic offering. It's just the priest represents the people to God. So there is a priesthood of the believers, but a priesthood of the believers does not negate the Melchizedekian apostolic succession priesthood. Daniel, $5. What's up? Ruben, $5. Can we overcome the round table group of elites? How can we win long term and save Western peoples from being replaced? I think the only hope is something like Orthodox Christianity, which protects ethnos, and has the actual it's the actual church. So we're not just in a geopolitical battle, it's a spiritual war. James F. $10. Protestants know they have to appeal to something in history. They end up rejecting the church, and they can only default to some form of Judaizing. Yes, that's what I've been saying. You cannot divorce Protestantism from Judaizing. In fact, most of the reformers were criticized by their Catholic opponents as being Judaizers, believe it or not. I remember this coming up in Luther's debate with John Eck, and Eck accuses Luther of being a Judaizer. Obviously, I know Luther's writings about the Jews, but he's saying you have the idea of the text and a book religion like the Jews. It also makes all the evangelicals idiots for big Z, thus heresy kills. Correct. Ryan, $3. These people think that cow piss is ceremonial. Exactly. Real Schizo, $5. Jay, did you ever do a members only writing of the Elite video on MK? No, I've not done an MK Tiny Mustache Man analysis. I think I'd probably have to put that on. If I ever did that, it'd have to be on the website alone. TJ, $25. I'm curious if you ever come across geopolitical figures talking about video games. Jeff Steinbeck-Effrey, he talked about video games and his role in influencing a lot of different games. We have talked about the CIA being involved in the production of first-person shooters. And in fact, I was about to play this video talking about the CIA's role in the creation of Call of Duty. Now, I've been talking about these subjects for 20 years. So whatever this channel is called Moon. They do a very basic bitch watered down version of stuff. So they're kind of on the right track, but a lot of the way they present it is not everything they're presenting is correct, but there is this video here.
This is really what has changed. We have built a panopticon, but what sits at the top of it is a computer. That computer witnesses everything we do.
Billions of dollars are spent spying on Americans, whether it's NSA or CIA.
Now these things are saved.
But the real truth is, if mass surveillance were the only crime here, this would be a much shorter story. But it's also about changing the past and engineering the future, maybe permanently for all of us.
I think the military knows full well what it's doing, and I think their intent is to indoctrinate children at the youngest age.
And the twisted irony is that the very medium intelligence agencies are actively targeting is the same medium that's been warning us for decades.
What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths.
That's from Metal Gear Solid 2, a game released in November 2001, 2 months after 9/11.
Yes, this is definitely a road we need to go down. However, I can't immediately think of like Brzezinski or Kissinger, talking about video games, but that's outsourced to lower level minions in charge of all that for sure. Are there any games like Eyes Wide Shut? Most people point to Hitman because one of the levels of Hitman includes going to what appears to pretty closely mirror Ghislaine and Jeff Steinbeck-Effrey. And shout out to Esoteric Hollywood Archive, who's done some great clipping over here on one of my clips channels. And I think that one is the biggest viewed video over there, where they covered all of the Epstein elements of Hitman. So be sure and subscribe to Esoteric Hollywood Archive. They're killing it over there. They've done several Hitman clips, but let me find the one that talks about that. Yeah, right here. So this already has almost 250,000 views. And essentially, I think it has this is no commentary. It's just the 20-minute section where you invade the elite mansion. And it's an Eyes Wide Shut type party right there. And that's it. Now, in regard to other questions, gaming wise, I mean, Silent Hill is kind of has the theme of a satanic cult that runs a town. Resident Evil 4 is about the Illuminati. That's a good one. Resident Evil 6 or 5 is the bio-release scenario by the Illuminati. I mean, those are the ones that immediately come to mind. So basically you got Hitman 2016, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 5, sort of. Silent Hill narrative. I think that's all I can think of. That would be the closest to. I know Deus Ex has like the transhumanist stuff, but he's asking specifically about like Eyes Wide Shut Kubrick style liminal horror video games. And that's the only ones I could think of. But yeah, I know about Deus Ex. Let's see. Who's next question? Mr. Anderson, $10. Check out RJ's who's RJ? World Vision Evangelical Relief. This was a yes, I'm aware of World Vision as a CIA evangelical pipeline. We have covered that. Actually, we haven't covered it in a long time, but it actually ties into people don't know that Mark David Chapman spent time before he became a lunatic, probably MK Ultra serial killer. He spent time working in that relief mission in that pipeline. And some of the names are escaping me. But I actually have a big book that is about that. I think Jim Hoogan's classic. This is some classic lore here. Spooks by Jim Hoogan. This gets into that. I've not read this book in total because it's very, very long. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in there. But for audiences, I think you're right that. But who is RJ? I don't know who you're talking about. RJ. Let's see if we type in. Who left that super chat? Because I don't know who RJ is. Check out. So, Mr. Anderson, tell me who RJ is, because I want to watch this. But you guys got to be more specific. Like, who's RJ? Have you played Marvel Goons? Marvel Gooners. Who is RJ, dude? Help me out. Mr. Anderson, if you're still in the chat, I really want to watch the video that you're talking about, but I don't know who RJ is. Do you mean this? This is just like evangelicals talking about that. That's not what that is. Anybody in the chat know what he's talking about? All right, we'll come back to that if he answers. Who is RJ? Rampage Jackson. Okay, we got a lot more super chats to get through here, so let's see if we can work it out here. Brian says, no, we don't read the $1 super chats anymore. And no, that's not me being a dick. It's because people who do $1 will just do $1 and monopolize everything. Real Schizo, $5. Please do a chill stream going through Fat Earth and the reels. It's super funny. It's like when you reacted to somebody convinced all actors are the same or something like that. Oh, you mean it was funny when we were talking about the people who think that everybody is an actor and everybody's the same actor? That shit is so retarded, dude. It's so dumb. I mean, they'll say it about people I've met, right? Or that like, well, Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. It's like, dude, I used to watch stand up when Bill Hicks was like middle aged, when Alex Jones would have been like 17. It's really dumb, dude. People love believing like the craziest conspiracy shit. They love it, and they'll believe that before things that actually make sense. So you can see here, by the way, I've never got to this level yet. I did play Hitman a few times. I like it, and I've been replaying it. But this is the Epstein level where you go to the Eyes Wide Shut party. See?
Party on this like Scottish castle thing.
Okay.
And there's all these layers to it, to where there's like the two main people that you're trying to kill are like taking over from this previous guy that you killed earlier. They're part of this whole secret cabal. And you're hearing throughout while you're like in the different characters, like trying to sneak in and stuff. There's one guy who they're trying to blackmail, who like runs a coal mine and oil, and they're like trying to blackmail him and force him into like the Green New Deal kind of a stuff.
Oh, wow. Go in here and bust up the butt pirates in the Illuminati ritual. So yeah, you got to go in there and take out the butt buddies in Hitman. All right, let's see. We got more super chats. Iron Giant says, "Why is tag the superior form of cardio?" Mark Lazarchuk, $5. You my BIPOC diva. Oh, I read that one earlier. Panonsky Govnar says, "This is to get a new banana phone and a Chicano church baptism." By the way, there's a new remix that Dr. Evo did of Cholo Church. That's really cool. We'll be playing that next time. Cameron says for $10, Wiggas and Kangs must monetize. Yeah, son. Okay, we read that one. Elvum MP M5P, $20. Much respect to the BIPOC Wixantium Emperor. Thank you for your perseverance in the truth, son. Leningrad, $10. This is the moment when you realize Business Chorch is just a 7,000 view video ankle biter. Exactly. People are like, dude, Ruslan is a paper tiger on all fronts, whether it's debating, theology, get this, and even views. Ruslan is struggling for views, you guys. They think I need them for clout. Ruslan, I get more views on my average video than you do. You got 5,000, 5,000, 7,000. And then over here, the only one that's got 46,000 is talking about Ortho Bros. So Christian TMZ is failing. Oh, it's a bad week for Ortho Bros. Dude, you don't get shit on your channel. What are you talking about? And he's trying to flex in my face. I bet you money he probably bought subscribers. That's my opinion. Hades, $20. I'm here to gift and grift the E-Diva. Exactly. Thank you. Appreciate that. Y'all want to show some supports? I don't know why the super chat goal thing is not registering, because there's plenty of super chats, but for some reason the goal is not showing for whatever reason. World Eyes. No, we did that. Ryan Finley says, dude sound like his ancestors were horse thieves. That's funny. Lisan Al Gaib. The powder is called Ruslan Ashy and shit. He's talking about the powdered wig, the magical powdered wig powder that the founding fathers put on the founding documents to make them divine. He's saying that is actually the ashy arms and the ashy, the Ruslan got ashy. Earth ashy. You play too much. Mimi says for $5, Mormon space wives. Just Chilling says for $5. Redding, California. The state stole an Orthodox family's child to TRANZ to a boy. This is a PSA to everybody. Everybody pray for that family. Absolutely. Redding, California. Dang, dude. That place is turning dark. Nicola, $20. Jay, if I wanted to know what popes were in office during the first 7 ecumenical councils and what they declared and what the doctrines were, where would I find that? I mean, you could get J.N.D. Kelly's book, History of the Popes. He's an Anglican who wrote I think it's either here or in Florida, but he wrote a whole thing about the history of the popes. You could get Richard Price's series of the ecumenical councils, which is expensive, but that would also tell you. Those are probably good places to start here. Nikolai, $20. I'm also curious about the declarations that you mentioned of Vatican I and how the Roman Catholic Church believes those applied to previous popes. They claim that all magisterium is binding on Catholics. Do they mean that from that point onwards, or was it always so? They mean from that point on, right? So, I mean, it doesn't really make any sense to say it was retroactively binding. But if you're asking, was the idea of Vatican I always there? The answer is no, because they have to argue typically for the development of doctrine. Even though Satis Cognitum and Pastor Eternus argue that it was always there. So let's talk God, $20. Can you speak about American Protestantism, that it's not simply white people that spearheaded slavery in America? Yeah, it was people of all different nationalities. There were also Irish and white slaves in America. There were Middle Eastern people who trafficked in slavery in America. There were African black slave traders who also traded other black tribes as slaves. There were Arab slave traders for that whole time period and for centuries. So I would think should be pretty well known. Protestants actually traded with Jews and Arabs for slaves. However, all of this is treated as outsiders. Keep cooking, diva. Yeah, people just don't know history, dude. I mean, I was one class from a double college degree in history. I've always loved history. I'm a history buff in certain areas. There's areas I don't know about, but I mean, I knew that there was a slave trade of all the peoples. So I always, even before I knew and read a bunch of stuff on ethnicities and race, I always knew that, like, obviously they're lying about slavery. Like, American Indian tribes would fight other American Indian tribes. So how are all the American Indians like noble savages, but the evil white men? It was obvious as soon as I went to college that this was propaganda. Lisan Al Gaib, $2. This is to help he was talking about something a while back. I don't know what she's talking about. He said that it was about not so erudite, quote, winning a debate. She ain't never won a debate. Lisan Al Gaib says, what about a Butlerian jihad? Although you're talking about during the AI. Yes, he's saying AI is there to help not so erudite win debates. Larry Fink is putting trillions of dollars into AI data centers so that Destiny and not so erudite can look up on ChatGPT quick enough to win the debates. There may be down the road in the future, there will be a Butlerian jihad. Rui, $10. Here is my jizya to the Byzantine emperor. Yes, this is the only appropriate time to call upon Quranic doctrines. Shabu, $8. Panteria chat, not Mormon space wife garments, but pantiya, just making it clear. Shabu, $8. Jay, remember that VH1 had a show called Pickup Artists? Yeah, with Mystery. I used to watch that. I wonder too how far that stuff was AstroTurf too. Remember this? Dude, so the whole show is on here, it looks like. Let's see. Maybe not. I remember reading Neil Strauss's book too, right? By the way, this was super fake. If you watched it, we played this video before. It's supposed to be like Neil Strauss is hitting on and picking up Jessica Alba. Dude, this is so fake. He's like so nerdy in this interview. Ain't no way she's gonna go out with him. This is the way media works, and it's always worked for dummies that don't realize it, is that a lot of this stuff is planned ahead of time. For example, well, maybe I shouldn't say that because I don't want to spoil the upcoming interview, but we kind of planned some awkwardness in the interview that I did that'll be coming out, the big one, right? And then we're supposed to think that this dude's player skills were so intense that he just amazed Jessica Alba. Come on, dude.
God, so literally.
Actually, could you try it on Jessica? Would you mind?
I wouldn't try it on a talk show. I didn't learn talk show game.
Oh, is there a different game?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's this idea that, you know, someone's beautiful, you got to hit on them or something. But
anyway, we played this clip before. It's dumb and cringe. But the idea was that it's to sell Neil Strauss's book, The Game, right? But I remember reading The Game. I'm pretty sure it was The Game, or maybe it was Mystery. I read one of these books a long time ago, and I remember them saying that Mystery actually would rent I didn't have Airbnb, but like he would rent like a Playboy Mansion type thing and then hire these chicks to come hang out. So it looked like he was just like, yo, this dude is just surrounded by chicks, dude. How's he doing it? Oh, the Mystery method. And he's gonna teach these frat bros how to get laid, dude.
I'm petrified with trying to go up to a woman.
And
This dude's destined to be a llama right here. He gonna be Llama Sue.
turn them into Casanovas. I get it. I know what's going on.
Yo, we got that dude French kissing on the first date, bro. He want the first base.
I'm like Neo from The Matrix. I am the one.
Now.
This dude said he was Neo from The Matrix. I am the one.
I am the one.
Dude, I gotta spit some more Matrix game. If Jamie was to pass, if I was single, I would spit Matrix game right away. I'm gonna walk up and be like,
my name is Neo. I am the one.
And what would a chick do to that, right?
Now, he's back.
I am Mystery.
I like how there's a little bit of steampunk to Mystery too. he's dressed like he's going to a rave, but also a steampunk convention. So he can't make up his mind. He need to find himself, as Ruslan would say.
Hi. I'm gonna give you a hug, but don't expect much of a great conversation. Your friend and I like each other. Are you all right with that?
You're so sweet. Oh, thank you.
Say hi, be nice. We're surrounded by love tonight.
Let the game.
Yo, dude. There's a little bit of Chris Angel in him too. He's like, am I a cowboy? Am I a pimp? Am I a gay cowboy pimp? Or am I a Chris Angel level stage magician and I'm about to levitate out of here, dude?
Begin.
And this
But also steampunk.
time around, the challenge is even bigger.
I am a 28-year-old virgin.
Oh, shit. Now, see, I feel like as goofy as this is, it was still a better time because we were at least teaching the boys some social skills. You can hate on Mystery all day long, but these nerdy boys got to learn some social skills, dude. That's what, forget all the corny cornball shit. At least they're learning how to talk to people.
My life has been rather sheltered.
My life has been rather sheltered. Yeah, exactly.
Never really learned how to socialize. And
See? That was the whole thing right there. I've never learned to socialize. Well, that's what you
spin the
need.
bottle.
Dog.
That was actually my first kiss.
It's pretty horrible when people ask you, have you kissed a girl before? I'm like, yeah, on the forehead. But I don't really say, oh, it's my mom, because it's pretty embarrassing.
I go to sleep at night, I look next to me, and, there's nothing. After a while, that kind of wears on you. You're like, I have nobody to talk to at night. I have nobody to cuddle up with at night. Nobody to, make me feel that somebody else really cares for me.
Eesh. See, we can already from the outset, dude, I've already assessed all of the problems here immediately, right away. Oh, is this one of the Chads? He's going to teach Chad lessons.
He's returning with his wingman Matador.
Matador is like
Matador.
His
Whoa, dude! Look at this white dude. Just like, I'm gonna go full Dookie chain. We got Jonah Hill over here going full freaking Bismarcky. He's like, yeah, I look like Jonah Hill, but if I've got a Big Daddy Kane level Dookie chain, what chick could say no to that, dude? I like where he's going. See, even mystery can help dudes. That's how crazy this is, right? Dude, I bet I still remember every lyric to this song too. Smooth operator. Look, check out that Dookie chain, dude. BIPOC queens, wall to wall. A minimum. Big Daddy Kane got a throne. That's what I'm talking about. And I like how this white dude was just like, give me a damn Dookie chain, dude. Let me go full Big Daddy Kane. And these bitches is toast, bro.
His muscles were huge, with his long hair and everything. He just looked like a rock star.
Matador. It's kind of gay, dude.
Interest. Who is that guy? Exactly.
And this time, he's bringing...
This time he's bringing the wine moms to the party. Who is this?
He's bringing along a sexy secret weapon. His wing woman, Tara.
Oh, a wing woman, dude. See, the incel boys has got to start thinking outside of the box. Y'all never thought about hiring a wine mom to be your wing woman? Look, you need a gay dude named Matador and a wine mom called Nancy or whatever her name was.
I want you to
Now
remember
you can
that.
understand the male perspective.
I do! Will Mystery be able to take these 9 men from zeros to heroes?
Dang, dude. Yikes. I'm just mystified by the fat white dude wearing a Dookie chain. I mean, that's already off the hook. I think he's gonna win right away. Ew, yikes.
Our big
pasty.
This isn't gonna hurt one bit, okay? Do you like blondes?
Seems like it. Look at the heartbeat go. To meet you.
Oh, yeah.
Dude looks like he what's funny about Mystery is like the way Mystery looks now
Women who would
back
just
then is the way every vape store employee looks right now. This dude was like already creating a whole sub niche of vape store employees right there. How do we get on this? Somebody, I already forgot. Oh, somebody said, Shabu said, look up VH1. Remember the pickup artist? Yeah, dude, right here. This shit's gold to watch now, though. Ryan says for $5. Think of all the degenerate ads he's destroying. He's doing the Lord's work. That was a couple hours ago, so I forget what that's about. Ruiz says for $10. GTSY, the Wigzantian Empress. Oh, you talking about Jamie? Dumvita says for $20. Your cringecore catalog is actually the favorite of my family. The house plays it. God bless you. You know what's so funny? When I go out and meet people, like this last weekend, we were at Neil's daughter's wedding, and a bunch of people, obviously a lot of Orthodox people were there, and I would meet Orthodox people, and I would meet like the dudes and their wives, and then the wives bring the kids to meet me, and the kids are all like, we love Funko Pop. We love Cholo Church. Literally all the kids will sing my songs. And it trips me out because I'm thinking like, dude, I don't even think about kids listening to these cringecore songs. And then it makes me like, am I saying like stuff I shouldn't say in these cringecore songs? Like, I don't think about it being catchy and a kid singing it. It's just crazy. But I hear this over and over and over. They're like, dude, all my kids will not stop singing your stupid song. So I don't know if that's praise or criticism. They probably get sick of it. Ryan says for $5. Obviously, this is all low tier, but yoga is such an infection. You actually have to notice how many people use a word concept fallacy where they say karma and then they talk about reaping and sowing. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. Lactose intolerance sends 10 BAMs. What currency is a BAM? That's a Flintstone currency. Bam, bam. Greetings from Bosnia. Bosnian currency. You are the one true Wigzantium emperor. Exactly. See, these foreign boys know what's up. I appreciate the foreigners. Okay, where are we at? Double O Phantasm, $10. Oh my gosh, I love Jamie. Jay's all right, but I like Jamie. That's okay. You're allowed to neg me to use the mystery speak in the presence of Jamie. That's fine. Thayanda, $5. What do you know about the Ashima Ashma? That is probably a better question for Jamie. Jamie, what's the Ashima Ashma? Do you know? She does not know. Shabu, $8. I like that you're actually talking about the Communist Party tribes in this discussion. Think about the Infinity Stones. Infinity Stones. What? I can't hear you. Ashima Ashma. I don't know what that is. A-S-H-I-M-A, A-S-H-M-A. Ashima Ashma. Well, if you don't know about it, you don't have to look it up on Google. That means you don't know. Jolly Good, $3. Thank you so much. Welcome to the new members. By the way, I do intend to, I know I'm kind of behind on memberships. We're going to do Old Boys very soon. I did get several chapters since we were driving to go interview Kat Von D. I did get a couple more chapters of Old Boys finished. So it's coming. Just be patient. Ashima Ashma. Yes. Ask him what that is. And by the way, Phantasm said that he was happier for you to do a show than, he said Jay's okay, but Jamie's better.
She's a prominent cultural figure from China.
And what does she do?
Heroine in a mythological narrative that tells the story of a brave and beautiful woman who fights.
Fights who?
Fights for love.
So a fictional Chinese heroine? Doesn't sound Chinese. Domvita says, Jamie, that was an awesome presentation. Her channel is Jamie Dyer. If you type in Jamie Henshaw Dyer, you'll get it. I'll add her to the show description later.
Whoever talked about that castle was interesting.
What castle?
There was like a Freemasonic castle. They said, have you heard of this place? It was a couple months ago.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember looking up something, but I don't remember what it was. Dostoevsky, $5. Good looking Chad here reporting in, sir. Exactly. Echo Romeo, $20. Good evening, Jay and Jamie. I've been attending the Orthodox liturgy for a few months because of you and Jim Bob. I actually think it's amazing. I brought my woman in as well. She's very excited. I have a question. This question doesn't fit the character limit, so I'll bring it up to the next one. Next one is Echo Romeo, $20. I have looked at Jonathan Pageau's works and Final Fantasy as a means to introduce her to Orthodoxy. Interesting. You know, I've heard some fascinating fan theories about Zelda. Have you guys heard the Zelda Byzantium theories? I've watched a bunch of videos on this. I think there's some, I mean, there are some Christian themes to early Zelda because they put, you know, crosses and they put churches in. But there were some really cool videos I watched many years ago. Like, I think I did watch this one a long time ago. And they're arguing that Zelda is Christian and perhaps even Byzantine.
It's taken so long to get another video out.
So like the Triforce, right? And the Triforce is, so here he's going into the old Zelda stuff where it's Christian.
The Triforce and capturing Zelda. Guess who else has that title?
Triforce is Triad, I was.
Satan. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of.
Let me go back a bit.
Analysis of hours upon hours of.
I missed this part earlier.
Symbolism in the early games. In my final analysis of hours upon hours of researching, I've determined that not only is the Triforce and everything it stands for not evil, but in fact represents the very foundation of Christianity, the Holy Trinity. Now, I know to some folk this might be a touchy subject, but please understand, I'll be looking at this from a purely academic point of view as I do for all of my videos. Satanism, it is in fact anything but. However, in my research for that video, I came across another theory. One that could link the Triforce, the Golden Goddesses, everything to the massive amount of Christian symbolism in the early games. Franchise were completely littered in Christian religious symbolism, to a point where many people speculate that the intended religion of Hyrule was Christianity. Seeing as how that's only the beginning. As the intro keeps scrolling, we start to see some of the in-game items, including the magic shield with a very blatant cross on it, likely referencing crusaders who brandish similar images on their shields and armor. Then near the bottom of the list, we find the Bible. No, really, it says Bible plain as day.
Isn't that cool? That's from the old original Zelda. Or maybe Zelda 2 Adventures of Link, but there's a lot of chapels too. I remember in Zelda 2 or 3, there was chapels. And then that's old art that was inside Zelda packaging when it first came out, and it's explicitly a crucifix. So if you're not familiar with all that stuff, it's pretty fascinating in terms of ancient Zelda lore, but they're also speaking to indigenous Japanese philosophy too, with like the 3 goddesses or whatever. But there was a guy that had videos a long time ago. I don't know if I can find it. But he was arguing that there was actually a Byzantine connection. But I don't see that right away. What is this? This looks like AI music or something. Byzantine Imperial Lament. All right, that's all just fake music, but so this guy is, I guess, the main channel that's covered it. This Goomba dude, if you want to watch more of his Zelda Christian videos. Shout out to my boy Esoteric Hollywood Archive. He sends a super chat. It says for $5. Metal Gear Solid 2 and Deus Ex are my favorite video game stories. Yes, they have great stories. But I recommend that people should play the original BioShock. I have played BioShock. It has all the transhumanist breakaway civilization, I would add, conspiracy stuff. It even has serial killers based on George Hodel and Man Ray. Yes, a lot of crazy stuff going on in BioShock. It also has that my mind, I'm getting tired because we've been talking all day. What's the Hoover Dam style of art Deco, right? I like the Art Deco theme of BioShock. The second one was kind of weird, seemed kind of satanic to me, but this is definitely a very cool art style, even though it's modern. So this is about as far as I could go with like modern art is Art Deco, but I do like Urte. Urte's art's really cool if you don't know who that is. I had to write a paper on Urte when I was at my new agey elementary school, but I think Urte's art's really cool. And a lot of it is 20s Art Deco flapper chicks type stuff. Anyway, what were we talking about? Video games? BioShock. Yeah, I remember when I was playing BioShock, it was the time when I was reading Ayn Rand stuff. And I mean, I was listening to Alex Jones pretty regularly. This was probably 2006, 7. And I was like, Alex is talking about breakaway civilization. Galt's Gulch is in my mind. And I'm like, dude, I'm playing this game. It's like, there's this underground civilization that they built. That's like, an experiment that went wrong, and it's using Art Deco style, right? Anyway, yeah, Bioshock is pretty crazy. It's making fun of Ayn Rand, you think? Yeah, no, I'm not saying Ayn Rand is legit. I do think Ayn Rand is worth analyzing, though, because she kind of has an Illuminati type philosophy, right? So it is actually relevant to a degree. I mean, technically, actually, Ayn Rand should be in the Global Elite book series, honestly, because she was hanging out with like Alan Greenspan. So I actually think we should do Atlas Shrugged as part of the Global Elite book series. I really do. Anyway, great question though. I did not know that there was a reference to George Hodel and Man Ray in Bioshock. That's crazy. Oh, but back to Echo Romeo's question about Final Fantasy. Yeah, I mean, I think conceivably any of these narratives could be pathways to get people interested in orthodoxy, sure. Because every story will have some usage of archetypes. And a lot of fantasy archetypes will be pulling from, classics of Christian fantasy like Tolkien or C.S. Lewis. So, yeah. I've been a fan of Final Fantasy since childhood. Yeah, me too. I think I played them all. I think I might have missed one or two, but I played almost all of them. Any other works that you could recommend? Well, when you say works, you're asking about video games. So when you say works, I don't know what you mean. Echo Romeo, what do you mean? Do you mean books? I would say check out my Tolkien analysis if you mean books, because I think I pointed out something that nobody's noticed about The Hobbit. We did a super deep dive on Hobbit recently, and I noticed some stuff that I don't think anybody else has noticed. And I put that in my Hobbit analysis. But also, I think Narnia is underrated because, like we said back here, Horse and His Boy is it's an apologetic takedown of Islam. And the first time I read it, I didn't know much about Islam, so I didn't get that. But once I learned a lot about Islam over the last 10 years, and then when I read Horse and His Boy, I'm like, dude, this is a whole like genius critique of Islam. This is great. Where's it at? Should be in here somewhere. Okay, here's our first. Yeah, here it is right here. So here's the first analysis of Hobbit. And then there's my part 2 for members. And then here is C.S. Lewis's takedown of Islam with Horse and His Boy. Craftsman Ethos says, maybe that's how Sting gets his crappy music is Tantra. I think I've read that before, right? I mean, Sting's like a super devoted Tantra practitioner. He has been for a long time. So I would say, yeah, he probably gets inspiration through that. JDR Clipwave, $10. What would you say to those who say this is just Tantric Buddhism, not real Buddhism? Well, it's still, some of it is the actual origin stories, right? The lore of Buddhism. So some of that is still overlaps, but yeah, we could do a separate discussion of actual Buddhism. Anonymous sends $10. What's up? Thank you. Real Schizo, $5. Did you do a video on all the books of the Bible? No, I haven't done that, dude. Do the Psalms. I did a talk on Christ in the Psalms, and I've done a lot of the books of the Bible, but I haven't done the whole Bible. Hind Fresh, $5. Jay, I live in Kentucky, an area called Muldraw. I never heard of that. There's rumors of a virus breaking out and people getting bit. The police end up overwhelmed. I'm currently hunting for a can opener and bags of chips. I'm headed to Louisville. Is this a reference to Resident Evil? This sounds like a Resident Evil reference, or perhaps it's from Cormac McCarthy or something. I don't get the reference here, but it sounds funny. It would be crazy though if a virus did, like, if we went full Stephen King The Stand, and then it, of course, it would come out of freaking Kentucky. Remember the old Stand from the 90s, dude? That was some crazy shit, dude. This, dude. I remember watching this in the 90s on DVD. I mean, on VHS. And it's so corny now, but when you watch it back then, I was like, dude, this. Everybody in the 90s was like, their minds were blown by because it was a TV series. Everybody watched the Stephen King Stand series. I was a freshman in high school when this came out.
By popular demand, The Stand, based on the novel by Stephen King, is now available on one DVD disc.
Whoa! Gary Sinise.
Molly
Ringwald. Guess who else is in it? Frickin' Parker Lewis, dude. Shout out to Corin Nimick, who has read Tragedy and Hope, by the way. By the way, I forgot I wanted to do an interview with him, and I forgot to email his thing.
Jamie Sheridan, Laura San Giacomo.
Rob Lowe's in it too, dude.
Rob Lowe.
Where's Parker Lewis's credit, dude? You're not gonna give freaking Parker Lewis a credit? Come on, dude. That's not fair. He plays the nerdy dude that like turns on everybody.
Miguel Ferrar and director Mick Garris. And a behind-the-scenes look at the making of the masterpiece. One last chance for the human race.
I can't believe they didn't even talk about Corin Nimick, dude. Parker Lewis stole the show.
The character.
He was over there trying to creep on Molly Ringwald, and he was a total incel.
Corky Nemec, who played the part, is obviously a tall and slender fellow. The choice was to go for the best actor, and he just gave us a great reading. He's a terrific actor, very kind of eccentric choices. Rather than kind of pad him out with a fat suit, we
pad him out with a fat suit. Anyway, let's go back to the super chats. Yeah, it's weird. Out of nowhere, I was on Twitter like a couple of years ago, and somehow Tragedy and Hope came up, and I saw in the replies Corin Nimick. I'm like, Parker Lewis is commenting on my tweets about Tragedy and Hope, and then we started having these DMs back and forth. I'm like, holy shit, dude, Parker Lewis is actually cool in real life. And then I was like, am I living in a dream world? What is going on? Dostoevsky, $2. Mohammed did that. Ew, gross. Did the tongue slurping in hadiths. D Jules, $10. Now the computer's freezing again. I lost D Jules. Hold on, let's find it. All right, my mind's starting to turn into potato mush, mashed potatoes. I got to get something to wake me up here. Let me get a little Alp power. I got to find D Jules super chat here. Let's see. Where'd it go? D Jules, $10. Jamie, there's a great documentary called Becoming Woman in Zanskar /Slice. It is the journey of women in the remote Zanskar Valley. They navigate strict traditions, arranged marriages on their pathway to becoming nuns. I assume you're saying Buddhist nuns. Interesting. Jamie, did you hear that? There's a documentary that you're supposed to watch called Becoming Woman in Zanskar. Tuxedo mask for $10. Wow, you're absolutely gorgeous. Jamie looks good too. Yo, man, this dude right here, he gay as hell, but he know a diva when he see one. Cyprian, $5. Jay, did you watch The Langoliers? Yes. People keep bringing up Langoliers in terms of liminal spaces. It was actually filmed at his local airport. It's been so long since I watched it, but so I don't actually remember that as a liminal space thing, but let me see. Oh, here's the whole thing.
There's a red eye leaving.
Was this another Stephen King TV? I think it's another Stephen King TV movie, isn't it? Yeah. All right. So 95. Man, Stephen King was killing it with like 90s TV movies, dude. He had zillions of people watching. You know what? I don't think I've actually ever seen this. I've never seen Langoliers. Boy, it's full of 90s faces, though. It just looks like a bunch of faces. Where's the liminal spaces at? Is it aliens at an airport? What's the plot of this? Dude, this looks boring as hell, dude. It just looks like faces talking for 2 hours. 90s faces just yapping. Oh, is there a time, like a rift, a time rift or something? You got Dean Stockwell in it, though. How is this liminal space? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, how is it? Rich Lion, $50. Let me hear your hollers. He says, hello, Wixanthia and the BIPOC Queen Jay. What's up? All of my indigenous peoples in the house. Shout out to Rich Lion for the big fat super chat. Blink 444 says for $5. Yoga chicks are actually dealing with dad issues. I think you're correct. That's the actual answer. Thank you too for too literal thinking. Too literal. I think that makes sense. Sincere hypocrite. Has Buddhism influenced paganism in the Western world? Yes. Is there a good book on this topic? Well, I mean, any of the books that describe Crowley and Blavatsky and the counterculture of the 60s is about that, ultimately. What's one book on that, though? Well, indirectly, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon by Dave McGowan is about that through culture. And then the Beatles help spread all that through Transcendental Meditation and Maharishi Mahesh Yogi stuff. But I don't know exactly what the specific one book on that would be. There's a good one called Storming Heaven by Jay Stevens that kind of touches on that. Zeph, $5. You tricked us into watching gross tantric stuff. No, I didn't. I told you not to watch Holy Smoke. If you disobey, it's not my fault. Right? Y'all want to be a bunch of kids, right? If somebody says don't do it. Oh, I got to run and do it. I'm telling you, it's gross, dude. You don't want to see Harvey Keitel getting jiggy with it. Nobody wants to see that. Jaylon, $10. Do low IQ people who are too dumb to know if they should convert, do they receive graces? Sure. To help them, yes. Jaylon, $10. Have you thought about the Orthodox Church will baptize slow boys. Have you thought about taking on a student before you retire? Jaylon, $10. A student? Well, hopefully we'll have a child. That's up to God. No, I've not thought about an understudy, but what's an understudy going to do? I can't teach a person to come on the internet and be retarded like I am. It's a specific skill set. Jaylon, $10. Will there be future collabs? I don't know about that. Can Jamie and future collabs? I don't know. The synthesis. Oh, you mean you're joking about ending occultism for forever? Yeah, maybe we'll see. Paul tip $5. The book about 7 years in Tibet. The Germans criticized the lack of progress due to an aversion to killing worms, and women's inheritance laws, instituting multiple husbands. So you're saying that the real book is about Germans criticizing practices that limit progress. Interesting. I didn't know what the book's about. Jaylon, no, sorry. Haul Long, Nate, $5. Thank you for your content. You help a trucker make it through these miles. Yeah, man, appreciate. Yeah, we got a lot of truckers, I think, that listen on those long hauls. I get messages and comments and meet people in person all the time who are like, "Yeah, I love listening to your podcasts." Justin, $5. If you open up Spooks, the book, the Jim Hoogan book here, he says the first chapter is on Werbel and his compound. I did the estate sale for that property in 2015. His family was actually big into the occult. Oh, wow. Yeah. So Justin knows firsthand what's going on there. Jesse, $5. I'm seeking entry into Wixanthium. All hail the true Black Queen. Exactly, son. Jaylon, $10. I know a guy. Wait, there's a guy who's a logician. He studied philosophy and Bible, but he thinks that non-denominationalism is the first century church, or it's closer than Orthodoxy is. Why are people well-educated but anti-Orthodox? Well, they're well-educated in a certain tradition, right? So if you go to a Baptist college, you're going to be taught that, oh, well, the early church was obviously a low church because they were meeting in houses. And they don't talk or mention that the house churches are converted like fancy rich houses that turn into early basilicas or what would become basilicas. And there's already good books on this, right? Or there've been scholarly articles out for decades about how the house churches were actually high church, contrary to what Protestants think. Caden, $5. Jay, do you know about any commentary series on the church fathers? I mean, we have a lot in the archives. We've done tons of patristic stuff in the archives. Athanasius, we've done Basil's letters and writings. We've done St. Cyril of Jerusalem. I mean, there's a lot in the archives. But I don't know if you mean audio commentary on the Church Fathers or you mean a book that's a commentary. I would say if you're looking for a book, I would just start with On the Incarnation by St. Athanasius, read Ad Gentes by St. Athanasius, read the 5 theological orations of St. Gregory Nazianzus, and then read Basil on the Holy Spirit. Those are good places to start. Haul Long Nate, $5. Mysteries game tactics always worked on the sleuths. I was the Chad of 304s in a goth club. That's funny. Yeah. So you're saying that you was all about mystery method with goth chicks. Interesting. Terror 728, $10. The person arguing that humans under IQ are not human is stupid. A 90 IQ of today isn't actually the same as yesterday. It's a stochastic variable relative to a sample measure. It's not actually a stable measurement. Yeah, I'm sure there's some variation there. But it's odd to think that, I mean, if you follow that logic, babies aren't human either, right? Until a baby progresses to a certain age to have his reasoning faculty developed to have a high IQ. So then babies aren't humans because they don't have IQ. I mean, it's just silly. Doomvita, $10. The cringe core comment earlier was praise. Voice of Greason and We Was Kangs are my favorites. Appreciate that, dog. Loosh Bob, $5. How to refute Sola Scriptura friend. He says that Jesus Christ founded a church in our heart. He doesn't want to go to any church. They're all man-made. Well, that's the heresy of of Ann Lee, dude. That's literally what she said. That's what she said. Come back over here to I mean, if your buddy's not going to listen to like high IQ arguments, doesn't sound like he will. Here is my way to go at all of those people. I'm being serious here. All right. I think it was, did he make the Testament of Ann Lee video? I thought he did. Let's see. Yes. All right, right here.
If he came as a man, must all.
You're going to tell your friend, hey, people have been saying that God's kingdom and church is really the one in your heart for a long time. So this is not new to you. So you're going to tell your friend to go rent the Testament of Ann Lee. Yes, you heard me correctly. All right. So he's going to watch this crazy bitch in this movie start her cult about it's just in your heart, bro. And then he's going to see this chick is crazy as hell, dude. And these people is acting a fool. All right. And then you're going to ask your friend after he watches Testament of Ann Lee, you're going to say, don't you think they were kind of crazy? And then you're going to be like, this is why you need normative authority in an actual historical group of people that's the church. Because without that, you get this. You get the Testament of Ann Lee. You get crazy bitch church, right? That's your answer to that, dude. Don't worry about a bunch of arguments and theology. You're going to reach him through a movie because this is a dude that sounds like he's at that level. Rich line, $10. Although God Logic opposed him, he had Captain Crack Rock on and didn't just call him out on the fact that he's actually just a race baiter. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder why God Logic didn't go that route. Nate gets $10. What's the Orthodox view of a patron saint? Do you have one? Of course. And people choose them differently. Sometimes their priest or their catechist will instruct them to choose it on this basis. Others will say on other basis. I chose what was the most meaningful for me in my conversion to Orthodoxy ultimately was Daniel, the book of Daniel. So I chose Prophet Daniel. Jamie chose Saint Anastasia. But yeah, of course, Orthodox have patron saints. All right, guys, remember to head on over to chalk.com. Use the promo code J60Live to get 60% off all those great chalk products. A lot of fun tonight. We went all over the place. Hope you guys enjoyed the Tantric cult expose from Jamie. Head on over to Jamie's channel tonight, and you can watch her premiere where she's discussing the alien nonsense with the colonists.